Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Subscribe for more videos.
Transcribed. +2,000. Let us send our imaginations forward into time, into the years beyond 2000 AD. What strange adventures, what exciting things will we find in the world of tomorrow? 2000. Today, an adventure of outer space, when the worlds met. It is the year 2000 plus 20. At the giant spaceport in Washington, D.C., temporary capital of the Federated World Government, an enormous throng, tense with expectancy, jams every available inch of space surrounding the rocket landing field. All eyes strain upward into the clear blue sky. For today is the day, April 21st, 2000 plus 20. And audio and televox networks of the world are at the rocket field to cover the epic event. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the day we've all been waiting for. In a matter of minutes now, out of that brilliant blue sky will come a ship, a spaceship, carrying in its gleaming hold the first load of uranium taken from the pits of Luna, satellite of Earth. Since the beginning of time... Now, one moment, folks. There's a signal from the tower. This may be it. Take it away, Fred.
This is Fred Haskins reporting from the control tower. Our escort planes have been in contact with the spaceship from Luna for the past 12 minutes. They are now approaching the field from the northeast, and any moment now we can expect... And there she is, the rocket ship Kronos, 17 hours out of Luna City. Her magnesium hull white hot from the friction of the atmosphere. Her jet brakes belching fire. She's right over the field now. She's coming down. Down. She's landed. Mark well this date, my friends. This is the dawn of the interplanetary age.
Earth calling moon. City.
Luna City, Johnny Dixon.
Dixon, where you been? You're 3 minutes late.
Sorry, McCabe. All shipments as scheduled. Everything routine.
Report noted. Check out.
Check it.
You know, Johnny,
What, Paul?
sometimes I think we're crazy. Spending our lives cooped up in this pressurized shell, breathing synthetic air, risking our necks every time we put on a spacesuit and go out into the cold, barren, pitted piece of green cheese. Huh. And for what?
Who are you kidding, Paul? You know the answer. We're space happy. That's all that's wrong with us.
Huh.
We pulled every wire and practically tore the World Federation apart getting this assignment on the moon. And we'll do it again when the first flight into deep space gets underway. Next month and next year, whenever they get through with their preparations.
Yeah, I guess that's it. But right now, Johnny, what I wouldn't give to see a tree again. And cornfields in Kansas.
Me, I want to hear a bird singing. And watch the lights go on in the skyscrapers along the waterfront. I want to dance with my girl and breathe in the sweet smell of lilac. Boy, if I... Hey, what's that?
Huh?
That sound, that vibration, There, do you hear it?
Well, I'm not sure whether I heard or felt it, Johnny. Like a current of air passing by me.
Yeah, that's it. Some kind of pulsation. Makes my skin tingle.
Listen. Sounded different, didn't it?
Yeah, a different pitch.
The instruments are all steady. Nothing on the visitor screen. The radar's negative. What is it, Johnny? Where's it from?
It's not from Earth, I'll swear to that. I got a crazy notion, Paul. A crazy notion that someone's trying to signal us.
You mean...
I don't know what I mean. Well, maybe McCabe's right. Maybe I got a touch of...
Johnny, what is it?
Look, Paul. Look at the direction finder. It's swung all the way around. Those sounds, those waves are coming from outer space. I've got to call...
Earth calling Luna City. Earth calling Luna City.
Luna City to Earth. Go ahead, Earth. Go ahead, McCabe.
Dixon, what's going on up there? What's the idea of beaming out those hammy signals?
Signals.
Yeah, the harp effect. The music of the sphere stuff. Giving the boys on the monitors down here the heebie-jeebies.
You got them too, McCabe? You picked them up on Earth?
Certainly. What's it all about?
The signals, if that's what they are coming from one definite spot in outer space.
Outer space?
That's what I said.
Johnny, get your spacesuit ready. Better have a conference about it.
But listen...
Have your men tune up rocket 307. Blast off at 0800. We'll be expecting you on Earth in the morning.
10 days now we've been getting those signals, and not one of you geniuses has been able to decipher them.
Well, Mr. McCabe, if you know of anyone who can do it better, then
Take it easy, Professor Wolfson. You don't have to be so touchy. But 10 days. What do you say, Dr. Lee?
10 days or 10 years, it makes no difference. If those sounds or signals are code, it is in a language unknown to man.
You're sure of that?
We've consulted the foremost cryptographists of the world. We've tried every way to break the code.
What does that add up to?
That message, if it is a message, does not come from anywhere on Earth or from any man on Earth.
I told you, Chief. It's what I've been saying all along. Of course you can't decode those messages in any known language, living or dead, because they come from Mars.
Mars,
cannot
impossible.
be.
Yes, Mars. My directional finder on the moon indicated it. McCabe's down here pinned it down. Look at the graph. I brought it.
Directional signals can be wrong.
Yes, sir, but get this. I've been timing those signals. They come at intervals of exactly 24 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds.
The length of the day on Mars.
Yeah. And if we were trying to signal them, we'd do it, say, every night at 1800. That's what they're doing to us.
In that case, the next signal is due
In
at...
10 minutes and 13 seconds. And we'll be sitting here like lummoxes, feeling our scalps tingle while the message drifts past us.
Gentlemen, excuse, please. But it seems to me the message need not necessarily drift past us.
Why not? What do you mean?
By the message, I do not mean the sounds or the words that are being transmitted. I refer to the thoughts themselves, the thoughts that perhaps are being transferred from the Martians to us.
Thought transference? That's telepathy.
We have discarded that word, Mr. Dixon. Too many charlatans use it. But we do know that there is extrasensory perception of thought impulses, just as there are sound waves which your ear has learned to interpret and light waves which your eye and brain transform into a picture. So there are thought waves, electrical impulses discharged by the brain, which vary with the particular thought.
An intriguing idea, Dr. Lee. If only we had some instrument that could pick up and sort out these impulses.
There is such an instrument, Professor Wolfson.
What?
I have been working on it for many years. It involves a scanning screen intercepting an electrified field.
Well, what are we waiting for?
You understand, The telepathator has only been tested for short
The
distances.
signals are reaching us. That's the only important thing, isn't it? How soon can we...
The instrument is in the next room. I took the liberty of bringing it with me, hoping it might conceivably be of some use. This way, gentlemen.
You say this little machine can take thoughts and turn them into words we can hear? English words?
Not only English, Mr. McKeep. It will translate thought impulses into any language for which you set the dials. You think of something, Mr. Dixon. Now, listen. First, I set for French.
Épatant les Chinois.
German.
Wundervoll diese Chinesen.
And English.
Darn clever, these Chinese.
You must understand...
Oh, excuse
that-
me, Dr. Lee, but we'll have to postpone this. 15 seconds to go. Better set your dials for a remote pickup. Stand by, everyone.
Nothing. No power.
Well, it was a good try.
Wait, I've got that feeling again. My skin's beginning to crawl.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, no, it's just your imagination.
Quiet. They are coming through now.
Planet 4, greeting Planet 3.
This is Mars.
The fourth planet from the sun, greeting Planet 3. Planet 4, calling Planet 3. We are trying to reach you, Planet 3. If you receive our signal, respond. If you receive our signal, respond. We will communicate again.
Life on Mars. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the question that has bedeviled mankind ever since the day he first stood erect and gazed into the heavens has been answered. There is life on Mars. Intelligent, articulate life. The country, the world, tonight seethes with excitement. Has Mars received our response? Has our telepathator succeeded in projecting as thoughts the messages spoken into it by human beings? Or can it merely receive the
The smell of lilacs, Terry. I'll never get enough of it.
Oh, it's lovely, Johnny. And look, there's a moon out tonight.
Moon. Oh, please. You know, it's hard to believe that back in 1950, people could still get romantic over that cold, dead, pockmarked heavenly yo-yo.
Oh,
Now, that red star up there, Mars, that's a different proposition. It's alive. There are living beings up there.
Johnny, it's staggering. It's beyond imagination.
Rubbish. Why shouldn't there be life up there?
They're so advanced. Spaceships and interplanetary signals.
Maybe you've got a point at that. We thought we were so smart because we reached the moon. Our spaceships aren't developed enough yet to get to Mars.
It's just as well.
What?
Because you'd want to be the first to go.
Wouldn't you like that? I'd be quite a hero. You could point at my picture and say, hey, that's my guy.
You're my guy anyway, Johnny.
Sure, Terry. But don't worry, honey. I won't be seeing any Martians for a long time.
All personnel, stand by. Stand by for XM signal.
That'll be Mars. Hop to it, Johnny.
Telepathator setting 212 degrees, 18 seconds. Frequency 600,000.
Got that, Johnny?
Check.
Planet 4, calling Planet 3. Planet 4, calling Planet 3. We greet you in peace. Your response received.
We got through it.
The time has come. At this moment, which marks the beginning of the great interstellar age between worlds, it is fitting that there be between us a meeting of minds. Therefore, we are sending a ship to visit your planet.
No, it can't be.
The ship will depart tonight and enter your magnetic field in 7 of our days. Have landing instructions ready. We come in peace. We come in peace.
and gentlemen, this is Matt Wilson bringing you a report of the emergency session of the Federated World Government. Never has an assembly meeting taken place in such an atmosphere of excitement, panic, and recrimination. And here on the floor of the assembly chamber,
We've enough
all
trouble
the
of our
emotions
own.
aroused by the stunning message from Mars have been boiling and clashing all day.
I rise for a point of information. As civilian head of the world military government, I want to know why those Martians have beaten us to the draw.
Gentlemen, if the decision we are to make is to be a wise one, we must lay aside passions and fears and consider the question calmly. The Martians are coming, and we must receive them either with friendship or hostility.
Drive them off! Blast them out of the sky!
That may not be as simple as it sounds. Remember, my friends, these Martians are advanced scientifically, perhaps far beyond us. They have conquered deep space. They can transmit thought waves. They may have weapons, beside which our nuclear bombs are as toy pistols.
Dr. Lee is right, gentlemen. We don't dare fight them off. The risk is too great.
They come in peace. They've said so over and over again. Let us so receive them.
Very well, very well. If such is the will of this body, let them come in peace. But as civilian head of the world military government, I assure you all, we will not be found napping.
Earth calling Martian interstellar ship. Earth calling Martian interstellar ship. Here are the landing instructions of the Federated World Government. 3 Earth days from this hour, which will be the 6th Martian day of your flight through space, you will be met by an escort of 20 rocket ships. We will greet you in the name of peace. The 20 rocket ships will escort you.
Instructions to Commission of Defense. All escort rocket ships assigned to accompany Martian spaceship will carry the following armaments: death fog sprays, magnetic disintegrators, atomic missiles Class B. All weapons shall be on the...
And upon your entry into the Earth's atmosphere, you will circle our globe once and then make landing at our spaceport at Los Alamos, New Mexico, which will be ready to receive you.
The spaceport of Los Alamos shall be mined to a depth of 50 feet with tritonium landmines. The field shall be encircled with radioactive flamethrowers and a reserve force.
From the landing field, you will be conducted to the seat of the world government at Washington, D.C., where you will be received and housed in suitable accommodations. We will welcome you in peace. Check out. We will welcome you in peace. We hope. Suitable accommodations. Trust McCabe to hand me a crackpot assignment like this.
Oh, Johnny, you're the big spaceman. You're supposed to know by instinct what's suitable accommodation for a Martian.
Don't be silly, Terry. I haven't the slightest notion in the world what they'll look like except some crazy ideas I picked up from science fiction. I don't know why.
All right. That's why we're here. The head of our anthropology section has more ideas than any science fiction writer you've ever read. Now, here we are.
Terry, come in.
Hello, Professor. This is Mr. Dixon, the young man I told you about.
I know, Mr. Dixon.
Professor, I've got a problem that's driving me...
Terry and I have discussed the problem. It is my theory that the Martians will, in most important respects, have the characteristics of the Earthman.
Oh, what's the basis of your theory, Professor?
It's very simple. The accomplishments of the Martians parallel our own. Only a being with opposable thumbs can fashion the intricate devices necessary for spaceships. Only a being with a nervous system like our own could master communication. Only a creature with a brain like ours could dream of peace.
Makes sense, Professor.
That's one side of it, Johnny. A lot of other anthropologists think differently.
Yeah, that is so.
They feel that the Martians, living on a dry planet with little vegetation and very little water, will be creatures that crawl on the ground like our insects, enlarged a few thousand times. They may look like enormous ants with oversized antennae.
I give up. With 48 hours left, I can't prepare accommodations for every conceivable form of life. I just have to improvise after they get here. I just hope they don't get too sick when they first look at us.
This is Matt Wilson again, reporting from the spaceport at Los Alamos. A tremendous crowd is gathered here. We're awaiting the appearance of the spaceship from Mars, which is being escorted by 20 rocket ships from the rendezvous near the moon. According to reports, all's gone well so far. The Martian ship... Now, one moment, please. An audio box announcement is going to be made to the people assembled.
Your attention, please. The ship from Mars and its escorts will be seen any moment from the east.
You heard that. Any moment, the ship from Mars and... What? There they are! They're coming in! The landing rocket ships first! And now, the ship from Mars! The Martian ship is idling over the field now, casting a huge shadow over the landscape. It's an awe-inspiring spectacle. The ship is tremendous, 18 to 20 stories in height, several city blocks long, and its large windows are fashioned of some kind of transparent metal.
Civilian commander to Special Defense Patrol. Man battle stations.
Our technical experts are staring at the craft in open-mouthed wonder. Mr. McCabe, what is your reaction?
I am dumbfounded. The ship doesn't seem to operate on a rocket principle. There's no belching fire, no clouds of smoke. I keep wondering what kind of fuel they use, what principles of propulsion, and what metals.
Thank you, sir. The ship is almost touching the ground now, and the crowd is getting uneasy. Why, they're falling back, as though there was something. I see it now. Why, it's a blue haze misting about the Martian ship, forming a 20-foot blanket of whatever it is.
Commander, Defense Patrol. 0 hour. Reorient all weapons. Remove safety controls. Stand by to fire.
The Secretary of the World Federation is going to speak.
As your great ship settles on our soil, we salute you, the emissaries of space. We wait eagerly for your appearance.
Now, the blue mist has completely vanished. All eyes are on the ship, waiting for the first Martian to appear. There is no sign of activity yet.
Will you respond to our greetings, Martians? Will you make your presence known?
Nothing stirring. No gangplank lowered. No sign of life. Perhaps they were not prepared for atmospheric conditions here. Perhaps on the very brink of success, death has struck within that awe-inspiring vessel. What is it? Wait, it looks... Yes, it's moving. A tremendous section of the ship's prow is opening out in front. Like a gigantic tongue, it thrusts forward and drops to earth, forming a great ramp from the ship to our soil. And now it's down, and the surface of the ramp is like nothing ever seen on this earth. A shimmering, impalpable iridescence, unbelievably radiant and beautiful. The throng of spectators is silent, motionless, scarcely breathing, waiting to see the first Martian emerge. And still nothing. No one, no thing comes down the ramp. There is nothing but silence. Listen, that must be the Martian communication vibrations we were told about. Then men on the field are operating the receiving device.
Earthmen, we ask that you send one representative to board our craft. We assure his safety.
Gentlemen, there is no cause for alarm. I think there is. They want a hostage or a specimen to take back with them.
There's no time for wrangling. They're waiting for a decision. Mr. Secretary. Yes, Mr. McCabe. If it's all right with the committee, I'd like to go aboard. Technical information, sir.
No.
Quiet, Johnny.
This is my dish, McCabe. I was slated for the space run to Mars, remember? They're not doing me out of this. Besides, you're too valuable to waste. Mr. Secretary, tell them I'm coming aboard.
Men of Mars, we comply with your request. Our representative is about to board your ship.
Get ready, Johnny Dixon. This is it. Take a good long look at the sun and the sky. Take a deep breath of the Earth's good air. You may never get another after you meet whatever is waiting at the end of this long ramp. The ramp. It's pulling me forward like a conveyor belt. It's beginning to rise into the air. Now move on, Johnny. Get into that ship. Get into that ship fast. Made it. Locked in. Now what? There's no one here. Nothing except that dancing light. I'll follow it.
by 4 solid walls.
Follow the light, Earthman. The walls will not impede you.
Molecular reorientation? Changing the density of solid matter at will?
We achieved that 10,000 cycles ago, Earthman.
Where are you, man of Mars? This room is flooded with light, but I see no one.
We are not ready to reveal ourselves.
The people of Earth are waiting to see you, to welcome you. There is nothing to fear.
We are not afraid. Dixon.
You know my name?
We know many things. That is why we are sad, filled with revulsion.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Through the dark spaceways we came to you in peace. You said to us, come in peace. But the escorts you sent to honor us were armed for destruction. The very ground on which we now rest seethes with radioactive potential.
Wait! You've misunderstood us. These weapons are for defense against you, not attack.
Many cycles ago, we of Mars learned, as you Earthmen will someday learn, that wars are fought, men are slaughtered, civilizations wiped out by those who attack with weapons of defense.
But our world is at peace now.
Your peace is not peace. It is a thin cloak which covers the hates and fears and savagery of primitive beings. Observe, Dixon. On this large screen, we have for hours been viewing your people in many parts of your Earth. Watch.
The Senator.
Listen.
I warned you it was a trap. We'll never again see Dixon alive. I told you not to trust foreigners. Just give me the word and I'll blast them all into Kingdom Come.
You must not be deceived. He's only one man. The rest of us are different.
Are you? Look at this. From another part of your civilized Earth.
You have been a traitor to our party. You've been guilty of bourgeois thinking. You have sold us out to the enemies of our people. You will pay the penalty. But first you will confess. Confess. Confess!
That's a backward part of our planet. It's not fair to judge by them.
Then we reveal a more civilized area. The country of your birth, Dixon.
No! The law be damned! Trial too good for him. Hang him, I say, hang him! The rope! String him up in the highest tree in the square! Lynch him! Lynch him! Lynch him!
Now you know why we shall not reveal ourselves to you. If you are like this to these of your own kind, what will you think? What will you do when you see us, strange as we are?
Don't go. We know you may be different from us, but we can all meet in peace.
Earthman, peace must be achieved through toil and sacrifice of those few among you who understand its meaning. It may take many cycles, but in the end, the day will arrive. Then, and then only, we will return. Go back to your people, man of Earth, and give them the message from Mars.
Next week, another exciting drama on 2000 Plus, The Silent Noise. In the year 2000 plus 20, an important man is murdered. How will the police of the future track down a killer? And what new methods of assault will the criminals of tomorrow use? Listen next week, and you'll find out. 2000 Plus is produced by Sherman H. Dreyer and Robert Wynne Olson. In today's story, Ken Williams played Johnny, Louis Van Ruten played the voice of Mars, Lon Clark played McCabe, Frank Behrens was the Senator, Amzie Strickland was Terry, Sanford Bickert was Paul, and Gilbert Mack was Dr. Lee. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby. Script by Judith and David Bublik. Sound by Walt Shaver and Al April. Engineer Bob Albrecht, and your announcer, Ken Marvin. This program was transcribed. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Atomic Age Adventures. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Dimension X, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense.
Dimension X.
The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of astounding science fiction, bring you Dimension X. By the year 1990, we should see many amazing technological advances. And yet, in many ways, life will be very much the same. A husband will stop off at a bar on his way home and perhaps unburden himself a little to a friendly bartender.
Another one, Mr. Smith?
What time is it, Sam?
Why, almost 10 o'clock, Mr. Smith.
One more.
Listen to them. The old songs are still the best, huh, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Sam. I remember singing that one back in 1974. Just before I met my wife. Golden days, Sam.
Here's your beer, Mr. Smith.
Ah, thanks. Ah, that's good. Almost feels if I can go home and face Nettie now.
Wife trouble, Mr. Smith?
Wife trouble, Sam.
Fight?
Oh, never. Nettie and I never fight. Nettie's too mad about me ever to fight with me. She adores me. Worships the ground I walk on.
Well, this is something new. I remember only last year you was complaining she was throwing things.
And times have changed. Only wish she was still throwing things. At least in those days I could walk out and slam the door with a clear conscience. Now she's so sweet and loving, I feel like a murderer every time I stop in for a beer on my way home.
Tough, Mr. Smith. Tough.
Ever hear the expression, love will fly if held too lightly? Love will die if held too tightly?
Can't say I ever did.
If only she'd relax a little bit. See this bruise on my lip? She kisses me.
Huh?
For an hour every night when I come home.
Can you do anything for her?
I try. I remind her that she really wanted to marry Harvey Tubman. I remind her how we used to have those battles till the neighbors called the robot police. Nothing works. I'm gone for an hour. She cries.
Well, me, I ain't got that kind of trouble. I hang around too much, and Mabel calls me a loafer and turns me up.
That's a sad state. Can't figure him out. Well, I guess I'll go home and feed myself to the lioness. I tell you, Sam, when Nettie gets finished demonstrating how much she's missed me, I feel like a man who's been stuffed into an electronic washing machine with a dial set at rinse dry. How much do I owe you?
60 cents.
Well, if it isn't Henry Smith.
Brayling. I live and breathe Walter Brayling. What are you doing here?
Oh, having the night out.
Does Gloria know about this?
Things have changed, Henry.
I thought she kept you chained to the bedpost most of the time.
Not anymore, Henry. Not anymore.
Oh, you aren't divorced, are you?
Oh, no. Gloria's home.
What'd you do, put a sleeping powder in her coffee?
Oh, goodness, no, Henry. That would be highly unethical.
I can't believe you just walked out on her.
10 years of marriage, Henry, and I never had a night to myself. But it'll be different from now on.
Oh?
By the way, Henry, what time is it?
10 o'clock.
Well, I guess I better be going.
Scared?
No, don't want to crowd my luck. Although, really, there's nothing to worry about.
I'd sure like to know how you do it, Walter.
Would you really?
Yes.
All right, Henry. Since you've always been a friend of mine, I'll let you in on it. Come on, my car is outside. I'll drive you home and let you see how it's done.
Well, that's nice of you, Walter.
Not at all, Henry. We fellows have to stick together. I don't suppose you know how Gloria and I came to be married in the first place, eh?
No, I don't.
Well, one evening, she threatened to tear off her clothing and call the police unless I married her.
No.
Oh, yes.
Well, that's a bit extreme, isn't it?
Well, Gloria was always a nervous girl.
I bet you've had a pretty wretched time of it.
Oh, yes, it didn't take long for me to become the laughing stock of the neighborhood. Handpicked Brayling, they used to call me. I know. But things are changing now. Here, you see this?
What's that?
A single ticket to Rio on the morning rocket. I have hotel reservations there for a month. A whole month, Henry, to have a fling.
Won't Gloria make trouble over that?
That's the amazing part of it, Henry. She won't even know I'm gone. I'll be back in a month, and no one the wiser. You don't believe me, do you?
Frankly, no. Just how you going to swing it, Walter?
That's the secret, Henry. I tell you, it's the most wonderful thing ever invented. Worth every cent I paid for it.
What is it?
I'm going to show you. Here's my house. Notice the lights are all out. We'll wait up there on the front porch.
Walter, you haven't gone off your rocker, have you?
Now I meow twice.
Meow! Meow!
Now, Henry, watch the window in my bedroom.
Well, it looks as if somebody... Hey, there's a man up there. He's looking out.
Good. He sees me. He'll be down directly.
Isn't it a bit embarrassing for you, Walter?
Oh, not at all. You'll find out. Here he comes. Hello, B2.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Brayling.
Close the door.
Either I'm going out of my mind or there are two of you. You never told me you had a twin brother.
I don't.
But if this fellow weren't in pajamas, I couldn't tell you apart.
That's the secret, Henry. Everything go all right, B2?
Oh, just fine, Mr. Brayling.
I suppose my wife was in her usual good form this evening?
As a matter of fact, we spent the evening playing gin.
No screaming? No shouting accusations?
Oh, no, sir. It was a very quiet evening.
Well, this is even better than I thought.
Well, Marionettes Incorporated aims to satisfy, sir.
Did he say Marionettes Incorporated?
That's right, Henry. Look him over. Isn't he excellently fashioned? You wouldn't dream he was a robot, a marionette, eh?
I can't believe it.
It's against the law, of course, to duplicate a human like this, but it's well worth the opportunity.
Well, I still don't believe it. You can't tell him from a human.
Only one way, Henry. Put your ear next to his chest. Listen. That's it.
Machinery. Walter, old man, how long's this been going on?
I've had him a month, Henry. I keep him in the cellar in my toolbox. Now, tonight I told Gloria I'd like to be excused for 5 minutes to run down to the cigar store. She agreed. I went down to the cellar, took out Brayling, too, sent him back upstairs to sit with my wife until I got home.
Miraculous. Of course, it doesn't seem quite ethical somehow.
Oh, nonsense. It's highly ethical. I've been home all evening. I shall be home with her for the next month. In the meantime, another gentleman named Walter Brayling will be in Rio having the time of his life.
Well, can he walk around without fuel for a month?
Oh, he refuels himself. And he's built to do everything. Eat, drink, sleep. You'll take good care of my wife, won't you, B2?
Oh, of course. Your wife is rather nice. I've grown quite fond of her.
You see?
Walter, old man, how long has this Marionettes Incorporated outfit been in business?
Secretly, for 2 years now. Why?
Well, I wonder, is there a possibility that I might get in touch with them?
You? But you love your Nettie.
Well, I know, but even so, just a little respite, a night or two once a month.
And she loves you dearly.
So much she can't barely leave me for half an hour. You know that lately she's taken to calling me up at work 10 or 12 times a day to talk baby talk?
Your Nettie?
My Nettie. What do you say, old man? Favorite with no buddy? Fellow lodge member?
Well, I could put you in touch with the man who makes them. Of course, you'd be pledged to secrecy once you learned where he's located.
Oh, naturally.
Very well, Henry. Here's his card.
Marionettes Incorporated, W. Zig, proprietor and owner. New humanoid plastic 1990 model, guaranteed against wear. Our motto, no strings attached. Address the Jumble Shop, 43 South Wesley Drive.
And Mr. Zig will take good care of you, Henry. He's a charming fellow, a real craftsman.
Wonderful. I'll see him first thing tomorrow. Well, I better be getting home now, though. Nettie's probably splitting a gasket.
See you around, old man, after I get back from Rio. And while I'm gone, you might drop around regularly, just as you always have. Treat Brayling, too, here as if he were me. Otherwise, Gloria might be suspicious.
Oh, I will. And, before I go, these marionettes are safe, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, tell them, B2. We're guaranteed.
Fine. Well, good night, Walter. Good night, B2.
Good night, Mr. Smith.
Good night, Henry. Ah, well, I'm glad someone else will have a chance at a little happiness and freedom. All right, Brayling 2. Back into the cellar box for you. Come on. Down the steps. That's it.
It's very damp down here, Mr. Brayling.
Bad plumbing. Well, here we are.
Brayling.
Yes.
Before you put me back into the toolbox, could we have a word?
Certainly, old man.
This toolbox.
What about it?
Well, I don't like it, Mr. Brayling.
Why not?
It's cramped.
Oh. Well, I'll try to fix up something more comfortable when I get back from Rio. All right, now, before Gloria gets worried, back
Marionettes are made to move, not to keep still. How would you like to lie in a stuffy old box most of the time?
I didn't realize you fellas were that sensitive.
Well, you wouldn't like it at all. I keep running. There's no way to shut me off. I have my feelings, you know.
Well, day after tomorrow, I'll be off to Rio, and you won't have to stay in the box for a whole month. Why, you can move upstairs.
Yes, but when you get back from Rio, I'll go back in the box.
Mr. Zig didn't tell me at Marionettes Incorporated that it was possible to get a difficult specimen.
There's a lot he doesn't know about us. We're pretty new.
Now, look here, B2. This has gone far enough.
I'll never get to Rio.
Now, come on now. Into the box.
And another thing.
Well...
Your wife.
What about my wife?
Well, I've grown quite fond of her.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy your employment. You'll have the whole month.
I'm afraid you don't quite understand, Brayling. I've fallen in love with her.
You what?
You just don't appreciate her. Maybe if you hadn't always acted so meek and apologetic about everything, she'd have a little more respect for you as a man.
Well, now, you aren't supposed to behave like this. You know you think you...
Well, anyway, I could be very happy if I were married to Gloria.
Aren't you forgetting you're nothing but a big, overgrown puppet?
Careful, Brayling. I'm sensitive.
All right. I'm sorry. Now, look, you wouldn't mind waiting here a moment, would you? I have to go upstairs and make a phone call.
To whom?
Oh, nobody important. I have to call Henry Smith about something.
You're lying. You're going to call Marionettes Incorporated and tell Mr. Zig to come and get me.
Oh, no, really, I'm not. I was... B2, stay away.
Stand where you are, Brayling.
Now, B2, take your hand off my arm.
No, Brayling.
What are you going to do?
Nothing much. I'm just going to put you in the toolbox, lock it, and lose the key.
What?
And then I'll buy another ticket to Rio, and Gloria and I can have a wonderful vacation.
You're insane.
Am I?
Now, wait a minute. Hold on, B2. Now, don't be rash. Let's talk this over.
Goodbye, Brayling.
B2, stop it. Don't. Let go. Help.
The box, Brayling.
Stop.
There.
Walter!
Yes, Gloria?
What in the world are you doing down there at this time of night?
Oh, nothing, lover. The pipes were knocking. I'm just making sure the boiler hasn't exploded. You go back to bed. I'll be up soon.
Well, hurry, won't you? We had such a nice evening. I'm lonesome for you.
Oh, you won't ever be lonesome again, darling. Never again.
Good morning, Nettie.
Oh, good morning, darling. How are you? Have a nice time last night? I missed you so.
Breakfast ready?
Aren't you going to kiss me good morning?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Oh, you're so wonderful, Henry. I guess I'm the luckiest person in the world.
Oh.
Here's your coffee. And how would you like your eggs?
Anyway, it's all.
Oh, but I want to please you.
Oh, Nettie skipped the eggs this morning.
Oh, but you have to eat to keep well, darling.
I'm very healthy. I have an early business appointment.
Oh?
It's a friend of Walter Brayling's. I met Walter last night, and he...
Yes?
I'd better be off. Now, Nettie, don't look as if I were on my way to Rio or something. I'm only going to work.
It's just that I miss you so. I want to be with you all the time.
Do I have to go through this every morning? I'll be back at supper. There's no need to cry now, is there?
No, darling. You aren't displeased with me, are you? I try so hard to do everything just as I think you'll like it.
No, I'm not displeased. Well, goodbye, dear.
Henry,
Yes?
you forgot to kiss me goodbye.
No strings attached, no strings attached. A very nice puppet with no strings attached. Let's see now. The Jumble Shop, 43 South Wesley. That should be about... here it is.
Yes?
Mr. Zig?
Yes?
Walter Brayling recommended me.
Enter. Your name?
Henry Smith, 55 Evergreen Place.
And what can we do for you, Mr. Smith?
Well, Brayling showed me his marionette last night.
I see.
I was intrigued with the idea. Not that my wife is anything like that female meat grinder that he's married to, you understand, but, I'm a man who enjoys an occasional evening with the boys. Without complications.
Naturally.
So I thought...
That I could duplicate you.
Exactly.
I think it might be arranged. You understand the need for secrecy, of course. Although an act is pending in Congress to legalize Marionettes Incorporated, it is still a felony to use one of my creations.
Well, I understand.
And there is the matter of the payment.
How much?
$9,000.
$9,000?
Well, I have an inferior model at $7,500.
No, if I go through with this, nothing's too good for Nettie. Nettie's my wife. We've been putting money aside to buy a summer house in Westport.
Sometimes we must choose.
Yes. Perhaps I could just slip out $9,000. It's a joint account. How soon can I have it?
I could construct the mannequin in about 2 months' time.
Good.
Shall I consider the order placed?
At once.
Of course, you will have to report here for a body mold, color index of your hair, lips, skin, etc. And I'll have to do a complete electro-emotional calibration.
You guarantee that these models are foolproof?
As foolproof as I can make them, Mr. Smith, and I've had years of training.
No chance of detection?
None whatsoever. I've never had a complaint.
Walter Brayling seems satisfied enough.
I assure you, he's been taken care of in high style.
If there were some way to be sure.
You have our guarantee.
Very well, Mr. Zig. I'll get the money from the bank and send it to you.
Fine. You'll be just as delighted with yours as Walter Brayling is with his.
Oh, tell her.
Yes, Mr. Smith?
I'd like to cash this draft on my joint account.
Yes, sir. $9,000, sir.
That's right.
Well, I'm afraid that's impossible, Mr. Smith.
Impossible? My wife and I have a good $15,000 in our account.
You're mistaken, Mr. Smith.
Oh, but I know.
Here's your card, sir. You see, Mrs. Smith withdrew $10,000 recently.
$10,000? Without even telling me?
I remember distinctly, Mr. Smith. She said it was for a surprise for you.
Good Lord. She's bought that house in Connecticut. My birthday's next week. Well, I'll have to borrow it somewhere. I've already contracted.
Yes, sir. Quite a surprise for you, eh, Mr. Smith?
Yes? Oh, hello, Henry.
Hello, Gloria. Is Walter home? I'd like to speak to him.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Is something wrong?
Well, just some private business. Matter of a loan.
Well, he went down to the travel bureau, but he should be back soon. We're going to Rio, you know.
Both of you?
Isn't it wonderful? I don't know what's come over Walter lately. He's been so romantic. Last night he came upstairs and said, darling... He hasn't called me darling in years. Darling, we're going to take a honeymoon to Rio. So we're leaving tomorrow. Anything wrong, Henry?
No. No, I'm just a little surprised, that's all.
Well, he should be back soon. Will you wait?
Yes, I'd better.
Say, as long as you're over here, maybe you can help me with something.
What?
Well, I went downstairs to get an old suitcase a little while ago, and I heard the strangest noises near that old tool chest of Walter's. He mentioned that the boiler was acting up, and I'm afraid to go down there again. I wonder if you'd take a look.
What kind of noises?
Like a thumping sound.
Maybe I'd better go down, Gloria. You stay up here.
Should I call a plumber, do you think?
No, I'll take care of it.
Right down a bed.
I'll have a look. Good Lord. Hello in there. Well, just a minute. Keep quiet, for goodness sake. I'll have to smash the lock. Now, what in the...
Henry, thank God you've come.
Be quiet.
I've been in there all night. I thought I'd suffocate. He tried to kill me, Henry. He tried to murder me.
Who? Which one are you?
Don't be an idiot. I'm Walter.
What happened?
B2, the marionette. He stuffed me in the toolbox and left me to suffocate. Well, fortunately, I found an old file in there and managed to get an air hole through the wood.
Good Lord. He's taking Gloria with him to Rio.
Have they left yet?
No, he's gone downtown for the tickets.
Oh, good. We may just have time.
For what?
To get down to Marionettes Incorporated and tell Zig to stop him.
Well, you're in no condition.
Oh, don't worry about me. We can't waste any time. Come on.
But Gloria...
I'll sneak out. Tell her you fixed the plumbing. Tell her anything. I'll meet you outside.
All right.
Oh, what a fool I've been.
What a fool I almost was. I went down and ordered one of those things today.
Gloria, love.
Yes, darling. Did you get the tickets to Rio?
Right here in my wallet. Honeymoon for two under the pampas smooth.
Oh, Walter, it's so nice to have you like this.
You like the change?
I don't know what did it, but whatever it is, I'm in favor of it. I hope it's permanent.
Oh, I intend to see that it is. Oh, by the way, darling, do you happen to remember where that old pistol of mine is?
Pistol?
Yes, I just thought since we're going to be traveling in strange countries, it wouldn't hurt to bring it along.
Oh. Well, I think it's here in the sideboard. Yes, there. Oh, Walter, you know how frightened I am of those things.
Oh, I'll be very careful of it. In fact, I think I'll go down the basement and practice. Not really shooting it, of course, just to make sure it's in good working order.
Do be careful, darling.
Oh, I will. If you should hear a shot, dear, don't be frightened. I may fire it into a block of wood just to test it. Perhaps I'll fire into that old tool chest of mine. Yeah, that should absorb it.
Oh, speaking of that tool chest...
Yes, what about it?
It reminds me that Henry Smith was here.
Oh?
Yeah, I heard some noises downstairs, dear, and he went down to fix the plumbing.
Is he still down there?
No, he left. I really don't understand it. He seemed so anxious to see you before he went down to the cellar, and then he just left.
Oh. Did he stop the noises?
Well, he must have. I don't hear them.
I see.
What is it, dear?
I have to go out for a while,
But,
darling.
Walter, we'll have to pack if we're leaving.
I'll be back soon. There's something very important I have to attend to.
Well, what is it?
Just some personal business with Henry Smith. Please excuse me, darling, and don't worry. When I get back, everything will be fixed once and for all. Yes, we can enjoy the rest of our lives just as though the old Walter Brayling never existed.
Mr. Brayling and Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Zig.
Come in, gentlemen.
We certainly will come in.
What brings you?
A good deal, Mr. Zig. Yes, indeed, a good deal.
If I might know exactly, you seem so upset.
Tell him, Henry.
You told me your marionettes were foolproof, Mr. Zig.
They are. My personal guarantee goes with each one
We
of
know
them.
all about your personal guarantee. Except that Mr. Brayling's dummy knocked him out, stuffed him in a toolbox to suffocate, and is making plans to run away with his wife.
Oh, dear.
Well, Mr. Zig?
Oh, I really don't know what to say, gentlemen. You see, I work alone. I make these marionettes myself so that I can see to it personally that there are no errors. However, even the finest craftsman can make a mistake once in a while.
What Mr. Brayling and I would like to know, Mr. Zig, is exactly what are you planning to do to stop this over-ambitious robot?
Well, of course, we shall have to recover B2 first, and then I will simply dismantle him.
He doesn't seem to want to be dismantled, Mr. Zig. In fact, I think you'll have trouble catching him.
Maybe I can save you the trouble, gentlemen.
B2.
Look out. He has a gun.
I thought I'd find you here when I discovered the tool chest empty.
Now, look, B2, whatever you're planning to do, you won't get away with it.
I think I will.
Mr. Zig, can't you do something?
I'm afraid I can't think of anything.
I'll save you the trouble, because I'm going to kill the three of you.
Oh, you won't get away with it.
No? You forget that Gloria and I will be on a plane to Rio in a few hours. All right, Mr. Zeke. You first.
Oh, now see here. This isn't fair. I created you. You can't do...
Grab him. I've got him. Quick. Quick, that hammer. Well, that's the end of Brailing, too.
Oh, thank heaven. Henry, he got Zig right through the...
Oh, holy jumping catfish.
Henry, look at him. Look at Zig.
Nothing but a mass of coils and springs, just like Brailing, too.
Why, he's nothing but a marionette.
He's no different from... Walter, you know what this means?
It's incredible.
A marionette building other marionettes.
But someone must have built Mr. Zig originally.
Well, perhaps Mr. Zig turned on whoever built him the same way that Brailing, too, turned on you.
Well, at any rate, we'll never know.
I wonder how many of these things are walking around among us.
Oh, I shudder to think of it.
Some of our best friends might be... Come on, we got to get out of here.
But the police?
Don't be a fool. There's been no crime committed here. All the police will find is two oversized puppets with the springs coming out of them.
But they seem so lifelike.
They're only machinery. You've got to remember that.
Well, what'll I tell Gloria?
If I were you, Brailing, I wouldn't tell Gloria a thing. I'd simply pick up that other ticket to Rio and take her on a honeymoon.
What about you, Henry? What are you going to do?
Me? I'm going home and give Nettie a kiss that'll singe her hair. I'll even forgive her for taking that $10,000 out of the bank without telling me. You know, when I think of what might have happened if I'd gone through with this marionette thing, what makes a fella realize how lucky he is to be married to a decent woman. Let's go. Nettie! Where are you, sweetheart?
In here, darling.
I've missed you today. Come here.
Oh, Henry. Oh. Oh, you look tired, darling. Can I do something for you? Just tell me. I'm yours to command.
Ah, a man's a fool to jeopardize a nice home and a loving wife like you. You do love me, don't you, Nettie?
You know I do. Here, let me get your slippers on.
Ah, feels good to sit back on the sofa and relax. You don't know what a trying day I've had.
I can see you're all upset. It isn't anything I've done, is it, dearest?
Well, in a way, something you've done is connected with it.
What's that, darling?
The money.
Money?
I know you want to surprise me with the house, darling, but really you shouldn't have taken that money out of the bank without consulting me.
Henry, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Now, Nettie.
But I do.
Nettie.
Oh, you're so upset, darling. If it's anything important, let's talk about it later. Meanwhile, why don't you just put your head on my shoulder and rest?
I must admit that sounds enticing.
Here, let me make you comfortable. There. Now you just close your eyes. That's it.
Nettie.
Yes, darling.
You hear something?
No, darling.
You sure?
Like what?
Well, like the ticking of a clock.
No.
Well, strange, I don't hear it now, but when I had my ear against your chest... Oh, no. Oh, no.
What are you talking about,
No, I
darling?
won't believe it. You are my Nettie, aren't you? You're a real live flesh and blood... Oh, she couldn't have done that to me. Not Nettie. But I hear it. And it's coming from you. It's coming from you.
You have just heard another adventure into the unknown world of the future. The world of...
Dimension X.
Next week, Dimension X moves to a new day and time. It will originate in New York on Saturdays from 8 to 8:30 p.m., beginning September 8th. Consult your local newspaper for the exact day and time in your locality. And don't miss Mary Leinster's story of deep space, First Contact.
Dimension X is presented each week by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Street and Smith, publishers of the magazine Astounding Science Fiction. Today, Dimension X has presented Marionettes Incorporated. Written for radio by George Lefferts, from the story by Ray Bradbury. Featured in the cast were Kermit Murdoch as Henry, Martin Rudy as Brayling, and Ross Martin as Brayling, too. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Fred Collins speaking. Dimension X is produced by William Welch and directed by Fred Way.
Dragnet, the story of your police force, is next on NBC.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Dimension X. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into X-1, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for mind-bending tales that will transport you to distant galaxies and alternate realities.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. X minus 1. Tonight's story, The Parade, by George Lefferts.
You are Mr. Sid Ryan?
The same.
My name is Lucia. I am a Martian.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. What was that again?
A Martian.
A Martian, huh? As in Orson Welles?
Precisely.
I'm a Rotarian myself. Sit down.
Thank you.
And now that we've had our little joke, Mr. Lucia, what can Publicity Associates do for you?
It has been my observation that advertising and publicity are the very backbone of earthly civilization.
Spoken like a true Martian, Mr. Lucia. Now, if you'll tell me the name of the client.
The client, of course, will be the Martian.
You don't give up, do you?
Give up?
The gag, I mean. Oliver.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan?
This is Mr. Lucia.
How do you do,
Mr. Lucia claims to be a Martian. Take him outside, will you, Oliver? Get the name of the sanatorium he escaped from and tell them to bring the butterfly net.
Wait, sir. I'm happy to see, Mr. Ryan, that my telling you I'm a Martian has approximately the effect I supposed it would have. I believe we can do business. I have here the cash retainer of $5,000.
Sit down, Mr. Lucia. Oliver, get the client a cigar.
Yes, sir.
No, the other box.
Thank you, Mel.
Well, now, what can I do for you, sir?
I wish you to manage a publicity campaign. A very large A very important campaign.
Is the product established, or is it something brand new?
Oh, something quite new. Now, what would you judge to be the most effective type of campaign?
Well, if the client has a lot of dough to throw around, a suspense campaign is best. First, you place ads in the paper saying, watch this space. Then, about a week later, you run an ad saying XYZ or PDQ, and you get people guessing what it means. Then, finally, when you've teased them enough, you bust loose and unveil the product.
Excellent. Very well, sir. We shall conduct a suspense campaign.
Of course, in this kind of campaign, secrecy is very important. Once the name of the product leaks out, it spreads like wildfire, and the whole campaign is kerfloppo.
Yes, quite so. Utmost secrecy.
That's right. You realize, of course, these things cost like crazy.
Would, say, $1 million cover the expense?
Come again?
I said, would $1 million cover it?
Yes, I imagine. You did say $1 million.
I understood that you had handled some very large accounts. Of course, if this is too big...
Oh, not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, I seldom touch anything less. Right, Oliver?
Huh? Oh, of course. That's right, Mr. Ryan. Absolutely right.
Good. You will begin, then, by saturating the newspapers, the radio, streetcars, with a very simple statement.
What's that?
I shall write it for you.
The Martians are coming. Say, that's not a bad teaser. Got that, Oliver?
Yes, sir.
The next ad will read, June 1st is Martian Day.
June 1st is Martian Day.
What happens on June 1st?
The parade takes place.
What parade?
I wish you to arrange a parade up Fifth Avenue.
You mean like the Macy parade?
Exactly. Except that the theme will be the world of tomorrow. The Martian world. My client would like it to be a gay affair. Balloons, clowns, pennants, pretty drum majorettes.
Say, that sounds terrific. I might be able to interest the department stores in a tie-in.
Fine. The parade will climax the campaign. On June 1st, the product will be unveiled.
Good enough. By the way, Mr. Lucia, just what is the product? What are we selling?
Oh, no, Mr. Ryan. Secrecy, remember.
Oh, but after
all will be revealed to you in good time, Mr. Ryan. Moment, let us say we are selling a concept.
Concept?
Precisely. Concept of invasion from Mars.
Benny Marcus, please.
This is Benny.
Benny, this is Sid Ryan over at Publicity Associates. Listen, Benny, how you fixed for midgets?
I got midgets.
Fine. I need 40 midgets for a parade. 40. June 1st. And listen, Benny, I want them dressed in little spacesuits.
What?
You know, like men from Mars, okay?
Midgets.
And I want some movie extras, maybe 50 of them. Also rigged up like men from Mars. Make them look gruesome. Got that?
Gruesome.
Also, I need some horses with pretty girls on top of them. Maybe you can get that bunch from Maroney's Traveling Circus. The ones we booked for the Fireman's Parade in Albany last year.
Oh, try, Sid.
And never mind the expense. Just get me the talent, okay? I gotta hang up now. Call me back, Benny. How you doing, Oliver?
Oh, fine, Mr. Ryan, just fine. We got full-page ads in all the dailies and 10-second spot announcements on every local station, but it's costing a fortune.
The more it costs, the bigger our percentage. Spend like you are going to the electric chair, Oliver.
Yes, sir. How you making out on the parade?
If it comes off, it'll be the biggest thing since Barnum invented the midget. I've got Macy's, gimbals, and sacks to contribute floats. Everything is built around the Martian theme, see? Even the horses will have long feelers attached to them and funny-looking extra legs. It'll be sensational.
Oh, yeah, it sounds fine, only...
Only what?
Oh, Mr. Ryan, we don't even know what we're selling.
Oliver, my boy, do you think old Sid Ryan has been sitting here spending all this moolah and not putting two and two together?
You mean you know who Lushar represents?
Just by accident, understand? I have learned that Century Pictures is making a big new epic. A space opera entitled Invasion from Mars. Get it?
Oh, I begin to see.
Also, by mere coincidence, it happens to be the premiere sometime around June 1st. You follow me?
But, Mr. Ryan, Century has an exclusive contract with New Feature Syndicate for all their publicity.
Suppose Century Pictures doesn't like the way New Features is handling their stuff. They want to get out of the contract, but New Feature says no. So they have to get around the contract. A man named Lucia, client unknown, starts publicizing the Martian invasion. Need I go further?
Oh, I get it, Mr. Ryan. Gee, I suppose I should have thought of that.
No, Oliver, that's what I like about you. You're so innocent. Let me talk to Commissioner Patrick, please. Sid Ryan.
Hello?
Commish, Sid Ryan.
Oh, it's you. Well, what is it this time? If you want to drop a man off the Empire State Building into a teacup full of water, the answer is no. Also, we are not arresting any fan dancers.
You know I don't handle fan dances. I want a permit for a parade, June 1st, 5th Avenue. It's a Sunday. There's no traffic.
Oh, come now. Look, Ryan.
Macy's gets a permit. Gimbel's gets a permit. The American Legion gets a permit. The Sons of Erin march every time Morton Downey sings the Wearing of the Green. Don't give me a hard time, Patrick. This is too big. I have the Fifth Avenue Merchants Association behind me.
Okay, Ryan. Fill out the forms. I'll pass them along to the license commissioner.
That's my boy.
Oh, by the way, what's the occasion?
Oh, don't you read the papers, Patrick? June 1st is Martian Day.
Well, Mr. Ryan, how is the campaign going?
Like fire, Mr. Lucia, like fire. Everybody and his brother is going along with the gag. Yesterday, we distributed 50,000 Martian hats to school kids. I even arranged for Commissioner Patrick to accept a $50,000 check for the Policeman's Benevolent Fund from the man from Mars. I understand Century Pictures spent over $1 million making that space opera.
I beg pardon?
Oh, come, Mr. Lucia. Sid Ryan wasn't born yesterday, you know. I know who our client is, even if you don't admit it.
You do?
Always thinking that's me.
Well, as long as you know, let's keep it to ourselves, shall we, Mr. Ryan? As you once remarked, when these things leak out, it destroys the surprise and ruins the effectiveness of the campaign.
Speaking to you from our portable transmitter atop the reviewing stand for the much-heralded Martian Parade on Fifth Avenue. It's a beautiful sunlit day here in New York. Perfect day for a parade. And the streets are packed with thousands of spectators, all eager to find out what this is all about. There's an air of shrill expectancy.
Come on, over here!
Okay, tell them all right. I've just had word from Saul Brown up at Central Park Mall that the Martians have landed from big pink balloons. And while we're waiting here for the arrival of the parade, we brought some people up to our microphone to tell you their reactions to this spectacular affair. What's your name, madam?
Miss Ada Shackley.
A little louder, please.
Miss Ada Shackley.
And where are you from, Mrs. Shackley?
Columbus, Ohio.
I see. And I see you have your family with you. Two little curly-headed boys. Are you in New York for your vacation?
Yeah, we came for the Shriners Convention with their daddy.
Well, what do you think of Martian Day, Mrs. Shackley?
Well, it all seems very strange to me, but the boys have been pestering me to watch it, so we've been standing here for 2 hours. I can't make head or tail of it.
Well, neither can a lot of other people, Mrs. Shackley, but judging by the thousands here already, there's a lot of curiosity.
Curiosity killed a cat. Oh, say.
Let's hope not. Thank you, Mr. Shackley. And now Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The first units of the big Martian parade swinging down Fifth Avenue. With fanfare, colored streamers, music, confetti, floats, all the attractions of the Mardi Gras. Let's listen to the band for a minute. Here in the vanguard, the whole troop of little midgets in weird-looking pink and blue spacesuits, carrying Rube Goldberg weapons with signs painted on them. I can read one which says Atomic Blaster. Another has a placard reading, We're marching through Georgia. And here come the clowns, laughing and falling all over each other. They're giving free sugar candy to the kids along the way. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a happy, laughing crowd along Fifth Avenue today. A true reflection of a great sense of humor and good nature that makes America the place it is. Why, only... What's that? What's this? The crowd's murmuring now. They've fallen somewhat silent. There's something coming. I'll try to get it for you. What? Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Martian contingent. This is promised as the climax of the show. And now a great hush has fallen over the crowd. It's quite a sight to see these thousands of people standing here expectantly, hearing only the great regular sigh of their mass breathing. Now here they come, ladies and gentlemen. The Martians, marching in booted, helmeted ranks, row after row of them. This is an impressive sight, ladies and gentlemen. And a rather serious contrast to the rest of the joyous slapstick parade we've been witnessing up until now. There are perhaps, 200 tall, broad-chested men dressed in metallic gray spacesuits with thick glass visors drawn across their faces. Each one's holding an ominous-looking ray gun at the ready position. They're marching in absolute silence, keeping steps perfectly, as though some mute, unspoken command are marking time for them. Even the children are awed by the unexpected, warlike realism of the Martian Legion. And now the first ranks of the Martians move past us, down Fifth Avenue toward the reviewing stands at the square. No one moves. There. A woman, ladies and gentlemen, just dashed out into the street. For what reason, I don't know. She just slipped through the police cordon somehow. They're after her now. But she's already reached the ranks of the marchers, and she's trying to lift the visor of one of the Martian spacesuits. Wait. She's fallen. She screamed and then fell forward in a dead faint. The Martian column keeps right on coming. Unless they break ranks, they're going to trample her. No. The policemen have got her now. They're dragging her away, out of the way. Trying to revive her now. All sorts of rumors have begun filtering back through the crowd. Some are even whispering that the woman's dead. We don't know yet, but whatever's happened, the incident seems to have cast a slight shadow over the mood of the crowd. The carefree holiday air seems to have vanished. The crowd's stirring uneasily, a little disturbed at what we've just seen. Nothing to be alarmed at, however. It just seems a shame that anything like this should happen to spoil our enjoyment of the Martian parade.
Mr. Ryan, did you see that? A woman fainted. She ran out into the street to get a close look at the Martians, then she screamed and fainted dead away.
I'm well aware of that, Oliver, since I paid her $50 to do it.
What?
The dramatic moment, Oliver. The stock and trade of the good publicity, man. Relax.
Holy smokes, you sure think of everything.
For my share of this deal, roughly $100,000, I can afford to think of everything. Shut the window.
Oh, okay, but don't you want to see the finish?
We'll go down to the reviewing stand for the finish. Right now, I want to make a phone call. By the way, where's Lucia?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Well, close the window, Oliver.
Well, okay, Mr. Ryan.
Marcus Talent Agency.
Benny, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, say, listen, Sid, I was going to call you. I'm awful sorry about those Martians.
What do you mean, sorry? They're terrific.
Oh, don't joke, Sid. I mean it.
Oh, I mean it, too. They're great.
Are you in a bag?
Never felt better.
Mean it, don't you?
Of course I mean it. What is this?
There are Martians in the parade?
About 150.
Of course, I only ordered 50, but
Sid.
under the circumstance...
Sid.
What is it?
Sid, don't you know I couldn't get you a single movie extra? There's a studio strike in New York.
Huh? Wait a minute. Well, where'd these guys come from if you didn't hire them?
I don't know.
Hold on. Oliver,
Oh, yes, Mr. Ryan?
did you hire those Martians?
Well, no, sir. I didn't.
Benny, this is on the level, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Sid. I would...
Okay, Benny, I'll call you back.
What's the matter, Mr. Ryan?
Oh, no. Just don't know. Wonder if Lucia hired them. What's Century Pictures number?
Tremaine 4, 1000.
Tremaine 4, 1.
Century Picture, your old star.
Give me Marty Sanford, your publicity director.
One moment, please.
Sanford.
Marty, this is Sid Ryan.
Oh, hello, Sid. How's it
Fine. Listen, Marty, this is dead serious. On the level, get it?
What's wrong?
I've got to locate Lucia.
Lou who?
Lucia, come on now, Marty. This is life and death. The guy you sent over to hire me for the invasion picture.
I never heard of a guy named Lou Shaw. And, what invasion picture?
Invasion from Mars, the space opera.
Are you batty?
Marty.
The picture was shelved last month.
What?
Sure, back in the can. The big shots decided you can't sell a Martian invasion to the American public. It's too incredible, Sid. Who'd ever believe it could really happen? Of all the crazy...
Mother in heaven.
What is it, Mr. Ryan? You look terrible.
Too fantastic.
Mr. Ryan, is something wrong?
Open that window. I want another look at those Martians. Look at them. Oliver, you were in the Army. Could 150 movie extras learn to march like that in, say, 24 hours?
No. Not in 24 days, Mr. Ryan.
Not a second's hesitation. Not one other step. Look at the way they carry those ray guns at the ready. The only other time I've seen troops march like that was on film of the Nazi SS troops marching through the streets of Paris.
Mr. Ryan.
Oliver, get down there. Find that woman who painted. Her name's Gloria Montez. Get her up here and make it fast.
Yes, Mr. Ryan, I can't get much sense out of her.
Stay away from me.
Okay, Gloria. You can cut out the act and relax. It's me, Sid Ryan. Gloria, settle down. Baby, it's me, Sid.
It's awful. It's so big green eyes and those feelies like a catfish.
Baby, snap out of it. Listen, what happened down there? You ran out and screamed like I told you, but the fainting, that wasn't in the act.
Go away, please. Go away.
Just one question, baby. Inside that helmet, what did you see?
Anything out of her, Mr. Ryan, she needs a doctor.
Okay, Oliver. I've heard enough anyway. You take care of Gloria here. Get her a drink.
Where are you going?
To see the commissioner. You got to stop this parade before things begin to happen.
Okay, Ryan, what's the beef?
Listen, Patrick, I don't know what it is, see, but something's wrong. You've got to stop that parade.
I suppose you'd like the riot squad. That would get you a front-page spread on every paper in town. Now, look, Ryan, I've got no time for your cheap publicity gags. I'm a busy man.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you I don't know where those Martians came from, who they are, anything about them.
Oh, Ryan, I'm wise to your tricks. Now, if you let the sergeant show you out...
You won't do it, huh? An honest citizen appeals for protection and you refuse?
I most emphatically do. Now, beat it.
All right, Patrick. I'll go right to the mayor's office. I'll have you busted flatter than the fried egg.
Go ahead. I'm sure His Honor will be glad to toss you out on that phony nickel-plated skull of yours.
You heard me, Ryan. You can't see the mayor.
Adolf, please. This isn't a gag. I don't want publicity. All I want to do is maybe prevent something horrible from happening.
In case you don't know it, wise guy, something horrible's already happening. A couple of 100 little kids are in the hospital with tomaine poisoning from that phony Martian candy you passed out.
What?
Or didn't you know?
I didn't. We've got to stop that parade.
Sure, you'd like nothing better than to start a panic now. Maybe a few hundred people get trampled to death. Think of the newspaper space. That'd get you and your phony product.
I won't stand for this, Adolf. This may be a matter of life and death.
Get out of here quick. It'll be your death. Go on, beat it. Get out. You and your publicity stunts. Makes me sick to my stomach.
Oliver! Oliver! Oliver!
It is useless to scream at him, Mr. Ryan. Your friend is quite dead.
Lucia.
He wanted to run to the police with some story about a Martian invasion. I found it necessary to restrain him.
Restrain him, you stinking murderer!
Now, Mr. Ryan, collect yourself. After all our planning, it wouldn't do to have everything spoiled now, would it?
Lucia, I'll start talking and talk fast, because when you get through, I'm going to take you apart piece by piece. What's this all about?
Surely you know, Mr. Ryan. After all, you've been publicizing it for months. See, before colonizing your planet, the Martian government sent some of us as scouts in advance, disguised as Earthmen, of course, to study your habits, your weaknesses. We found that the people on Earth are predominantly conditioned by advertising and publicity. So we conceived the idea of treating our entire invasion as a vast publicity stunt. Clever, yes? After all, Mr. Ryan, who would suspect an invader who advertised his invasion in the newspaper, invited the public to his surprise attack, and spent millions publicizing his plans?
Holy jumping.
You've done very well, you see.
Then there was no product.
Ah, but there is a product. The product is death.
What are you trying, Lucia?
We Martians are a humane people, Mr. Ryan. We do not like to destroy thousands where a few hundred will suffice. In exactly 2 minutes, our troops will treat the world to a spectacle of death, which will bring the rest of your planet to its knees in horror. Nations will clamor to surrender.
Perhaps, Mr. Lucia, but not if I can help it.
No!
Yes, please.
Operator, this is Mr. Ryan. Get me the field telephone on the reviewing stand of the Martian Day Parade. Hurry.
Anyone in particular?
Just hurry.
Reviewing stand. Hello?
Get me Commissioner Patrick.
Hello?
Hello.
You have to talk louder.
I want Commissioner Patrick. Patrick!
Wait a minute. Things are quieting down. Hey, what was that you wanted?
This is Ryan. I have to talk to the commissioner. It's a matter of life and death.
Oh, you can't talk to him now. The Chief Martian is presenting the PBA check to him. The Martians are going to fire a salute.
Listen, you got to stop him.
What?
Stop him!
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I can't hear
You idiot! The worst is going. No, operator. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Tonight by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Parade. Written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Joseph Curtin as Ryan, Barry Kroger as Luchar, Alexander Scourby as Ron Heilman. Music by Albert Behrman. X-1 was produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Fred Collins speaking. X-1 is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, The Cave of the Night. The gripping story of the first man to pilot an Earth satellite beyond the reach of gravitational pull. And of what happened when a watching world learned that something had gone wrong. That he could never return. That he was doomed to die a lingering death in the arching blackness of the sky. The Cave of Night. Hear it next week at X-1.
Did you ever stop to realize that 4 American coins show us the importance of elections? The first one is the Washington Quarter. It was George Washington who reminded us that on the unity of our government depends our independence, our peace at home and abroad, our safety, prosperity, and our freedom. The second coin is the Jefferson nickel. It was Thomas Jefferson who said, No government can continue good but under the control of the people. The third coin is a penny bearing the likeness of Abraham Lincoln, who said, "Among free men, there can be no successful appeal from the ballot to the bullet." Finally, the Roosevelt dime reminds us of something Franklin D. Roosevelt once said. Every man and every woman in this nation, regardless of party, who have the right to register and to vote, and the opportunity to register and to vote, have also the sacred obligation to register and to vote. These 4 Americans, by recognizing the importance of elections, added another page to your political history.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of X-1. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Space Patrol, our next featured program. Brace yourselves for a combination of sci-fi and law enforcement.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have made another visit to the mysterious Planet X. They have just landed in a robot ship, hoping to thwart an attempt to obtain Space Patrol's secrets. As 2 men in work clothes approach the ship, Buzz and Happy wait, with ray guns drawn.
Keep behind the bulkhead until we find out whether they're friendly or not.
Yes, sir.
Quietly. They'll be out of hatch. Don't move, Happy.
Use your gas gun, Malengo. Commander, I can't see. Fell right into my trap, Corey. This is your last trip to Planet X.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Trap on Planet X.
Hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking. Say, how's your space talk these days? Are you talking like a real Space Patroller? Well, here's some space talk that'll make your friends sit right up and listen. Fire rockets. Now, fire rockets means to turn on the motor or get ready to go, as in, come on, gang, fire rockets. It's time to go. And here's another way of saying something in space talk. Blast off. Blast off means to take off or leave. You blast off for a game of ball. Blast off to meet a pal. Now, here's space talk you hear Space Patrollers use every morning. Get supercharged. Now, to get supercharged means to get some zip and wham so you can be a winner. And, gang, here's how you do it. Just have yourself a power breakfast with the super cereals, Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. Best tasting cereals from here to the moon. So, Space Patrollers, get supercharged. Fire rockets, blast off, and I mean to your grocers for Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And remember, inside every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Trap on Planet X. Commander Corey is facing the greatest problem of his career. His archenemy, Prince Baccarati, has established an empire on Planet X, a strange world, far beyond the solar system, where no planets were thought to exist. Fortified by almost impregnable detection and defense systems built by the evil scientific genius Dr. Malengro, Baccarati planned to launch an attack against the United Planets. Buzz and Happy dealt the prince a temporary setback, but the actual fate of Baccarati and Malengro still is in doubt. Buzz realizes the criminal leaders whom the self-styled prince assembled on Planet X
may continue Baccarati's plans for enslavement and conquest. Now, in his central office on Terra, Buzz reviews his strategy with Cadet Happy.
At this stage of the game, Happy, Baccarati's forces hold the trump cards. The Space Patrol couldn't get within 1 million DUs of Planet X without being discovered.
Well, with Baccarati himself out of the way, sir, maybe his men will give up this idea of conquering the United Planet.
Trouble is, we don't know for certain whether Baccarati is out of the way. All we know is that he turned his plastic gun on Malengro and himself and plunged down into the river at the base of his castle.
I don't see how they could help being drowned, even if the fall didn't hurt them.
Well, we don't know what effect that plastic gun has. It coats its victim with a shell of plastic. We saw that. But it makes the victim temporarily helpless. At the same time, it might protect him.
Yeah, that's right. Well, still, I'd hate to be in that fix. Floating down a river on Planet X, unable to swim. And remember those monsters we saw in the jungle. There's no telling what's in that river.
Even leaving Baccarati out of it, a full-scale attack on Planet X wouldn't be a wise solution. Baccarati has abducted hundreds of innocent people from the United Planets. He's forcing them to work for him. That's the chief reason we can't risk an all-out attack.
Well, how are we going to save them?
Well, that's problem number one. It's not a job for a space fleet. A few men infiltrating into Baccarati's stronghold is the only answer. Into the slave camps in the north, into the castle, into his plants.
That isn't going to be easy.
No. And once they're in, they'll be useless unless we can communicate with our forces on the outside.
Well, I'd like to take another crack at it, sir.
So would I. But it's something we can't rush into, Happy. One wrong move could cost the lives of innocent people. I want to have a talk with Lieutenant Simmons and then outline a plan of action.
Meanwhile, billions of miles away on Planet X, a strange creature stands on the bank of a river and peers intently at two figures stiffly floating downstream. The man on the riverbank is huge, nearly 7 feet tall, and his rugged frame is loosely draped with the skin of an animal. To this primitive native of Planet X, the figures in the water are objects of wonder. Slowly, his lips move in response to the thought that forms in his not-too-active brain.
Sky men. Sky men.
The next instant, the native plunges into the water. Skymen, the men who arrived many seasons ago in great monsters, men with powerful weapons, men who built huts of stone that towered into the mists. But why were these two Skymen floating down the river, so strangely stiff and still? The native swims toward them, then, one at a time, tows them to shallow water, and one under each powerful arm, he carries them up on the bank. The men seem coated with something shiny and hard and transparent. But as the native watches in surprise, the shiny covering cracks and falls away. The men move. The native steps back, half frightened, half curious. And one of the Skymen speaks.
Well, are you all right?
Yes, Your Highness. But I don't like the looks of that native.
Don't worry. I got my plastic gun ready. I can turn him into a 7-foot statue if he starts anything. But don't show any fear. Remember, we are superior beings.
Are you sure there's enough plastic left in the gun to cover a man of that size?
Keep quiet. Let me do the talking. You there. What's your name?
I, Goro.
We're in luck, Malengo. For a minute I was afraid he was one of those wild ones that our men had been taught to speak English. Goro, I'm the chief of the Skymen, Prince Baccarati.
Goro, kneel before your prince. He is your chief.
Chief.
All right, Goro. You may rise.
Skymen live in air and in water?
We are all powerful, Goro. The Skymen can do anything.
Skymen all powerful.
Send him away, Your Highness. Let's get back up the river to the castle. We may need him. We may run into some unfriendly natives, and Goro will contend him.
Yes, you're right, Your Highness.
Goro, you come with me. Your chief will give you fine clothes like these. You will eat the food of the Skymen. And Goro will become all-powerful like the Skymen.
Goro eat food of Skymen?
Of course. And everyone will say, there is Goro, honor guard of Prince Baccarati. Come, Goro. Lead the way to my castle.
I obey, Chief.
Come on, Malengo.
Your Highness, do you think Corey could get away from the castle?
I doubt it. When we get back, we'll put some pressure on the commander. He can tell us many things that will help further my plans for conquering the universe. The fool! The stupid fool!
What's the trouble, Your Highness?
Those guards, they let Corey and the cadet get away. What? Yes. They got back through the jungle to their ship and blasted off.
That means he'll be back with a fleet of ships.
Corey's too smart to hide us. He knows we could destroy every ship he sends against us.
But if he thinks we were drowned when we jumped into the river, won't he assume your empire will fall apart?
Now, Corey doesn't jump to conclusions. He'll try something, that's certain. Now, if we could only force his hand, get him back here, alone. Oh, by the way, Malengo, how's Dr. Rainey coming along with that brainograph?
I checked right after we got back to the castle, Your Highness. He hasn't quite finished it yet.
Well, can't you hurry him up?
He's resisting our persuasive methods. He keeps falling unconscious for pain.
Stubborn fool. Once we get that brainograph working, we can take all these captured scientists and technicians and find out exactly what the Space Patrol has to use against us. Every fact these men know will be revealed by the brainograph.
We can break Dr. Rainey down, but it will take a little more time.
How I'd like to use that brainograph on Corey. Then we know every weapon, every plan the United Planets could bring against us.
Yes, Your Highness. But Corey isn't here. He's probably back on Terra.
Well, we'll bring him here. I got just the plan. I'll need a special robot ship and your help, Malengo.
Back at Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, the Spaceophone monitoring section has picked up a strange message, repeated over and over. Within a few moments, the message is piped into Commander Corey's office as Buzz and Happy listen intently.
I warn you, the plan will be dangerous, but it is the only way to penetrate Prince Baccarati's defenses. This is the voice of Professor Ramey speaking from a continuous recording tape on board a Baccarati robot patrol ship. The message will be repeated in just a moment.
Smoking rockets, Baccarati captured Professor Ramey, too.
Outstanding brainograph expert.
Well, gee, if Baccarati gets the brainograph...
Well, at least I'm glad to hear the professor's alive. The report was that he crashed on Neptune.
That's the 9th top scientist
Attention,
Baccarati is...
Space Patrol
Hold
unit.
that, Happy. The message is...
The United Planets are in danger. This is Professor Bernard Ramey of the Space Patrol Electronics Bureau. I am held captive by Prince Baccarati on a planet far beyond the solar system. No ship can approach this planet without being detected by Baccarati's defense system.
You can say that again.
Only Baccarati's own ships can penetrate the electronic shield. I have succeeded in hiding the recording device in this ship, which is of Class G, Type R134. A ship of this type could get through the electronic field if it emits a steady signal on a frequency of 231.6 megacycles. I warn you, the plan will be dangerous.
Cut it off, Happy.
But it is the only way...
So that's the key to the shield. A signal at 231.6 megacycles.
I wonder what happens if you're off the beam a few cycles.
The ship is destroyed, probably. Well, it looks as though Professor Ramey has given us the chance we were waiting for. Yes, Happy. Call Space Patrol Operation. Order a Class G, Type R134 robot spaceship with auxiliary controls. We're blasting off the planet. I've picked up a robot ship on the viewscope, Your Highness.
Is it one of ours?
It looks like it. But all of ours are accounted for.
Well, but then Corey fell for it. He thought that was Professor Ramey's voice.
The brainograph should be ready in a few hours, Your Highness.
Oh, Ramey finally cracked, eh?
No, but our engineers figure they'll be able to complete the brainograph now with no further help from the professor.
Excellent. Now, Malengo, we'll just wait patiently until Corey enters our...
Well, I guess we've fooled Baccarati so far, Commander. At least he hasn't hurled any meteors at our robot.
Well, we're safe from meteors now, Happy. We're too close to the planet.
There's Baccarati's castle in the viewscope, Commander.
All right, Happy. Cut on the special frequency.
Yes, sir.
Make sure it's exactly 231.6 megacycles.
Oh, I have it tuned in exactly, sir. That's it, sir.
In a few seconds, we'll know whether it gets us through the electronic shield.
It worked, sir.
Keep away from the viewports, Happy. We're coming in for a landing. Now we'll wait here in the ship till it gets dark. And we'll make an attempt to get inside the castle.
I suppose someone comes out to inspect the ship.
Yeah. 2 men are coming toward the ship now.
Yeah. In work clothes.
Whether friendly or not, it's a break. You can borrow their clothes. Keep behind the bulkhead until they're well inside the ship. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, please.
You do that, Don Malengo. Quickly. It's Baccarati.
Let him have it.
I can't see. Can't either. Don't get to that, Malengo.
Got him, Your Highness.
I'll take that ray gun, Corey. You might as well stop struggling, Corey. That toxic gas made you as weak as a kitten.
Where is Professor Ramey?
Oh, don't try to talk, Commander. Unless you're wearing gas masks. Like Dr. Malengo and myself, you'll only suffer all the more from the toxic gas.
For your information, Commander, that wasn't Professor Ramey's voice you heard. It was mine. A good impersonation, don't you think?
That's right, Corey. The professor was busy completing a brain of that. And we are going to use it on you to find out all the Space Patrol secrets.
After you recover from the toxic gas, of course.
You can recuperate in the dungeon, Corey. And just wait till you see your guard. He's a nice little fellow named Goro. You'll be safe with Goro. Very safe.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, what kind of fuel are you filling up with at breakfast? Ordinary fuel? Well, I hope not. Because, remember, in the morning you haven't had anything to eat for hours. That means your fuel tank needs super fuel, like Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the super cereals. A good Chex breakfast, and boy, you're supercharged. You feel like a million, rugged as Buzz Corey himself. Your motor kicks over, your rockets start roaring, your atomolites start blinking, and man, that's it. You take off, and I mean you take off like nobody's business. And say, gang, with Chex, you've got a couple of cereals that taste terrific, and both have that modern bite-sized design for eating that's easy and fun. That's Chex for you, easy eating, good eating. So remember, gang, when you pull up to your breakfast table, it's just like pulling up to a filling station. You're there for fuel, super fuel. So tomorrow morning, say to your mom, fill her up, Mom, Chex. Yes, get 'em today, gang. Chex, rice or wheat. And remember, inside of every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Trap on Planet X. Simulating the voice of the captured scientist, Prince Baccarati's henchman, Dr. Malengro, has tricked Commander Corey and Cadet Happy into returning to Planet X. The Space Patrolmen passed safely through the deadly electronic shield over the castle by means of a secret frequency on their robot spaceship transmitter. But after landing, Buzz and Happy were captured by Baccarati and Malengro. Right now, they're locked in a cell in the castle dungeon with a huge native Goro standing guard outside.
Doesn't look very bright. I always tell by appearance. I wonder if he realizes that Baccarati is making slaves out of some of the other natives, his own people. Good point. Let's see, what's his name? Goro, huh? Yes, sir.
Goro. Goro, I'd like to talk to you a minute.
What you want?
I'm your friend. Would I help you, Goro?
I man chief friend. You not friend.
Skyman Chief? Baccarati.
Goro, listen. This fellow you call Skyman Chief is Prince Baccarati. He's making slaves of your people. He makes them work underground in the mines. You understand?
I man chief give Goro food. He friend, you bad Goro no.
Goro, if you'll help us out of here, we'll see that you get better food than Baccarati ever gave you.
I man chief all powerful. You not powerful. How can you give food?
There's no food, Happy. You just can't think of it. Ahead to the next meal.
Speaking of food, I wish Baccarati would show up with some chow. Hey, I just remembered. Yeah, I put it here in my jacket pocket.
What?
Some space rations. Yeah, I've got a bar of Ration G here. Baccarati missed it when he frisked me.
Take off a small piece of it, Happy.
Yes, sir. Here.
Here you are, Goro. Taste it.
That's not food. Goro man, not small bird.
Go on, reach your hand to the bars. Just try it.
Goro, try.
Oh, look at the size of that hand. It'll barely go through the bars.
Good. Good.
Like it, Goro?
Goro want more.
Commander, look out. He's trying to grab you.
More food. More food.
Hold on, Goro. Take it easy. Open the door and let us out. You can have the whole bar.
More food.
You understand? Open the door.
More.
Goro, wait a minute. Be quiet.
He really goes for it, but he's so excited he's nearly out of his mind.
Doesn't know how to open the door, Happy. Not with the regular controls, anyway. Put the ration bar on the floor near the back of the cell, but where Goro can see it. Now come over here by the door.
More!
Dora, hold it. Listen to me.
More food!
Now, there's your food back there. We want you to have it. Just open the door. Pull on the bars. Bend the bars. Put your hands on them and pull. Harder, Goro. That's it. Oh, he's bending them. You're getting it, Goro. There goes the door. And here comes Goro. Come on, Hap, let's go.
Goro life is better than Skyman cheating. Oh, Skyman, Goro.
Now, this part is happy for the stories. Listen. I only find Dr. Roddy before a guard finds her. How many more flights is it to the towers, huh? Stick into that doorway, quickly. Put your hand over his mouth, Happy. Yeah. Now let's get him in here. I've got his gun, Happy. Let go of him. Yes, sir. Corey, how did you get out of that cell? Never mind the lady. Where's Dr. Roddy? Come on, where is he? He's up in the tower. Alone? Tell me the truth, Malengo. He's with some engineers. How about Professor Raymond? Where's he got him? Down at the end of the hall, locked in another room. All right, get to him. Lead the way and don't try anything. This is it. Unlock the door. Shut the door, Happy, and keep Malengo covered. Yes, sir. Professor Rainey. Malengo, what have you done to him?
Dr. Riley was a little rough with him. He wrecked the brain again. Months of work ruined him.
The professor's coming too, sir. Professor? Hey, Commander, Malengo's getting away. Get him, Happy. Yes, sir. Well, that takes care of him. Good. Now, Professor Rainey.
Won't do you any good, Dr. Riley.
Commander Corey.
Yes.
Dr. Potty's been forcing me to build a brainograph. When I heard he took you into coming here, I left.
Yes, I know. Professor, we haven't much time. We've got to get out of here. Can you walk?
I think so.
Dr. Roddy gave you quite a beating. Do you know of any places where we could get a ship?
Roddy's spaceship factory. That's too far away. Besides, it has an electronic shield around it, too.
Well, at least once we get out of the castle.
Wait a minute. There's a robot testing field on the other side of the valley.
Does it have an electronic shield over it?
Not ordinarily. One can be set up if strange ships are sighted in the region of the planet. Ordinarily, it's kept open for tests.
Can you show us how to get out of the castle?
The gates have electronic locks. Only Baccarotti's men have keys.
Malengo must have one. Search him, Happy. Yes, sir. Professor, how far is it across the valley to the testing field?
I don't know exactly. Around 5 miles, I think.
Do you feel strong enough to make it?
Malengo's key, sir. I think I can make it, Commander.
Then come on. We'll tie Malengo up and gag him so he can't come through inside.
What happened to you? Where's the professor? Oh, some minute. Hold still till I get the deck out of your mat and untie you.
Corey did it. He caught me in the hall.
Hurry! How do you think you're out of the dungeon? Never mind, where's Professor Rainey?
The cadet knocked me out. When I came to, I was tied up. He's escaped, Joe.
I can see that. We'll have the castle searched from tower to the dungeon. We'll send guards outside the castle. You and I will lead the search from the air. Come on, man.
The test port is right up ahead, sir. I can see a ship through the trees. Hold it, Happy. Don't let anyone see it. We're almost there, Professor.
Got to stop a moment.
That's all right. Get your breath. We may have to make a rush for a ship.
I see the one at this side of the field, Commander. There's some men working on a ship about 300 yards down to the right there.
Well, we can't afford to make a mistake now.
Commander, those aren't all robot patrol ships. Some of them are battle cruisers.
You're right, Happy.
These are what Baccarotti is turning out at his factory several hundred miles from here. They must have been brought here for a test.
Oh, they're as big as our space patrol battle cruisers.
From their looks, we could make a good account of themselves.
They've all got the black falcon painted on them. Baccarotti's insignia.
So they're here for a test, huh? All right, let's test one. Ready, Professor Rainey? Yes, Commander. Let's make a rush for the nearest one. Come on.
The velocity down, Malenko. Remember, this is a spaceship, and Corey is on foot.
I'm trying to cover as much ground as possible, Your Highness. If we circle the castle several times, we can pick them up in the ground skin.
Well, where could they have gone? They're not in the castle. No one saw them go through the gate.
Look, over there at the test.
I see it. It's one of my new battle cruisers taking off.
Why, Your Highness? They just arrived today from your plant to the north. Weren't your orders to the effect that they were to be grounded until you inspect them tomorrow?
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Well, wait till we locate Corey. Then I'll find out who that upstart pilot is. Ah, look at my ship, Malenko. 2 complete squadrons lined up.
They are quite beautiful, Your Highness.
Yes. After months of planning, they're almost ready. Ready to make a surprise attack on the space patrol. If the test is successful tomorrow, I'll give the command to Wi-Fi Jupiter.
Look at that ship circling back over the field.
With the big Jupiter base out of the battle, I can conquer the outer planets. What's happening over there?
Explosion at the test port. One of your ships blew up on the ground.
My ship! Malenko, what's happening? That pilot, this crazy pilot, he's chasing my ship to the space cannon. He's Corey! Malenko is Corey in that ship. Get him! After him! That's the command!
Your Highness, the scouts are unarmed.
My feet! Look at my feet! Destroy! Throw the tower! Reach the electronic shield! Throw the tower! And the necklace! This for the tower!
Well, I think that does it, sir. Everything in the test field, at any rate. That's what the infrared viewscope shows.
Take Baccarati months to build another.
Happy, keep at low altitude till we get to the opposite side of Planet X, then blast off into space. And that way we can dodge any of Baccarati's defense rays.
Yes, sir. You've given Prince Baccarati a severe setback, Commander.
Yeah.
And with one of his own ships.
A setback isn't enough, gentlemen. As long as Planet X is a menace to freedom-loving people anywhere in the universe, then Prince Baccarati can count on needing me again. A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. Gang, this is Captain Dick Tufeld of an aqua jet boat race on Mars. My favorite's the Shooting Star. But hey, it doesn't have a chance. The driver is filling up the tank with ordinary fuel. You see what I mean? No zip, no zoom, no zing. Hey, but wait. Now the driver's putting in some super fuel. Wow, look at the Shooting Star go. It's bound to be a winner now because she's supercharged. Supercharged with super fuel. Now, you want to be a winner too, don't you, gang? Then remember, ordinary fuel, ordinary start. Super fuel, super start. So don't wait. Get supercharged. And I mean get supercharged the way Buzz Corey does. Eat a power breakfast with Rice Chex. Flavor, man, and bite size. Crisp, triple toasted shredded rice biscuits. That's Rice Chex. And inside every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to make their way through a strange valley filled with weird and poisonous plants. Suddenly, Happy trips and falls.
Commander, something's got my foot. It's the vines. They're growing tight like ropes.
Winding around me, too.
I can't get them untangled.
Maybe we can cut them loose.
Yeah. Hey, it's grabbed my arm. I can't move. And the leaves have got suckers on them.
Hap, we've got to get loose. These vines are man-eaters. Be sure to join us again next week for the thrilling story, The Valley of Dread, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Cleveland, Ohio, and Rochester, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery.
Other players were Bela Kovac, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Rolston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friend. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum, welcoming you to another half hour of mystery and terror, guaranteed to take 10 years off your life. Don't just stand there. Come on in. We've been fixing up the place, making it more homey. Yes, you see that beam over there with the rope hanging down? You just stand on the table, put your head through the noose, and, that's right. It's for the convenience of anyone who feels like hanging around after the broadcast.
I wish you wouldn't say things like that.
Oh, you're right, Mary. I'm a bad host. Here, I invite everybody to hang around, and there's only one rope. I guess we'll have to hang together instead of hanging separately.
Now, please.
Unless, of course, we want to hang ourselves with a black ribbon that comes with that Lipton sterling silver medallion. We've got plenty of them, haven't we, Mary?
Well, I don't know. Thousands of women are writing in every day for that special sterling silver medallion. So I'd advise all of you ladies who want to own one to send in for it tonight. Yes, they're going mighty fast, because this medallion is made of solid sterling silver, and it's decorated with the Chinese symbol for good luck. The medallion is just the right size, too, about 1 inch in diameter. You can wear it as a necklace or a choker, because it's hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon, or if you wish, you can simply add it to your charm bracelet. And here's how you get this handsome medallion. Listen. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Liptons, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
All right, Mary. I write down the address on the cuff of my shroud. And now, friends, tell me, do you like holidays? Well, you won't after you hear tonight's story. It's called Dead Man's Holiday. And it's an original radio play by that cryptic mystic, Robert Sloane. Yes, and our star tonight is Myron McCormick, who plays the role of Eric. Not far from the waterfront, in a gloomy shack where death hovers near, a man stirs uneasily on a blood-stained cot. As he struggles for the last breaths of life, his tortured mind forces words to his lips.
They don't have to tell me. I know I can't live more than a little while longer. And I don't want to live. I want this nightmare to end. As it should have ended. Long before that day I was hurt on the train. I remember it so clearly. Sitting in a coach, looking out the window, and then suddenly the train shuddered to a violent stop. The jaw lifted me clear out of my seat and threw me against the glass window, which broke as I hit it. For a moment, I was stunned. But in the back of my mind, I could hear the conductor quieting the passage.
It's all right. Please, it's all right, I tell you. Nothing serious has happened. We struck an empty car on the grade crossing. The engineer had a jam on the brakes. Is there anybody hurt? Anybody need a doctor around here? Are you
The
all right?
conductor was coming down the aisle, questioning passengers, looking them over. My head was clear now. And immediately I thought of my wife, in the seat next to mine. I turned to see if she'd been injured. But there, in the seat which she had occupied, was a man I'd never seen before. He spoke to me.
You all right?
Oh, yes, I was shaken up a bit, but I'm all right now.
You've got a nasty cut on your lip.
All right. I guess it was the glass. Will you excuse me, please?
What's the matter?
My wife. I'm looking for my wife. She was sitting right next to me. Eleanor? Eleanor, where are you?
What's wrong, sir?
My wife. She's gone, conductor. She's gone.
All right, no. Don't get excited.
She was sitting right next to me, right where this man is sitting now.
You must be mistaken.
What?
There wasn't any woman sitting next to you.
What are you trying to tell me? My wife was sitting in that seat.
All right, sir. If she's on the train, we'll find her. In the meantime, you'd better come with me and have that lip of yours attended.
Not until I find out what's happened.
Nothing's happened, mister. You're just a little dazed, that's all. Your wife isn't on this train.
That's a lie.
Why would I want to lie to you?
I don't know what your reason is, but you're trying to hide something from me.
I'm willing to swear you boarded this train alone.
How do you know that?
Because I've been sitting next to you ever since you got on.
I was taken to a hospital and given an anesthetic. When I came to, a doctor was standing over me. He said I was well enough to get dressed and leave, but when I mentioned the disappearance of my wife, he acted strange.
You've had a severe shock, Mr. Keating, and sometimes an accident like this has a way of playing tricks on the mind.
You don't believe that my wife was on that train?
I don't see how she could have been. Any number of the passengers were questioned. They all told the same story. You got on the train alone.
So you're in on it, too.
I beg your pardon?
You and the railroad and the man who was sitting next to me, you're all in on it. What are you trying to do to me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? Are you sure this isn't some kind of a plot to try and drive me out of my mind?
I think you need a rest, Mr. Keating. Just look at yourself in the mirror there. You see how drawn you are?
I'm all right. Good heavens. Doctor.
What's the matter?
My face. What have you done to me? What's happened to my face?
Why, nothing. I had to put a few stitches in your lip,
It's not my lip. It's my whole face. Why, you've done something to it. It's different.
Mr. Keating.
It is, I tell you. You've changed my face. The next morning, I went straight to my house on Pine Street. I had no key, so I rang the bell, hoping against hope my wife would be there to answer it. But when the door opened, I was face to face with a gaunt, middle-aged woman I'd never seen before.
Yes?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon.
Come on, answer me. Who are you?
Well, I'm the housekeeper.
Don't lie to me. We don't have a housekeeper. What are you doing here?
I don't see why I should answer your question.
You'd better answer them. I'm Mr. Keating.
Who?
Mr. Keating, I live here. Where's Mrs. Keating? What have you done with her?
You must have the wrong address.
What do you mean?
Nobody by the name of Keating lives here.
What?
I work for Mr. and Mrs. Drury. Don't you see the nameplate on the door?
Yes, I see it. When did you put it there? Last night?
You got the wrong address, mister.
Oh, I have I? You see that picture over there? The one on the hall table?
Yes?
That's a picture of my wife.
I beg your pardon, sir, but that's a picture of Mrs. Drury.
Drury. I didn't know anybody by the name of Drury. I couldn't imagine why he or anybody else would go to so much trouble to keep me from my wife. I walked down to the corner drugstore to phone the police. But just as I got there, a car drove up and stopped. In it was the man who sat next to me on the train. I hurried over to speak to him. You remember me?
Why, yes, of course. Did you find your wife?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Can I be of any assistance to you? I work for the railroad, you know.
Yes, I had a feeling you did. What's your name?
Drury.
Drury? You live in the white house around the corner? The one on Pine Street?
That's right. How did you know?
I was just over there. I thought it belonged to a man named Keating.
Well, it did originally. You knew him?
Knew him?
Yes.
Why do you speak in the past tense? You sound as if the man were dead.
Well, didn't you know? He is dead.
You can't imagine what it was like to have him tell me that Eric Keating was dead. I was Eric Keating. I hurried away from him, kept walking toward the center of town. But it wasn't long before I realized that I was being followed by a man in a gray hat. I waited until he caught up with me. Then, as he started to pass, I stopped him purposely to get a good look at his face. Excuse me.
Yes?
Can I trouble you for a match?
Certainly.
Thanks.
Wait
a minute. Why are you following me?
Who says I am?
It's pretty obvious. Now, you'd better tell me what your game is, or I'll call a cop.
That wouldn't do much good, mister. I'm on the force.
What?
Plainclothesman. Connors is the name.
Why? I don't understand. Why are you watching me?
That's my business, watching people. Your face looked kind of familiar to me. What's your name?
Eric Keating.
Try again, mister. You better tell me the truth this time.
I am telling you the truth. Why don't you believe me?
Because I happen to know where Eric Keating is right now. I saw his grave just the other day.
His grave?
Yes. He's buried in the same cemetery as my sister. Been buried for 6 years.
I had a feeling that Connors was lying. When he let me go a moment later, without proving my identity, I could have sworn he wasn't a detective. But I had to make sure. I had to catch him in a lie. I took a bus out to the cemetery. It was dark by the time I got there. But I had a flashlight, and with it, I saw the very thing I hoped I wouldn't find. A tombstone with my name on it. The shock was like a blinding light in the darkness, and for a moment I lost my senses. Insanely, I dug into the earth with a piece of sharp stone, determined to see the empty coffin or the bones of the man who had been buried in my place.
What you doing, mister?
Connors.
You better come with me, mister.
Why? What's wrong? What have I done?
Killed a man, maybe?
What?
Here. Look at this police circular.
Wanted. For murder.
That's right. The picture underneath those words is yours or your twin brother's.
No, I'm not this man. I may look like his picture, but I'm not the man.
Your fingerprints will settle that. We've got his on the circular. Now we've got to get yours. Any objections?
Yeah.
I won't go with you.
Don't you hold it! Don't you!
Now, there's a case of being wanted for murder, dead or alive. And this guy Keating seems to fit both conditions very well. I'd hate to see him get killed, though. It'd be like killing two birds with one stone.
I'm really sorry for that poor man. He's so confused.
I should say so, Mary. Imagine digging up a grave and finding yourself in it. Hmm? Well, that proves that a man can be two places at the same time.
Nonsense. That's impossible. But you know, as far as killing two birds with one stone is concerned, that's easy. Any lady can do that just by sending in for the Lipton sterling silver medallion.
What?
Yes. You see, this sterling silver medallion is not only lovely, but it's a very useful piece of jewelry as well. It's just the thing to brighten up a simple silk dress or a dressy suit. And it can be worn as a necklace or a choker, or simply by removing the narrow black rayon satin ribbon on which it's hung, you can add it to your charm bracelet. And the medallion makes such a smart appearance. It's made of real sterling silver, and it's decorated with the Chinese characters that stand for good luck. So you might say the medallion is a Chinese good luck charm. And best of all, ladies, the Lipton people are making it easy for you to own one of these handsome medallions. All you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Liptons, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
Well, Mary, if the medallion really brings good luck, I hope our friend Eric Keating sends for one, because he's going to need it. When we left him, he was telling us how a detective named Connors was about to arrest him for murder. Eric resisted, and they struggled at the cemetery. Connors fired a shot.
A bullet went through my left arm before I could reach Connors with the stone I had in my hand. I pounded it against his temple, and he dropped to the ground, unconscious. Then I ran as fast as I could, holding one arm with the other, losing blood all the time. Somehow, I got away. I was exhausted by the time I staggered into the doctor's.
Well, I guess you'll be all right now, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Doctor.
Tell me, how did you happen to get this wound?
I was carrying a jar, and I fell.
You'd better not lie to me, Mr. Keating. The bullet was still in your arm. Who shot you?
I don't know his name.
Well, it would help a great deal if you did. I have to report this, you know. So you'd better tell me the truth.
I will in a moment, Doctor, but first I'd like to ask you a favor.
What is it?
Do you know anything about fingerprints?
No, not a great deal.
Well, you must know something. Here, take a look at the ones on this circular.
Hmm? Why is the circular torn in half?
Never mind about that. Just look at the fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look at the ones on my hand.
Yeah?
Would you say they belong to the same man?
Unquestionably. Of course, I'm not an expert.
No, neither am I. But I can see that those are my fingerprints, all right. Somebody's done a perfect job of framing me. Either that, or I'm a murderer.
Mr. Keating, suppose I just report my work to the police and let it go at that.
I can't let it go at that. Don't you understand? I've been framed every possible way. And if I let it go, I'll be sent to the chair.
No, not if you're innocent.
I can't take the chance.
Well, I'm very much afraid you'll have to.
I reached for the paperweight on his desk. I crept a little closer. And then...
Keating, put that down!
You fool! I struck him hard on the side of the head. His body dropped to the floor, and I bent over him. My heart was pounding against my chest. Something in the back of my mind kept driving me on. A voice kept saying, "Kill him! You're a murderer! Kill him!" I don't know why, but I struck him again. And again. And again. Until his lifeless body choked out its last breath. And then I knew I was a murderer. I hurried away in the darkness, took a bus to a neighboring town. I hired a room in a boarding house. I stayed there 3 days, hiding, not going out on the street. Then, on the 4th day, the landlady paid me a visit.
You'll have to get out of here. I can't take a chance of having you around anymore, killing that doctor. Weren't you in enough trouble already?
Shut up. I gotta think.
Gotta get out of here. They'll be searching this place before you know it.
Why?
Because you were here before. I never should have let you come back.
Come back?
Now get your coat and beat it.
Where'll I go?
Take it easy. I never let anybody down yet. Here, this is the address of a shack I own over near the waterfront. You can hide out there for a while.
Any food in that shack?
Never mind about that. I'll get in touch with Ruth and tell her where you are.
Ruth?
Yes, go on now. Get out of here before it's too late.
I waited in the shack for 2 days before this girl, Ruth, showed up. When she did get there, the first thing she said was...
Gosh, you look terrible.
Yeah, I know. I've been through a lot.
Well, start working on these groceries. You must be starved.
Yeah, thanks, I am.
I never thought I'd see you again.
Huh?
Why'd you do it?
I couldn't help myself. He was going to turn me over to the police.
I don't mean the doctor. I mean Richie.
Who?
Richie? What are you looking at me like that for?
I'm just trying to think.
You should have done some thinking before you buried his body where you did. They found it the next day.
Stop it, will you? I'm going out of my mind.
What's the matter?
Richie, Ruth, Drury, the landlady. When is it going to stop?
Hey, take it easy.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here right now.
Don't be crazy. You'll get
I
caught.
don't care. Have you got a car?
Yeah, but...
Come on.
Let go of me. Let go. You hurt me.
Come on.
Where? Where do you want to go?
Back to my house. I've got to find my wife. In the dark, we drove to my house on Pine Street. Ruth waited for me in the car as I sneaked into the garage and came up through the cellar entrance. The house was dark, except for a light in the study. My wife was sitting there, alone, reading a book. I tried not to frighten her. Eleanor? Eleanor?
That you, George?
No, dear. It's Eric.
Oh, good heavens. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't you recognize me, Eleanor?
No. No, get out of this house. Get out before I scream.
Darling, I've got to make you understand. I'm your husband, Eric.
You're insane. Eric is dead.
No. You mustn't believe what they've been telling you. It's all part of a scheme I can't understand, but they're against us, Eleanor. They're trying to keep us apart.
Eric is dead.
Don't say that,
He
darling.
died 6 years ago.
And you're in on it, too. You want it this way.
What do you mean?
You and Drury want to be together. That's why you framed me.
George Drury is my husband.
Is he?
Yes, we've been married for 3 years.
You can't get away with this, Eleanor. I won't let you have it. I tied her to a chair and gagged her so that she couldn't scream or call the police. Then I left the house and got back into the car with Ruth. We waited there about 10 minutes. And then I saw the man I'd been waiting for. George Drury. He was walking down the far side of the street on the sidewalk. And I knew he'd have to cross over to get to the house. So I started the car.
What are you doing?
Getting ready. He's got to cross the street. He's got to.
What are you going to do?
Run him over.
No.
Let go of me, you fool. I'm crossing now.
No.
Shut up.
No. I killed you in cold blood. Where are you going?
To pick up the body. Stay where you are. I'll be back in a second. The three of us had a long ride that night. Ruth, George Drury's body, and myself. Automatically, I seemed to know where I was heading. Even though I had no destination in my mind. I made one turn after another, unconsciously almost, until at last I came to a dark stretch of road along a railroad track. I stopped the car and got out.
What do you think you're doing?
Don't ask any questions. I'm burying the body here.
Are you crazy?
Why?
Don't this place look familiar to you?
Huh? Yes, I think it does. Can't remember why.
You lost your mind completely.
Will you stop talking like that and tell me what's wrong with this place? Why can't I bury the body here?
Because it's the same place you buried Richie.
Richie. Who is Richie? Why am I wanted for his murder?
You're wanted because you killed him in cold blood just the way you killed Drury. Only Richie was your partner. You pulled all your jobs together.
It couldn't have been me, Ruth. Not me. I didn't know Richie. I'm Eric Keating.
Is that your real name? You never told me the real one.
All right, but What's that?
Sounds like... Yeah, it's the police.
Quick, we've got to get out of here. We left Drury's body near the railroad track and drove back to the hideout on the waterfront, where Ruth had met me earlier in the evening. There, I began to sew the threads of a horrible story which had been my life for the past 6 years.
The first time I saw you was about 5 years ago.
And I looked as I look now.
Yeah, more or less. You just had a plastic surgery job done. You told me it was because your face was burned, only I didn't believe you.
Yes, that was true. My face was burned, badly.
How?
Yes, I'm beginning to remember. A railroad accident just about 6 years ago. The car I was in caught fire. I struck my head trying to climb out of a window.
You mean you lost your memory from that blow?
I must have. I must have wandered away from the scene of the wreck, not knowing who I was.
And you began a new life with people like Richie, huh?
Yes. I began to steal.
But your wife and the railroad company give you up as dead.
I can understand that. There were charred bodies in that wreck, charred beyond recognition. When I didn't show up, they must have listed me as one of them and buried another man's remains in my place. I wish it had been me.
Oh, Eric, that's awful. All the while you were suffering from amnesia, your wife thought you were dead.
I didn't believe her when she said she'd married this fellow Drury.
Oh.
Funny how I sat next to him on the train that day. The jolt sent my mind back 6 years. And I thought I was Eric Keating, coming home from a trip with my wife. Who's there?
Come out with your hands up, Keating.
It's the police.
They got this place surrounded.
You better do what he says, Eric.
What for? Why prolong the agony any more than I have to?
Eric,
don't call me Eric. Eric Keating is dead. Now let this other man die the way he should have died.
Eric, don't be a fool. You can't get out that window. The cops got it covered.
I know it, Ruth. I know it. It's all right. I wanted it just this way.
Well, they finally got him. And this time they'll give him a grave he can call his own. I just hope he stays put this time instead of wandering as a ghost. A guy like that might not remember where he was buried.
I'm glad he's finally at rest now.
Oh, don't be so sure, Mary. That guy needs a tag on him. Maybe you ought to send him one of those sterling silver medallions. Yes, and we'll get all his aliases engraved on it, too, so the other ghosts will know who he is.
Don't be silly. There aren't any ghosts. And besides, that sterling silver medallion has just one purpose. It's simply a lovely piece of jewelry that the ladies will enjoy wearing. And ladies, to get the medallion, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92, New York City.
Well, it's time now to button up my shroud and start combing the catacomb. If you insist on a moral for tonight's story, try this. The evil that men do doesn't always live after them. Sometimes it catches up with them. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Lay That Pistol Down by Richard Powell. And oh, yes, next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is a real chiller-diller. It's about a man who owes a debt to society, and he tries to pay it in blood, only to discover that in so doing he has to pay a stiff price. Well, now it's time to close the squeaking door. So, good night. pleasant dream.
Folks, here's a modern food with an old-fashioned, homemade flavor. It's Lipton's noodle soup. And now, especially when the weather's so warm, try serving Lipton's as the one hot dish in a cold meal. Your family will love Lipton's famous chickeny taste. Yes, it tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you make right in your own kitchen. And Lipton's has got the same good herbs and flavorings, too. The same tender golden egg noodles. But listen, Lipton's noodle soup mix comes in an envelope, and it only takes a few minutes to prepare. Of course, sometimes it's hard to get in some stores these days, but there's lots of good things scarce in wartime. So remember to ask for Lipton's noodle soup. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Inner Sanctum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as you escape our next featured program. This exciting thriller will keep you on the edge of your seat as you experience captivating moments of action, suspense, mystery, and science fiction.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Worried about income tax? Wonder if spring will ever come? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape. You were alone in your book-lined study, listening to the idiot gibberings of a parrot, and beside you, caressing you, is an invisible thing, a loathsome thing from which you must escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully contrived to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the West End of London, to a little house just off Hyde Park, where lived a man who didn't like people. Tonight we escape in the remarkable tale of Robert Hitchens, how love came to Professor Gildia.
It has been said that no night ever passes over London town that sees not some strange and curious event, some occurrence too incredible to bear repeating in the light of day. How horribly true are those words. It's been over a year now since the night I first met the amazing Professor Gildia. I had delivered a sermon at the rectory of St. Swithin in the East End and was passing through the foyer in departure when I was accosted brusquely by an odd little man, remarkably sharp-featured, his face adorned by a pointed black goatee.
Pardon me a moment, please. I believe you're Father Murchison?
Yes, that's right. But I don't think I've had the pleasure
Perhaps you've heard of me. My name's Gildia, Professor Gildia.
Gildia, why, yes, you're the famous psychologist.
Yes, psychologist, biologist, anthropologist, philosopher, and that takes care of that. Sir, I never attend religious services.
It appears you've done so tonight.
I came for one reason, to hear you. Find out why an otherwise normal colleague of mine thinks you're the most convincing speaker he's ever listened to.
And did you find out?
No. Your talk was intelligent, logical. Therefore, it could never convince anybody of anything.
Thank you. You're a direct man, Professor Gildia.
No time to be anything else. I'd like to have you dine with me, Father Murchison. Say a week from tonight, 7 o'clock. I live at 100 Hyde Park in the West End.
Can't we make it 2 weeks? I'm preaching at St. Saviour's that night, just round the corner from the park. And I'm afraid it'll have to be nearer 8:30 than 7. The service isn't over so early.
We can't even agree on a time for dinner. Very well, 8:30, 2 weeks. Good night, sir.
Perhaps if I had known then what a... But no matter. I kept the appointment, of course. And after an excellent dinner, we climbed the stairs to Gilda's study. A large book-lined room running the width of the house with windows at the end overlooking the park. In front of those windows stood the one incongruous thing in the room, a cage holding a large gray parrot. In fact, as I recall, it was the parrot that was responsible for my first becoming aware of what exact opposites Gilda and I really were. The same parrot that was responsible for so many other things that happened later.
Quiet, Napoleon, quiet. One day that infernal squawking of yours will drive me to wring your neck.
Somehow it surprises me, Gilda. I mean, you're keeping a pet.
I possess a parrot, Father Murchison, that's all. Made a study of the imitative faculties of animals some months ago. Bought the bird then, never got rid of it.
I see.
Started the bad habit of scratching the fool thing's head. Loves it, you see. Well, in 5 minutes he'll be screaming for more of it. Why would it surprise you so much if I kept a pet?
Well, because I believe you're the most self-sufficient man I ever met.
More than that, actually. I detest affection, any display of sentimentality.
But you do feel the need of close human sympathy in your life.
None whatsoever. A reasonable amount of companionship, naturally, but that's all. Father Murchison, I'm one person who does not love his fellow men.
Nonetheless, some of your discoveries have been of great benefit to mankind.
Oh, entirely accidental.
I thought you'd be liking your coffee now, sir.
Oh, yes, Pitting. Put it there on the table, please.
Thank you, sir. Will there be anything else, sir?
No, that's all, Pitting.
Yes, sir.
An excellent servant there. I know nothing of Pitting's thoughts or feelings, nor he of mine. Perfect relationship.
And if a crisis occurred, if you needed to call on him as a friend?
It would take a considerable crisis.
What about the parrot? Surely you must regard it with some affection, otherwise you'd get rid of it.
Napoleon? Merely a specimen. The bird's as devoid of sentimentality as I am. Can only imitate whatever he sees and hears.
Gilda, have you ever been in love?
Neither with anyone in particular, nor with love itself. Being in love, as you put it, or having someone in love with me, would be the most monstrous and horrible situation I can possibly imagine.
All of a sudden, I feel a very great sense of pity.
For whom?
For you. Yet as different as we were, my life dedicated to all humanity, Gilda's life stripped of its own humanity, I called again at the house at Hyde Park many times, and we became friends. We talked away many evening hours in the months that followed, sitting by the book-covered table in the long study, the gray parrot chattering away in the background, with the lamplight barely reaching the farther corners. It was on such a night not long ago that the thing began. Gilda had seemed uncommonly nervous since dinner, and had spent much of the time pacing in front of the windows that faced the park.
Confound it, Murchison, I can't seem to relax tonight. I ever feel a completely unaccountable presentiment, a sense that something remarkable was about to happen.
Oh, yes. And usually it never did. Turned out to be the effect of too much coffee.
No, it's not that. Coffee doesn't bother me. Nothing does.
Well, then suppose you stop pacing the floor and sit down. You're wearing me out.
Wearing me out. Wearing me out. Have you noticed how well Napoleon's learned to imitate your voice?
Yes, and it's almost insulting at times.
The worst thing is feeling such a strong compulsion to do something which I know to be ridiculous.
Exactly what is it you're talking about, Gilda?
Foolish even to mention it. But I wonder if you'd pardon me for a few minutes.
Why, of course.
Help yourself to more coffee. I'll be right back.
Bye. Goodbye.
I walked over and stood stroking the feathers of the parrot through the bars of his cage. I'd grown rather fond of the ugly bird, but it always startled me to hear him mimic some phrase of mine or Gilda's. Napoleon, you're a true creature of the devil.
Creature devil.
I happened to glance out the window toward the park across the street. The arc lamp at the corner threw a dim gleam across a bench set just inside the paling. And I was surprised to see Professor Gildia moving about the bench, peering under it, behind it, staring into the shadows nearby. He kept this up for some minutes, then crossed the street and came back toward the house. In a moment, I heard him ascending the stairs.
Father Murchison, has anyone entered this room since I went out?
Why, no. You mean Pitting, of course, but he hasn't been in.
Oh, strange. Very strange.
I saw you across the street in the park. What were you doing?
I thought I saw something. Wondered what it was, that's all.
Did you find out?
No. What's wrong with that parrot? Never made a sound like that before.
What do you mean? He seems all right.
Napoleon, stop that!
What was it you thought you saw?
Nothing. As you said, it most likely was the coffee, only I'm very much afraid that... No. In this day and age, it's impossible.
It was nearly a week later that I received a phone call in my quarters at the rectory. Father Murchison here.
This is Pitting, sir, Professor Gilda's man.
Oh, yes, Pitting. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sir. The master would greatly appreciate your calling at the house this evening, if it's convenient, sir.
Oh, anything wrong?
I couldn't say, sir.
But why didn't he phone himself? He isn't ill.
I think not. He suggested 8 o'clock, sir. May I tell him you'll come?
Yes. Yes, by all means. Tell him I'll be there at 8.
Beating about the bush, Father Murchison. I am nervous. Of course I am. Plenty of reason for it.
You're working too hard.
Now I'm working too hard. The other night it was coffee. As a matter of fact, it's neither one. Be quiet, Napoleon.
Maybe you'd better tell me what is the matter, Gildia.
Do you feel the presence in this room of anyone beside the two of us?
Well, there's Napoleon, of course.
No, I don't mean the parrot. He senses it, too, though.
Senses what?
When you were here last week, I left the house for a few minutes, you remember?
Yes.
I'd been watching someone sitting on that bench across in the park, a shadowy sort of figure. I had to find out what it was.
But you found nothing. You told me when you came back.
That's right. But I'd left the front door open. And when I came back in, I felt suddenly that someone or something had entered ahead of me.
Oh, now really, Gildia.
I knew also that they'd found their way to this room.
But I was here all the time. No one came in.
Father Murchison, whoever or whatever came into the house that night came into this room, is still here right now.
You, Gildia. A scientist.
Yes. Ridiculous, isn't it? But it's true. I'm only able to feel its presence. Napoleon can see it. Look at him now. Wouldn't you say he was watching something over there in that far corner of the room?
No, I'd say he was just being as foolish as a parrot usually is.
You, a skeptic?
About this, yes. You've been working too hard. You need a vacation.
I haven't told you the worst part of it. Would you say that I'm an attractive man?
Frankly, no. Oh, I suppose to a certain type of society woman.
No. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, then what are you talking about?
I don't know whether this intruder is a woman, man, child, animal, but whatever it is, it holds a vast affection for me.
What?
You imagine anything so utterly monstrous, horrible? Murchison, the thing is in love with me.
Love me! Love me! Ah!
I could not, would not accept Gildia's belief. And yet the alternative was even more frightful. For I could only decide that the long hours of study and lecturing had affected his mind, and brought him, in fact, to the verge of insanity. I persuaded him finally to get away for a while, to leave the house and forget his professional problems, take a short trip. I accompanied him to Victoria Station, saw him off on the boat train, and then, caught up in my duties, I had little time to consider the strange affair for nearly 10 days. Father Murchison here.
I hope I haven't disturbed you.
Professor Gildia, then you're back in London.
Oh, yes, I've been back for 3 days.
You should have called me. How was the trip?
Quite pleasant. I took passage on a Channel coaster. Sea air was wonderful.
You weren't... troubled on the trip?
Oh, no, not at all. It waited here for me.
What?
Could you come over here tonight?
You mean now?
Yes, if you could. You see, I can prove it to you now.
Very well. I'll come right over. I stood there by the phone and shivered. The thing had become so real to him now that he felt he could go away and leave it, then come back and find it waiting for him.
That's why I didn't call you when I first came back. I wanted to be sure. So I've waited 3 days, and every day has been worse than the one before.
In what way? What do you mean?
I mean the thing was waiting for me here. Glad I was back, fawned all over me. Came more insistently obnoxious all the time.
You mean you've seen this thing, heard it?
No, I haven't seen it, haven't heard it, but I know it's here. I can feel it, sense it. Try to put it in words, and it becomes absurd.
If you'd like some unsolicited advice, call in a doctor. Have him look you over.
And what doctor in London knows any more about the human mind than I do?
I know, but when it's your own mind...
No, you're thinking of hysteria, hallucination. I know all the symptoms. It's not that simple. Anyway, I told you I'd prove it to you. Now, you'll notice I've thrown a cover over Napoleon's cage.
Yes, I've been wondering about it.
Part of my proof. He's been here, you know, all the time I was gone, here in this room.
Yes, but I
want you to get behind those curtains with me. Then I'll reach out and pull the cloth off his cage. I don't want him to see us.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, but... All right, come on.
Ready? I'll uncover him.
We crouched there behind the curtains watching the parrot. He protested a while at being so rudely disturbed by some unseen agency, then climbed about the cage with claws and beak, pecked at crumbs, and appeared entirely normal. After a time, he began to fix his attention on a spot across the room. There was nothing there.
Watch him. Look at him now.
In the parrot's mind, at least, someone or something was approaching the cage, and yet the room was empty. Whatever it was apparently had reached the cage now, and Napoleon welcomed it with friendly chortling. The hairs rose on the back of my neck. The bird was cooing and gurgling as it did when I or Gildia scratched the feathers on his head. I could almost fancy that I saw long, white, ghostly fingers reaching through the bars of the cage.
Watch him, and listen to him. He's talking to the thing, imitating it. See what you think.
The bird was moving about in the cage now, nodding his head in a very peculiar manner, uttering the most extraordinary sounds. I began to realize he was imitating the thing he saw standing by his cage. And then the full horror of it came over me. I tried to hide the thought from Gildia, but he'd already seen it in my eyes.
So you see it too. That's all I wanted to know, that I wasn't imagining it. No point in hiding there any longer. That was my proof.
But perhaps someone was here while you were gone.
I have questioned Pitting and the cook. No one has been here.
But it can't be. Such a thing can't be.
Father Murchison, it is.
But where? Where is it now? Can you tell me where it is?
Not exactly. Somewhere here in the room, not too far away. I can feel that. Napoleon, of course, can see it.
There is some rational explanation. There has to be.
You're whistling in the dark, Father. You recognize the same thing I did.
I know what you mean, of course.
Well, I can't stand much more of it. If it were only something I could fight, strike out at. I'm not a coward. But I can't see it, hear it. I can only feel it trying to touch me somehow, trying to get close to me, drooling with desire and affection, fondness for me. And I can't keep it away. It gets closer all the time.
Gildia, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Get hold of myself? You saw the way that parrot imitated this thing, those mannerisms, that gibberish. You know what it means as well as I do.
I saw it, but it can't possibly...
Can't you feel how hideous it is for me? I can't stop it. The thing makes love to me, caresses me. And whatever it is, it has no mind. You saw that. That thing is a slobbering idiot.
I walked home at a late hour, trying desperately to think of some reasonable answer to the whole strange affair. I could not accept Gildea's explanation of the actions of the parrot, though the bird had produced an extraordinary illusion of an invisible presence in that room. In a day gone by, perhaps I might have been called in to deal with an evil spirit. I thought of retribution. Gildea had always borne an unnatural distaste for human love. Was he now being forced to endure the unnatural love of a monstrous being as punishment? I cast such thoughts away from me. Yet I could not quite accept the only other reasonable solution, that my friend was insane. It was very late when I fell asleep. The following evening, I preached at Warwick Chapel and returned to my quarters about 9. I found that Pitting had called a short time before and left a rather puzzling message. Implored that you come to Hyde Park at once. Otherwise, I cannot answer for the consequences. But what is it you're trying to say, Pitting? He's not himself. In what way is he not himself?
I can only suggest, sir, that you talk to him. Here we are.
Yes, come in.
I'll leave you now, sir.
Oh, Murchison, come in.
Gildea, what in the name of heaven is wrong? Pitting said that you'd been upset,
Pitting, an inhuman machine.
What happened? What did he do?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing.
But I don't know.
Oh, you warned me about it once. Said I'd meet a crisis, need him as a friend, and he wouldn't be there. Well, it happened.
Look here. I'm going to call a doctor. I've never seen you in a state like this before.
No, I don't need a doctor. I'm all right now. For a little while anyway. At least I think I am.
Then what was it? What happened?
That thing touched me. Really touched me. I mean, for the first time, it's only been trying to before. The only way I can put it, it rubbed itself against my soul. Oh, it was horrible.
Now, Gildea, you've got...
Don't tell me to get hold of myself. I know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. But if you'd felt it for yourself, you'd know what I mean. It was disgusting, filthy. If it had lasted one more minute, I know I should have gone screaming mad.
But you don't feel it now?
No, not now. I lost my head, I guess. I struck out with my fists. I tore at myself, screamed for help. Pitting came and thought I was drunk. But I could feel it touching me, sickening, soft and tender, inside of me.
But it left you then? You forced it away?
Yes, but it's still in this room, somewhere. But it hasn't tried to touch me again.
Well, that settles it. Gildea, you're leaving here tonight. It didn't follow you when you took that trip before. It stayed here. That's one way you can be free of it.
Then, you believe in the thing, too. Believe it's real.
It's real for you, and that's enough. Now, if I remember it, you're giving a lecture at Oxford the last of the week. You're going on up there now. I'll help you pack.
Well, I could do that. I could stay at the Grosvenor tonight and take a train in the morning. It's right near the station.
And it's all agreed.
Wait. Look at Napoleon. It's standing there by his cage. He's talking to it, imitating it. Can you imagine what that thing must look like?
Never mind. Let me help you start packing.
But I didn't tell you what it really did this evening. What came the closest to driving me insane.
It doesn't matter.
The thing kissed me, Murchison. But not from the outside. I could feel it, warm and wet, kissing my lips from the inside.
Gildea stayed at the hotel that night. Caught the train out to Oxford the next morning. 4 days later, I received a wire from him. Am still feeling a bit shaky, but everything else is all right. No sign of any visitor. Why don't you try to come up for the lecture Friday night, and please get rid of Napoleon for me. Signed, Gildea. On sudden impulse, I decided to accept his invitation. My train was late, and I arrived at Oxford with only time enough to go directly to the seminar. I slid into my seat just as Gildea was introduced and began his talk. He was pale and perhaps a bit drawn, but seemed otherwise composed and in control of himself. As I sat there, my mind wandered away from his talk. seeking some solution for the horrible problem which I regarded as being as much my own as Gildea's. I decided I would try to persuade him to sell the house in Hyde Park Place, since his strange fixation seemed to be bound up with it, and try to find lodgings elsewhere. Some 10 minutes passed when suddenly I noticed Gildea was becoming very nervous. He faltered in his talk. He seemed to be confused. He stood there on the platform, deathly pale, his hands out as though pushing something away from him. And I knew what was wrong. Pardon me. Pardon me, please. Could I get through? Pardon me. Let me get to him, please. I'm his friend. Gildea. Gildea, can you hear me?
Father Murchison?
Yes. Everything's all right.
It came here, found me out. It rubbed up against me on the platform. It's no use. Take me back to London.
We arrived back in London late the next afternoon. Gildea was a broken old man. He shivered continually, trembled as though shaken by a chill. He claimed to sense the awful presence of that thing always nearby us, accompanying us, and he was constantly terror-stricken lest it might try to touch him again. I stayed with him in the house in Hyde Park, and as night drew on, we sat in the long, book-filled study on the second floor. Pitting brought coffee to us, and then withdrew. We found little to talk about, and the silence of the room seemed doubly oppressive without the familiar chatter of the parrot in the background.
What did you do with him, Murchison? Napoleon, I mean.
I boarded him with a pet shop in Shaftesbury Avenue. I thought you might want him back again after you'd reconsidered.
No, I won't want him back. You still can feel its presence, can't you?
No, Gildea, I'm afraid I can't.
I wish to heaven I couldn't. It's been here with us now, you know.
Now, please.
It doesn't matter. It's no use. I can't fight it any longer. There's no way to fight it.
Perhaps that may be the answer, to stop fighting it. You said yourself that you felt it was fond of you, meant you no harm. Then why not stop fighting? Try to return its fondness, its love, if you will.
You don't know what you're asking. Even the thought of it sickens me. Fondness, love for that thing.
Perhaps it may be the only way out.
Then there's no way out. I tell you, Murchison, I've only one feeling for that creature, and that's hatred. Hatred. Disgust and hatred.
Please, try to be calm.
Wait.
What is it?
Perhaps that's it. Listen! Whatever you are, beast or devil, I hate you, do you hear? I hate you! Murchison, that's doing it. It's recoiling, withdrawing, I can feel it.
Gildea, please.
I hate you! I hate you! Murchison, it wants to leave. It's beginning to hate me, too, but it wants to leave now. Open the door. Go downstairs and open the front door. Open the front door and let it out.
All right, Gildea, if you'll feel better about it.
It wants to take me along, but I know how to fight it now. Go, Murchison, hurry! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!
I ran down the stairs and threw open the front door. I stood there, breathing in the night air. It was clear and cold, and the stars hung overhead. I looked across to the park and saw the glow from the street lamp falling on the empty bench directly opposite. And at that moment came a sound that froze my blood with horror. I stood there, paralyzed, unable to move. Seconds passed, perhaps minutes, I don't know. I don't know how long I stood there. I glanced across at the empty bench, and for one moment thought I saw a shadow sitting on it. A vague shadow as Gildea saw it one night weeks before. And then the bench was empty, and I heard Pitting running down the stairs.
Come quickly. Professor Gildea, it was his heart, I think.
Yes. Yes, I believe it was his heart.
But Father Murchison, he's lying up there, sir. He's dead.
Dead? Dead, Pitting? I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you How Love Came to Professor Gildia by Robert Hitchens, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with Louis Van Ruten as Professor Gildia, Parley Bear as Father Murchison, Harry Bartell as Pitting, and Paul Frees as the parrot. Music is conceived and conducted by Cy Fuhrer. Next week...
When you're tired out from doing nothing all weekend, when Blue Monday stares you in the face, next week at this time, when your problems just seem too much for you, we offer you Escape.
Next week, we bring you another exciting story of high adventure. Good night, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Escape. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the dark world of criminal investigation. Our next featured program, The Black Museum. True stories about crime scene artifacts from investigations at Scotland Yard.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
This is Orson Welles, speaking from London. The Black Museum, it's a repository of death. Here in the grimy stone structure on the Thames, which houses Scotland Yard, is a warehouse of homicide, where everyday objects, a phonograph record, a postcard, a color photograph, a simple statuette, all are touched by murder. Here's 2 scribbled notes, bits of paper with 3 words scrawled across them. Slogan known around the world, a slogan you recognize, words created in the kind of lonely fun men far from home, men at war, have enjoyed through all of history.
What's it mean, Inspector?
It would be nice to know, Sergeant. I suspect that if we did know, we'd have the answer to this nasty business.
Well, this killer, sir, it's possible he's an American. That phrase was American, sir, all through the war. Kilroy was here.
Kilroy was here. And he's still here. In the Black Museum.
From the annals of the Criminal Investigation Department of the London Police, we bring you the dramatic stories of the crimes recorded by the objects in Scotland Yard's Gallery of Death, the Black Museum.
Here we are in the Black Museum. Scotland Yard's Museum of Murder. Here's a typewriter. Your secretary uses one. Perhaps your son or daughter write their school essays on a machine like this. This one is used to write a letter. That letter brought a woman to an address and death to the author of that letter. Here are the notes. Scrawled on lined paper such as children use, children who are just learning to write. and a photograph showing the same 3 words scratched on a wooden surface. 3 times 3 was a number in witchcraft in ancient times. 3 times 3 words were written. This wasn't witchcraft, merely murder. Began for Inspector Liggett and Sergeant Porter in the usual manner. The telephone rang in the inspector's office at the yard.
Inspector Liggett here.
Sergeant Guard, 11th District Metropolitan Police, sir. We're at the Royal Roost, sir. Private supper club, 15 Marley Court. The proprietor, Matt Bolton, has been shot and killed, Inspector.
Very well, we'll be right along. Well, so Matt Bolton has finally departed this earth, Porter.
In the expected manner?
In the expected manner.
You wouldn't know Matt Bolton. 99 chances out of 100 you never heard of him. But enough people had heard of him to net Matt Bolton a neat 6-figure income from various protective associations and entertainment enterprises, such as the Royal Roost, one of those small private supper clubs, manages to keep its license by operating just within the law. The club was easy to find. In place of a neon sign, there was a police constable at the door.
Yeah, looks like it's this way, I think.
Coffee in here, Inspector?
It always is in these places. Apparently a good many people prefer to amuse themselves breathing a combination of tobacco and poor liquor fumes rather than good fresh air.
Quite a costume on those girls.
The roosters in the Royal Rooster. Get it, Sergeant?
I've never seen a rooster with so little on besides tail feathers.
Yeah, neither have I. Look, we'd better get to work, Sergeant.
The 2 policemen crossed the nightclub, skirted the dance floor, and quietly passed through the doorway near the bandstand. To their left, another door stood open, revealing a cubicle complete with mirror lights, another girlish rooster, a man, and a body. A body full length on the floor. The girl was saying,
Look, we simply can't send a chorus out once more. Do I get to do my act or don't I?
I'm Inspector Liggett, Sergeant. The young lady may do her act. I doubt if she'll try to go outside the club in that costume.
Well, thank you, Inspector. First, this man said he thought the show ought to go on so the customers wouldn't be disturbed, and then he held me here. Well, look, that's my cue. I'll be back. Don't worry, I'm not going anyplace. You're so right about that, Inspector.
Knows her way around, that girl, sir. Found the body. Didn't turn her hair. So I noticed. Find the weapon, Sergeant? No, sir, not in here. Porter, check the exits.
Very good, sir.
Oh, we've done that, sir. Only 2, the way you came and the back door, fire exit. No one in the kitchen saw or heard anything. We haven't touched the body. Waited for you and the medical examiner, sir. Very good. All right. Turn out his pockets, Porter.
Yes, sir. Here's something, Inspector. Tucked in his breast pocket.
Quite a touch. I take it you didn't see this, Garth? No, sir. We left the body strictly as it was. Odd. Almost a signature. It's a note. Kilroy was here.
For a moment, memories of other days crowded into the tiny dressing room. A phrase which had meant chuckles once seemed incongruous in that atmosphere of violent death. And then Mabel was back with boyfriend.
May I inquire who your escort is, Miss Martin?
Larry King, meet Scotland Yard.
Gentlemen, how do you do? Is this your usual practice, Mr. King?
If you mean escorting Miss Martin home, that's correct.
You are good friends?
We're engaged.
I see. Miss Martin, before you leave us to get dressed, during your employment here, have you ever had any
Any trouble with Mr. Bolton?
Do you mean, did he make advances?
Yes.
But naturally.
I see. Mr. King, did you know about these advances?
I did.
Did you ever have any trouble with Mr. Bolton?
Nothing to speak of?
Of course, it never is anything to speak of. You served during the recent war.
I did. 8th Army. All the way from Tobruk to northern Italy.
Does the expression Kilroy was here mean anything to you?
The Americans, 5th Army, they used it. I've seen it many times.
Very well. Leave your addresses, both of you, with Sergeant Garth here. And don't leave the city. We may need you. That's all for now. Now the routine begins. Inspector Liggett and Sergeant Porter return to the yard. The orders go out. Have them run a complete check on Bolton's pals. They'll all have alibis, but run the check anyway. That was a start. Now the patient waiting, putting together the few facts available. It's the hardest part of police work anywhere. So, Porter, no prints on that note except yours and mine.
Correct, Inspector.
What have you got on King and the girl?
She's, remarkably respectable.
Nothing remarkable, Sergeant. What about him?
He's a lawyer in the city, rather successful. Good reputation.
Ever cross Bolton's path in his work?
Nope. He's a copyright lawyer. Deals with writers, mostly.
Nothing there, then. Takes patience. Lots of it. Check and recheck. Wait for information. Wait for the telephone to ring. Inspector Liggett here.
Detective Ashton, sir. 23rd District.
Go ahead, Ashton.
At 14.5 Haven Mews, sir. We've been watching the place, sir. That King fella lives there.
Yes, I know.
The superintendent's wife has been found, sir, on the cellar steps, strangled. We found the note in her apron pocket. Kilroy was here, it says.
Wait for the telephone to ring, and when it does ring, another death, another note. No solution. Merely complication piled on complication. A short while later, in the basement apartment of the newly widowed janitor. You found her yourself, Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir. Lying there she was on the cellar steps. I was going down to look at the oil burner.
I see. Now, your wife have any enemies, Mr. Evans?
No, sir, no. Where would the likes of us come in, having enemies? Quarrelsome a little, you might say. But what woman isn't?
Oh, she quarreled with you?
With me, mostly. Not that I could blame her. It's hard work, a place like this, you know. Once in a while with a tenant. Well, the children in 4B, for instance, they write on the walls. So my wife argues with the mother.
Mm-hmm.
The nice young man in 6G lets the bathtub run over. 5G complains. My wife scolds Mr. King.
I see, yes. Now, is Mr. King at home now?
Oh, I believe so, sir.
All right. Thank you. We'll do our best to find whoever killed your wife, Mr. Edmonds.
Oh, thank you, sir. She had a temper, I know, but she never did no real harm.
Up in the self-service elevator on the 6th floor. Find 6G and ring the bell. Have it opened, not by Larry King, but by Mabel Martin. Far more fully dressed than the last time the inspector saw her. Well, Miss Martin, collected the insurance yet?
Cut it out, Inspector. I don't have to stand for that sort of thing. In fact, I could ask you for a warrant before I let you in here.
But you won't, will you, Mr. King?
Ask your questions. They're about Mrs. Evans, I assume.
Oh, Larry, please.
Don't worry, darling. Ask your questions, Inspector.
You quarreled with Mrs. Evans?
I did. I wanted my bathtub fixed. The drain was backing up. She told me to go to fix it myself, that's all.
You're sure that was all? Murder seems to have a way of happening in your vicinity, King.
Is that an accusation?
What's all this to do with Matt Bolton?
I don't know. But there is a link. Quite a clear link, Miss Martin. You see, on Mrs. Evans, we found a bit of paper, and on it was scrawled, Kilroy was here. Any ideas on that? Ex-soldier, now Solicitor King? Solicitor King had nothing to say. His puzzlement, his lack of knowledge seemed honest enough. Inspector Liggett drew no conclusions. He waited. The routine continued. The reports came in.
The Martingale is a new job. Same type of club. I've seen the act, Inspector. Same songs. More clothes.
Nothing on Bolton's cronies. Every one of them has an alibi.
Yes, King seems to follow a set routine, Inspector. To the office, back home, dinner, then calls for the girl. Even eats his lunch at the same time every day in the same restaurant.
Nothing much to go on there, just a time of waiting. A week passed. The telephone rang once again. Inspector Liggett here.
Detective Ashton, sir. We've another one for you.
What?
Yes, sir. A butcher this time. Name of Andrews. 2 blocks from the apartment house where King lives. Head bashed in with his own mallet. Scratched on the chopping block with one of his own knives is the same old message, sir. Kilroy was here.
Kilroy was here. Familiar words with a smile in their words to remember fondly. 3 times they appear. On a butcher's block, on scraps of paper, and today they can be seen in the Black Museum. A 3rd killing, and signed exactly the same way. Kilroy was here. More, this murder had taken place within a few blocks of 14.5 Haven Mews, where Larry King lived. The same young man who was the secret fiancé of the singer, and whose dressing room the first body had been found. The same young man who lived in the house where the janitor's wife had been strangled. Inspector Liggett lost no time reaching the scene of the latest crime.
Well, it's... so I am...
Ashton.
Yes, sir?
Anything fresh?
Just the things I reported, sir. There's the mallet, the weapon.
Yeah?
The message was scratched with this knife.
Any prints?
The laboratory crew are trying to raise some. Nothing yet.
Very well. Who's the woman?
The widow.
Mrs. Andrews, I really dislike bothering you with questions at this time, but you understand that speed may be the essence now.
Yes. Yes, of course, Inspector.
I understand that it was you who found your husband.
Yes. I stopped here to get some money for a dress. It'll have to be a black one now.
Did you always come to him for that kind of money?
Well, Jim had his ways. He was considerably older than I am. He seemed just strong when we first married, but, well, later he was... Well, it changed to domineering.
I understand, but now, look, just a few more questions, please. Does the phrase on the chopping block mean anything to you?
Kilroy was here? No. No, it's... Well, it's just a... Well, I think I heard it on the radio once or twice.
From the way you described your husband, I'd say he was rather, well, positive in his opinion. A mild way of putting it. Positive. Domineering, a man who brooked no argument. As the questions went on, the picture became more clear of a large, almost brutish man who covered his deficiencies with bluster and bullying. Finally...
Just one more point, Mrs. Andrews. Did your husband ever argue with his customers? I mean, did he make any enemies among them?
Well, some. Only over little things.
Can you give me a specific instance?
Well, last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it was last week. A nice young man said Jim was overcharging him. They had words. The man, his name is Larry King, from the apartment house on Haven Mews, he swore he'd never buy here again.
I see.
Have I helped, Inspector?
You may have. Just a little time will tell, I suspect. Just a little time.
A little time. Within the hour, Larry King was in custody, taken in charge for 24 hours on suspicion of complicity. His fingerprints revealed...
nothing.
His answers to the barrage of questions revealed...
nothing.
Wearily, the inspector and Sergeant Porter returned to the office to face unrelated facts and a no-progress report. Wearily, the inspector picked up the receiver of his office intercom.
Yes, Sergeant?
You have a caller, sir.
Who is it?
Miss Mabel Martin, sir. She insists on speaking with you.
Miss Martin was ushered in, seated in front of the desk.
I've got something to tell you, Inspector.
Please do.
Well, Larry didn't kill anybody.
Didn't he?
No. I did.
Steady, Sergeant. Please take down Miss Martin's statement. Now, I must warn you, Miss Martin, anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence.
Yes, I understand.
Now the floodgates opened.
I killed all three of them and left the notes to make it look as though Larry did it.
So simple, so obvious.
Matt Bolton threatened me. He said if I didn't come back to him, he'd change his insurance policies and tell Larry about us. Well, I shot him. It was a .22 that Larry had given me.
One death accounted for. The policeman listened gravely.
Mrs. Evans was always snooping. She threatened to tell Larry about Matt and me. I did it in the cellar, behind the coal pile. I strangled her.
Quite logical. The inspector waited.
Andrews, the butcher, I used to shop there for Larry. Andrews made some advances. He reached for me and I grabbed a meat cleaver and then I scratched the note on the wood. That's the story, Inspector.
Yes. Tell me, how much do you weigh, Miss Martin?
Well, about 107 pounds. Why, what's that got to do with...
Sergeant Porter, what was the caliber of the bullet found in Matt Bolton?
.38 caliber, sir.
Thank you. And did you notice a coal pile in the cellar at 14.5 Haven Mews?
It's an oil burner, sir. Quite modern.
Thank you. And the weapon in the Andrews case?
A mallet, sir. Not a cleaver. A mallet.
And, Sergeant, can you picture a young woman of 107 pounds knocking out and killing a man of Andrews' size?
Not very well, sir.
Of course, it's obvious. Her heart and her courage are as large as she is, if not larger, but...
Oh, all right, have your fun. I've made a fool of myself, but But Larry didn't kill anyone. I know that. I know it. You can't do this to her.
Look. I wouldn't worry, Miss Martin, if I were you. In fact, if I were you, I'd hurry out to the front of the building. Mr. King is about to be released, and I think you'll want to meet him there, won't you?
Oh, Inspector. Oh, Sergeant, Oh, forgive me, please.
How about it, Porter? Care to have a girl like that to marry?
Yes, sir. For more reasons than one. Where are we now, sir?
Offhand, Porter, I'd say we were just about where we were when we first heard of the Andrews killing. Put on your thinking cap, Sergeant. This is quite a problem.
They sat there in silence. Their minds sifted fact after fact. And once they'd been through the meager supply of facts on hand, they started over again. At one point, the inspector said, half to himself,
"There's something we're overlooking. Probably quite a simple point. It usually is, but..."
He was quite right. In fact, the inspector was quite appalled, so appalled. He spoke in what amounted to a whisper.
"Sergeant, hand me that telephone directory, please."
What? Oh, yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
No, thank you. Look, just get your hat, Sergeant.
Get my hat?
Yes, we're going back to 14.5 Haven Mews.
That's King's address.
Yes, and according to the directory, it is also the residence of one Joseph Kilroy, one of the 7 Kilroys listed in the London telephone directory.
Doesn't take long from Scotland Yard to Haven Mews, not when you travel by police car with the siren going. It doesn't take long to race upstairs to a 3rd-floor apartment, ring the doorbell.
Come in, gentlemen. I heard your arrival in the street. What took you so long, gentlemen? Oh, really, now. Mr. Kilroy, I must warn you, anything you say... that's all right, I understand. Don't mind in the least.
Well, I'll be...
Watch him, Sergeant.
I am, sir.
Frankly... Liggett. Inspector Liggett. Ah, yes, thank you. Frankly, Inspector, I'm rather annoyed with you. Here I go to all the trouble of killing a man so that nice young fellow in 6G could marry that cute little baggage he's going with. And you arrest him instead of me. I see. I'm sorry about that, too. So you killed Bolton? Saw him one night treating the girl really nastily in front of this house. If I may ask, why the woman? Oh, she was a nagger. Really annoying. And after I killed one, it struck me I couldn't be hanged more than once. So I might as well do old Evans, too. Thoughtful of you, Mr. Kilroy. That butcher was a private matter, though. He kicked a dog once. I saw him. Didn't treat his wife any better. No kids. Figured he'd leave her his money. So I got him with his own mallet. Quite simple, you see. And, you signed your name to each one? Oh, of course. Good deeds are scarce in this world. Thought I ought to get proper credit each time. Now, if you'll excuse me... Sergeant! Good work, Sergeant.
He's strong, sir. Stronger than he looks.
Cases like this usually are. Well, we'll need the ambulance. Not the wagon this time, and use the telephone directory, Sergeant. I find them quite useful books when I remember to use them.
Who'd have thought it, sir? How many of our murderers are considerate enough to sign their killings, sir?
Murderers don't sign their work, do they? Unless, of course, their sense of humor is as twisted as their valuation of human life. This killer did autograph his killings. And today those notes can be seen in the usual place for such things, in the Black Museum. Joe Kilroy was insane, of course, by every normal standard. Insane enough, certainly, to sign his name to 3 murders. And by every normal standard, the gentlemen of Scotland Yard acted correctly within the rules of their profession in tracing every possible motivation, every possible suspect, before they came to the obvious solution. After all, it is logical that when men spend their lives dealing with the deliberately obscured, they can actually fail to notice the openly obvious. Now the notes remain in their usual place, in Scotland Yard, in the Black Museum. Until we meet again in this same place for another story about the Black Museum, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Black Museum. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for another journey of detective stories. Our next featured program, The Secrets of Scotland Yard, will take you into a world of crime, mystery, and suspense.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
How do you do? This is Clive Brooke. Have you ever thought how often criminal trials hinge on the question of identification? The more one reflects on this point, the more one marvels at the really extraordinary powers of observation and memory that the most unlikely people seem to possess. For instance, a murder has been committed, and a passerby has seen a man hurry away from the scene. It's probably nighttime, and he's had no more than a glimpse of somebody under a street lamp. Yet he's able to say quite positively that he was tall and thin, in his middle 50s, with a mottled complexion, a broken nose, and a mole under his left eye. Moreover, he's able to describe his dress, right down to his boots. Not only does he tell the police this, but he swears it again in court. Now, this is very good if it helps to send a guilty man to the gallows. But even with the best and most honest intention, anyone's liable to make a mistake, and a mistake of that kind may have tragic results. Let me tell you of such a case, and how only the merest fluke saved a grave miscarriage of justice. For many years, Jean Milne, a spinster, had been a well-known figure in the district of Broughty Ferry, Dundee. The sole heiress of her brother, a wealthy tobacco manufacturer, she had, since his death 9 years before, lived alone in the family home, Elm Grove House, a 14-roomed mansion standing in about 2 acres of thickly treed ground. Now, despite her solitude and her advancing years, she was a woman with a zest for life. Her clothes were gay, if perhaps a trifle girlish for a woman of 65, and at least twice a year it was her habit to spend 2 or 3 months in London. Consequently, when in late October 1912, neighbors failed to see her about and noted that Elm Grove House was locked and apparently deserted, they merely concluded she'd gone off for another jaunt to the city. But this explanation didn't altogether satisfy the local postman. By November the 2nd, when more than a fortnight's mail had accumulated in Miss Mill's letterbox, he thought it was time the police were informed. The local sergeant, I regret to say, did not at first take his report very seriously.
Oh, man, what are you worrying about? Suppose she's not been home for a fortnight. You ought to know her ladyship's habits by now. She's gone gadding off again, I'll be bound.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Every time she's gone off before, she's let me know and left her forward in the drift.
Maybe she forgot this time or left in too much of a hurry to see you.
Ah, but if she had, don't you think she'd have written to the post office?
Well, perhaps it's just...
And I'll tell you something else, Sergeant. When she's gone away afore, she's always had a word to Constable Bruce on the beach so he keep an eye to the empty house.
And she's not done that this time?
No, she's not. Mm-hmm. And it's my opinion it's your duty to make a few inquiries. Living in that big house all by herself, the woman might be ill or dead for all we care.
Well, I'll talk to the constable when he comes in and we'll see what's to be done.
Next morning, the 2 policemen went to the house. All the doors and windows were locked. There was no sign of life. For 5 minutes or more, they rang the bell and thumped on the front door. There was no response.
All right, that's enough. It's obvious there's no one there.
What are we going to do now, Sergeant?
We'll have to force an entry, I suppose. Here, I'll break this window.
Give me a leg up, will you, Sergeant?
There you are.
Thanks, I'm right to know. Shan't be a minute. There we are. As easy as falling off a log.
Uh-huh. Smells sort of musty, doesn't it? Are you there, Miss Milne? Is anyone at home?
It's plain the place is empty. Shall we look around, Sergeant?
Aye. Come on. Through this hall and up.
Why, what is it? Good God! It's Miss Milne.
Aye, all that's left of her, you mean?
Look at those wounds about the head and all the blood stains.
And the furniture upset, and that poker,
it's murder.
Aye, and by the look of things, it's happened a long time since.
What do you suppose we should do?
Don't touch a thing. This is no job for us, lad. You stay here and keep guard, and I'll go back to the station and telephone Glasgow.
Glasgow's prompt answer was to send Detective Lieutenant Trench to Broughty Ferry. By the way, 3 years earlier, Trench had become famous for his handling of the Oscar Slater case, and he was recognized as the most capable detective in Scotland. His first task was to establish the approximate date of the crime.
When would you estimate death took place, Doctor?
It's hard to be precise, but I should say about 3 weeks ago.
It's now November the 3rd. That would take us back to, let's see, about October 13th, eh?
That's right.
How did that tally with your inquiry, Sergeant?
Well, sir, the earliest letter in the mailbox was dated October the 14th. Miss Milne was definitely seen alive at a home mission meeting in Dundee on October the 15th. But there was no response when Mr. Kinnear, he's an elder in St. Andrew's Church, sir, called here at the house to see her the following day.
It seems reasonable to presume she was killed either on the evening of the 15th or the morning of the 16th.
Aye, that would seem to be right enough, sir.
Good. I wanted to send some of your men out. They're to interview everyone in the neighborhood and find out if anyone saw Miss Milne or anyone else about the house during that period.
Yes, sir. I'll attend to that at once, sir.
Any theories, Lieutenant? It's a little early for that, I'm afraid. However, there are a few obvious points that suggest it was a man with whom Miss Milne was on friendly terms.
How do you work that out?
Well, in the first place, the dining room was set for high tea for 2.
That rather suggests the evening of the 15th as the time, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. In the second place, although I understand she was a teetotaler herself, Miss Milne, on the morning of the 15th, had her grocer deliver a bottle of whiskey to the house. When she gave the order, she explained she was expecting a gentleman friend to tea.
She may only have said that, of course. She was a little inclined to romanticize, you know.
Yes, even so. In the third place, since no entry to the house was forced, we must presume she let the murderer in through the front door. And he duly let himself out the same way. In the fourth place, no money or jewelry appears to have been stolen, which rules out the theft motive. And finally, I found this in the grate.
A half-smoked cigar. Well, I'm blessed.
Why does that surprise you so much?
You didn't know, Miss Millen, of course. But whatever she did in London, I can tell you she led a life of the strictest propriety here at home.
My dear fellow, you're not suggesting there's anything improper in a woman of 65 entertaining a man to tea, are you?
In itself, no. But you know how people talk in these small communities. And in any case, Miss Millen was practically a hermit. Weeks often went by without her having a single caller. As far as I'm aware, she had no friends in the district at all. Real friends, I mean. Male or female.
Perhaps her caller on this occasion didn't live in the district. Perhaps he was someone she'd met in London.
That could be so, of course. Well, Lieutenant, you've got the problem before you. I wish you luck.
Thanks. I've an idea I'm going to need it before this case is over.
There was precious little else in the way of clues to reward the painstaking trench. There were no identifiable fingerprints discovered in the house, nor even on the murder weapon itself, the poker that had been found by Miss Milne's body. Her private papers yielded nothing that might give a lead, except one or two rather coy references to a dashing but anonymous American she had met in London, and most of the unclaimed mail in the box was either business correspondence or begging letters. The few of her male acquaintances at Broughty Ferry who might conceivably have visited her for tea were able to establish their movements satisfactorily, and in any case, most of them were connected with the church and therefore hardly likely to drink whiskey and smoke cigars. It wasn't until the police offered a reward of £100 that things really started to happen. The first to come forward was one Margaret Campbell.
You say, Miss Campbell, you're a maid employed in the house next door to Miss Milne's.
Aye, that's right, sir.
And from the upper windows, you can see part of the grounds of Elm Grove House.
Aye.
In fact, on October the 15th or 16th, did you see anyone or anything there?
Not in those days, sir. But a few days earlier, around about the 12th it would be, I happened to look out. I saw a gentleman walking in the garden.
Did you take particular note of him?
Aye, sir, I did. It was so unusual to see anyone but Miss Milner, the gardener, you understand.
Quite. Could you describe him, do you think?
Well, he was a tall, handsome man of about 40, I would say. He had round features and fair hair, and he was wearing a dark suit, sir.
Was he clean-shaven?
Oh, that I couldn't say, sir. I was looking down on him, you understand.
Yes, I see. Did you mention to anyone else that you'd seen him?
Aye, sir. When I went downstairs, I told Mistress.
You didn't see this man again?
No, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll get you to put what you've told me into the form of a statement, if you don't mind.
So far, so good. Of course, the fact that this man had been seen there 3 days before the murder didn't necessarily implicate him in it. Still, it was a start, and more was to follow. The next to volunteer information was John Dunn, a garbage collector.
I was at work about 4:30 in the morning on October the 16th in Grove Road when I seen a man come out the small door of the main entrance gate at Elm Grove.
Oh? What did he do?
He stopped for a moment and looked up and down the road. Then when he saw me and realised I'd seen him, he walked off briskly and disappeared round the bend in the road.
Get a good look at him?
Aye, good enough. It was near a dark morning, and he walked right under a gas lamp. I'd say he was between 30 and 40. Tall and well-built with a sort of a pale face and a fair moustache. He wore a bowler hat and a dark overcoat.
Did you recognize him again if you saw him?
Ah, easy. I think I would.
Thank you, Mr. Don. Hello.
It seemed the search was narrowing, but more was to follow. Much more. Next to volunteer a sight of the mysterious stranger was John Wood, who had worked occasionally for the murdered woman as a gardener.
All right, Mr. Wood. Let's hear what you have to say.
Well, sir, I used to understand Miss Milne more than most people, as you might say, and she used to talk to me and tell me things she'd never owned to others.
Yes, go on.
Last August, when she returned from London, she told me she'd been staying at a hotel in the Strand, and she'd met a foreign gentleman there, a tea planter, I think it was.
Did you say what nationality he was?
A German, I think it was, sir, though I'd not be sure.
Might it have been an American?
Aye, it might have been. I didn't pay much heed at the time. Well, on the 19th of September, I know the date because I've got it in the little book where I keep my note of my wages. I was in the house doing odd jobs for Miss Milne when the doorbell rang. I answered it, and there was a gentleman, sir, who said to me, "Is Miss Milne in?"
Did you notice his accent?
It was foreign, sir, that's all I can say. So I told Miss Milne, and she skipped along the passageway just like a lassie to welcome him.
Do you remember what you said?
Something like, "You've come, I knew you would." Then she gave me 2 shillings and packed me off home.
What did this man look like?
He was about 40, I should say. Maybe 5'9", a well-made man.
Dark or fair?
Fair, with a wee fair moustache and a fresh face.
Well dressed?
Aye, morning coat and dark trousers. A real gent, as you might say.
And his voice? Apart from the accent, I mean, was it deep or pitched high?
It was deep, sir, and sort of guttural, I suppose you'd call it. Of course, I'm not saying it's the man who murdered Miss Milne. Still, I thought you should know.
Yes, you did quite the right thing, Mr. Wood. Thank you very much.
Then there was a taxi driver, Frederick Ewing, who remembered early on the morning of October the 15th, taking a fare from the South train to Broughty Ferry in the vicinity of Elm Grove House.
He was a smartly dressed man, well built. Between 35 and 40, I'd say. Pale complexion, fair moustache. I didn't notice anything particular about his accent. I'd have said he was English, sinister-looking sort of fellow. I was glad to get rid of him, I can tell you.
Hard on the taxi driver's heels came 2 sisters named McIntosh. On October the 7th, they said they'd been visiting a relative in Grove Road. And as they were passing Elm Grove about 8:30 p.m., they were surprised, knowing Miss Milne's reclusive habits, to see a man emerging from the front gate. Their description of him?
He was a tallish, well-built man in early middle age, fair-haired, with a small moustache and a rather round, ruddy face. He looked as though he might be a foreigner. Judging by his clothes and general manner, he was certainly a gentleman.
So many descriptions that tallied so exactly couldn't possibly be put down to coincidence. Where the case had seemed hopeless at the beginning, the prospects of a solution now appeared extremely bright. Let him once lay hands on the guilty man, Trench thought, and he'd had no difficulty about positive identification. So he circulated to every police station in Great Britain a full description of the murdered woman's mysterious friend, and then sat back and waited for results. They came quickly and dramatically, as you shall hear. While in Dundee, investigations into the murder of Jean Mill were proceeding, in Maidstone jail, serving a short sentence for having obtained a meal at a hotel without the means to pay for it, was a man who had given his name as Charles Warner, and his address as 210 Wilton Avenue, Toronto, Canada. And to Maidstone jail, while he was still a guest there, came a copy of the circular from Detective Lieutenant Trench, describing in detail the appearance of the man whom he believed to be Miss Mill's murderer.
Listen to this, Bill. Age about 40, height about 5'9", weight 11 to 12 stone. Fair hair, round face, ruddy complexion, fair moustache, deep voice, well-dressed of gentlemanly aspect. Maybe German or American.
American? You don't think it could be that fellow Warner, do you?
That's just what I was wondering. He answers his description all right.
Of course, you couldn't say he was exactly well-dressed when we brought him in.
Might have been disguised, you know.
Exactly. And anyway, old clothes or no, there's no mistaking from the way he speaks and goes on generally. He's a gentleman, all right.
Anyone with half an eye could spot that. What do you reckon we ought to do, Bill?
Report it to the governor, of course. Let him worry about it from now on.
The governor of the jail acted promptly. Within an hour, photographs of Warner were taken, and the same evening they were mailed to Trench in Dundee. In due course, they were shown to the various witnesses. One and all agreed Warner was the man they had seen. But Trench was cautious and thorough. Determined to make sure before he took positive action, he arranged for 5 of his witnesses to travel down by train to Maidstone. They were Margaret Campbell, the maid, John Donn, the garbage collector, John Wood, the gardener, and the 2 Mrs. McIntosh. There the governor took them separately into an exercise yard at the jail, where 11 men, including Warner, were standing in line. First came Margaret Campbell.
Now, Miss Campbell, I want you to look carefully at these 11 men And I want you to tell me if you recognize any one of them as the man you saw in Miss Milne's garden.
Aye, sir, I'll do my best. Well, it's not the tall one in the line. Nor again the one next to him, sir. Nor the next. It's awful harsh when they've all got their hats on, sir. The man I saw was bareheaded.
Well, we'll soon fix that. Take your hats off, please. Well, young lady, does that help you?
Aye, sir. I know I'm right enough now. It's this one.
You're quite sure of that?
Well, his hair's a shade greyer than I'd thought it was, but I can't forget his eyes.
Thank you. That's all I want to know. Send John Donning, please.
And so it went on. One by one, the witnesses came into the yard, inspected the lineup, and identified Charles Warner as the man they had seen at Elm Grove House. Warner had begun by treating the proceedings as rather a joke, never suspecting they were directed against him. But as one after another picked him out, he began to lose his composure. And finally, when the last of the witnesses, one of the Mrs. McIntosh, pointed to him, he could restrain himself no longer.
It's not fair. I protest. I'm the victim of a conspiracy.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, they must be telling each other where I stand in the line.
That's not true. No one told me anything.
They must have. The whole thing's a put-up job. It's a farce. All the others made me take my hat off. Don't you want me to as well?
No, I don't. I know you quite well without that. I'm perfectly satisfied you're the man.
That's fine. That's swell. What am I supposed to have done? What am I being framed for?
I advise you to moderate your language, my man. You're not being framed, as you put it, for anything. We don't do things like that in this country.
Oh, no?
No. And as to the rest of it, you'll know in due course. All right. The parade's over.
Charles Warner was not left wondering for long. Next morning, his 14 days' imprisonment ended, and at the prison gates, as he was about to leave, technically at least a free man, a plainclothes policeman stepped forward and laid a hand on his arm. It was Detective Lieutenant Trench.
Charles Warner?
Sure, that's me.
I've a warrant for your arrest.
Well, for Pete's sake, what am I supposed to have done?
You're charged with that on or about the 15th of October at Broadway Ferry, Dundee, you did feloniously murder one Jean Milne.
You're crazy. I've never been in Dundee in my life, and I've never even heard of this Dame Milne, or whatever her name is.
You've no need to make a statement now. It's my duty to warn you that anything you say may be taken down in writing and used in evidence.
Okay, I get it. But someone's going to be sorry for this in a few days. I'm warning you right now. I'm warning you.
During the long train journey on the way up to Dundee, Trench had a good acquainted with his prisoner and to form some opinion of his general character. He couldn't help being impressed by what straightforwardness and frankness. Still, as Trench well knew, these are characteristics common to many murderers. So he allowed the fact unduly to influence him. Although under no obligation to do so, Warner gave a full account of his recent movements.
You say you've been on this side of the world for about 4 months, Warner.
Sure, that's right.
What brought you here in the first place? Did you have some prospect of a position?
No, I just got kind of sick of staying around at home in Toronto, so I thought I'd like to have a look at Europe.
Just a holiday visit, eh?
Yeah, I had a few dollars of my own, and my brother offered to stake me when that ran out. So it seemed like too good a chance to miss.
And what have your movements been since you came here?
Well, first I landed up at Le Havre. Then I went to Paris and spent 6 or 8 weeks there.
When did you first come to England?
Round about the first week in September.
Are you sure you weren't here in August, staying at the Strand Palace Hotel in London?
Sure, I'm sure.
Where did you stay in London?
Oh, some little joint in Bayswater. I forget the name.
And after that?
Well, things got a bit tough. My money ran out, you see.
How about the allowance your brother was going to send you?
He died in the meantime, so I couldn't count on anything from there.
I see. So what did you do?
Well, I heard some talk of jobs that were going in Liverpool, so I went up there. I stayed in a boarding house at Seacombe. But there was nothing doing in the way of work, so I stayed away on a ship and had a look at Holland and Belgium.
When was this?
Around about the middle of October, I guess.
And what cities were you in?
Amsterdam, mainly, and Brussels and Antwerp.
What were you doing? How did you manage to live without money?
Oh, I picked up a few pence here and there doing odd jobs. Most of the time I slept in parks.
And when did you return to England?
Around about the end of October. I wouldn't be sure of the date. Then I figured it was time I stopped hoboing around and went home to Canada. I thought if I walked south, I might pick up another ship and work my way home as a stoker or something.
Instead of which you finished up in Maidstone jail, eh?
Sure. When I was passing through Tonbridge, I thought I might be able to bluff my way to a free meal, but I thought wrong. And there you have it, Lieutenant. The full history of Charles Warner. You can check on it if you don't believe me.
But that was just the trouble. It seemed a simple and plain enough story, and yet it was shot through and through with gaps. There were whole days during Warner's stay in Liverpool, for instance, that could not be accounted for. Days on which he might easily have gone north to Dundee. There was a whole period of his second visit to the continent. When Trench reported progress back to his chief in Glasgow, he was plainly worried about the whole affair.
I don't know, sir. It's just about got me bamboozled.
What's the trouble, Trench?
Well, sir, I've always prided myself on my ability to read a man's character. You wouldn't, of course, I'd be prepared to stake a month's pay Warner isn't a murderer. And yet, sir, there are those gaps in his story. He may be telling the truth, and he may not. There's no means of finding out either way.
And, of course, the evidence of identification.
Yes. You might expect one person to make an honest mistake, but 5? Well, I mean, you can't ignore overwhelming evidence like that.
Well, there are people who are supposed to have seen this mysterious stranger in the neighborhood of Broughty Ferry.
Oh, any amount of them. There was a taxi driver, for instance, who took a fare to Grove Road on the morning of the murder. There were some children who say they saw a man coming out of Miss Milne's house. There was a barber who says he shaved a strange man. There were 2 ladies who claimed to have seen Miss Milne with a man in London. And there was a post office clerk who declares a man was asking his way to Elmgrove House. There was a workman travelling on the car from Broughty Ferry to Dundee on the morning after the murder, who reported he'd seen another passenger behaving in a suspicious manner. In fact, if Warner is the man we're looking for, he's managed to get himself seen by almost every present.
Why don't you call all these witnesses in and see if they can identify him in a lineup?
Do you think it'll prove anything, sir?
It might. You never know.
All right, sir. I'll do it.
And so on November the 29th, Warner was paraded among other men before no less than 22 fresh witnesses. We don't know the exact figures, but we do know that at least half of them positively identified him as a man they had seen. By now, the accused man was becoming desperate.
I tell you they're mistaken, every one of them. You've got to believe me, Lieutenant.
You're arguing against a great weight of numbers, you know, Warner.
Maybe so, but they're mixing me up with some other guy.
You're double, eh?
Well, why not? Things like that do happen, don't they?
Yes, on rare occasions.
Couldn't this be one of them? Look, bring me a stack of Bibles and I'll swear to you on the whole lot of them that I'm not guilty of this crime. I've never murdered anyone in my life. Until you brought me here, I'd never been north of Liverpool in my life. And I've never clapped eyes on Jean Milne in my life. You ought to know when a guy's telling the truth. Can't you see I'm not lying?
I don't know. I don't know what to think. You say you were in Antwerp the day Miss Milne was killed. If only you could prove that, you'd be clear.
But how can I prove it? I've already told I was broke, scrounging a few odd sous here and there and sleeping in the park.
Sure, there must be someone you spoke to that day. Something you did that could be checked on. Something to prove your story. Think, man. Think.
Oh, I've thought till I'm almost crazy. But till there's nothing, not a thing.
Well, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help you. If you are innocent, Warner, you've got yourself in a most incredibly tight corner.
You're telling me.
5 weeks passed with Warner still in jail. Then, on the 3rd of January 1913, Penn came to him with news.
I'm sorry, Warner, but the Procurator Fiscal of Dundee has completed his case against you.
What's that mean?
It means you're to stand your trial tomorrow week.
Oh. I suppose they've got quite a swag of evidence against me.
I understand something like 100 witnesses are to be called.
Their word against mine. I don't suppose I'll have a show.
Frankly, I don't think so. Unless you can find some way between now and then of proving you were in Antwerp on October the 15th.
Ah, what's the good? We've been over that again and again.
Well, if you do think of anything, some person you might have talked to, some documentary evidence, a piece of paper, for instance.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
A piece of paper. That's it. I think I got it. When I came in here, the police took an old wallet from me. Where is it now?
Well, they're holding it for you, I dare say.
Would I have a chance of getting it, do you think?
Of course. In fact, I'll go out to the charge room now and collect it myself, if you like.
Within 5 minutes, the wallet, containing a miscellaneous selection of papers, was in Warner's hands. He sorted through it with feverish haste, his hands trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a new hope. And then, at last...
Here it is. I know I've kept it.
Oh, what is it?
Look for yourself. On the 15th of October, I was so dead broke, I pawned my waistcoat in Antwerp for a franc. This is the ticket, and it's got the date on it.
You're right. I'll be back in a couple of days.
Hey, where are you going with that ticket?
To Antwerp, of course. Check your story. And redeem your waistcoat.
3 days later, Trench returned to Edinburgh with a perfect alibi, wrapped in a brown paper parcel. That same evening, the Procurator Fiscal received the telegram from the Scottish Crown Office. In regard to Charles Warner, charged with murder, Crown Counsel have considered precognitions and decided evidence insufficient. Please liberate. And so ended the ordeal by identification of Charles Warner, an innocent man against whom more than a dozen honest witnesses were prepared to swear evidence that would have sent him to his death. And who did kill Gene Mills? That was never resolved, and our case remains today and is likely to remain in the file of unsolved crime. Well, that's all for now, but I'll be back again soon to tell you some more of the secrets of Scotland Yard. Meanwhile, this is Cy Brooks saying goodbye and pleasant dreams.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Secrets of Scotland Yard. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to Los Angeles. For our next featured program, Dragnet. The stories you are about to hear are true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
The story you're about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
Detective Sergeant, you're assigned to Bunko Detail. An expert confidence man has resumed operations in your city. His criminal record dates back 35 years. He's a master in the art of the gentle swindle. Your job, stop him.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, July 28th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch at a Bunko Detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the record bureau, and it was 10:45 a.m. when I got to room 38, Bunko Fugitive Detail.
Friday?
Captain, they're bringing him in now.
Sit down.
Thanks. There's the mama sheet on him.
Oh, Gentleman Wallace. I thought he was out of our hair for good.
So did I until this turned up. I heard he was working New York.
Look at the package on this guy. Feels like a good-sized dictionary.
Yeah. Check the date of his first arrest there.
June 2nd, 1913. He's been in and out of jail all over the country. Of Lane County, Oregon, forgery. Bum check beef, San Francisco, 1914. Embezzlement, Santa Ana. Parole violations, Seattle, Portland. More checks, Reno. Billings, Montana, forgery, 1920. Dayton, Ohio, Pittsburgh, New York, grand larceny. Bunko Raps, Las Vegas, Cleveland, Chicago.
That's only the first page. There's a couple more there.
Yeah, it reads like a novel.
Just about as long.
What's the story on Wallace this time? What have we got?
He reached a couple of used car dealers Saturday. Took them for $2,000 each, and we can't touch him.
Why not? How'd he work it?
Well, Saturday afternoon, he went to a car lot on the corner of South 3rd and Washington, and he bought a 1948 Lincoln sedan. Showed him his identification, wrote a check for $1,500 for a down payment, and drove away.
Another bum check deal.
That's a little more than that. About 45 minutes after he left, he drove into another used car lot 2 blocks away from the place where he bought the Lincoln.
Yeah.
Told the salesman there that he didn't like the car and he wanted to trade it in on another one. The salesman offered him $900 less than he paid for it. Wallace accepted and offered them a personal check to cover the balance.
And the salesman went for it?
Almost. Wallace seemed so anxious to get rid of the car that the clerk got suspicious, but it was late Saturday and he couldn't call the bank on Wallace's check.
So he called the place where Wallace bought the car.
That's right. He found out that the sale was made less than an hour before and that Wallace had given them his personal check for it. And then the 2 used car dealers got on the phone, decided that Wallace was pulling a fast hustle, called a cop and had him jailed. Hold that light a minute, will you? Thanks.
Yeah, then what?
Well, when the banks opened Monday morning, they called about Wallace's account. He had enough money in to cover both checks. Wallace got a lawyer and threatened suit against the 2 car dealers. He had both of them cold. They settled out of court for $2,000 apiece.
Quick deal. Sounds like a master.
He's been grifting for 35 years. He knows the con game any way they want to play it. We can't even book him on a vag charge. He's got a job.
And who's he working for?
Plastic outfit out in Pasadena. Salesman.
Is he registered under 5238?
He is.
No, just a minute. Yeah? All right, send him in. Romero, he's got Wallace with him.
Captain?
Ben?
Wallace, this is Captain Bryce. Captain, I'm very happy to know you. I've heard a lot about you.
Yeah.
Sergeant Friday, how are you?
We would like to talk to you, Wallace. Sit down.
Oh, well, thanks. It's warm out today. Perspiring. Now, what is it I can help you gentlemen with? Always glad to cooperate.
You don't have to give us a build-up, Wallace. We're not buying.
You know me better than that, Sergeant. No point in making this visit an unpleasant one. Cordiality, that's a secret. My mother always used to tell me that. She used to say...
Look, mister, you're not here to get the keys to the city hall. You're here for investigation.
I'm here out of courtesy, Captain. My lawyer informed me I didn't have to come. I don't believe in making enemies, that's all.
For a guy that's not trying, you've done pretty well, haven't you? Now, how long do you plan to stay here in town?
Los Angeles is my home. It's my place of business.
That's fine with us, Wallace, just as long as it's honest. Now, let me hand you a piece of advice. You try copping any more jobs in this town, and we're going to lean on you, understand?
I don't think I do understand, Captain. The incident with the used car dealers, I hope that isn't what upset you.
You guessed it, and it better be the last caper you try around here for a long time.
I had every right to take action against those car dealers. False arrest. They humiliated me. They damaged my reputation.
Here's your reputation, Wallace. 35 years of it. 10 jail terms, larceny, bunco, forgery.
Have you ever heard of rehabilitation, Sergeant?
Oh, yeah.
I did my time. I don't owe them a day. I've got an honest job. I've been off the grift for years now.
And take a hint, Wallace. Stay off. You'll do better.
That's all, Wallace. Just remember, the next time we tag you, you're going to fall hard. You got it straight?
Captain, I've been square since I got to town. I'm not switching. Is that it?
That's all.
Well, that wasn't so bad. Would you gentlemen care to have some lunch with me at the club? Just a snack?
No, thanks.
Sure, I can't persuade you. Club's just up the street. Fine food.
Some other time, Wallace. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Sergeant. Goodbye to you, Captain.
Yeah.
Well, we gave him the word.
I don't know how much good it's going to do.
What do you think, Skipper?
2 things about grifters. They never retire and they never change. Watch him.
For the next 4 months, Charles Wallace was kept under surveillance. From his daily actions, there was nothing to indicate that he'd returned to his former profession of confidence man. From experience, we knew it was too good to be true. For a man who had worked the con game from every conceivable angle for as long as Wallace had, chances of his going straight amounted to less than 1 in 1,000. Just as a dope addict is a slave to drugs, the full-fledged con man or grifter is obsessed with the idea of swindling for a living. He loves his work and he takes pride in it, just as much as a doctor, a lawyer, or any legitimate professional man. He has a life and a code of ethics all his own, even has his own language. The grifter's victims are wealthy, middle class, and poor, and many more than the average citizen imagines. Wednesday, December 1st, 1 p.m. Ben and I had lunch and checked back in at the office.
Food's getting better at the cafeteria, don't you think?
Beef stew is pretty good. You got an extra coat hanger in your locker?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you are.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Conlon.
Joe, do you see this report the post office detail sent over?
You mean that Lonely Hearts ad?
No, this is a different one. Real twist.
How do you mean, Harry? Let me look, huh?
Here. Barney Grant, that's the name he uses anyway. A couple of weeks ago, he planted a small want ad in the newspapers around town. Been cleaning up ever since.
How'd he work it?
Here, take a look at the ad he was running.
Remember, tomorrow is the last day to send your dollar to Box 565, Main Post Office, Los Angeles. Was that all?
That's all it took. Last couple of days, been getting about 40 letters a day from people in the city.
With $1 in each one.
Ad doesn't promise a thing. Just send your dollar. People send them.
They picked the guy up, Harry?
He called for the last batch of letters 2 days ago. Probably pulled out. Postal inspectors checked the address he gave when he applied for the box. They never heard of him there.
Barney Grant. That sound familiar to you, Ben?
Little, yeah.
Maybe R&I has a package on it.
Friday, see you in a minute.
Right, Captain. Ben, you and Conlon want to check that name through R&I? I'll be in with the skipper.
Yeah, okay, Jack.
Well, Friday, close the door, will you?
Sure.
This is Mr. Sawyer. He's with the Western Central Railroad, Sergeant Friday.
Sergeant?
How are you?
It's about Wallace, Friday. Mr. Sawyer has a complaint against him. We've got the crime report.
Gentleman Wallace?
Yeah. You want to fill him in, Mr. Sawyer?
Well, Sergeant, I'm employed as a standards engineer for the Western Central Railroad. Wallace first approached me about a month ago. He said he was an inventor and he was working on plans of a new type of air brake for use on railroad cars.
Go ahead.
He said he'd conceived the idea, but that he needed more time and money to perfect his invention. He told me I'd share in half of the profits he got from his idea. It sounded more than fair.
How much money did you give him?
All I had in my savings account, $3,000. I talked it over with the wife, and the idea looked real good on paper.
Yeah.
I didn't expect to make too much money for myself out of this, but I thought that if I could get a hold of this braking system, it would certainly help the company out.
He took your money, and you haven't heard from him since.
Well, I presented the plans to the chief specifications engineer in our eastern office.
Yeah?
I got an answer yesterday, airmail. Our New York office has been working for 2 years on exactly the same set of brake plans.
And how did he get a hold of them?
From the Patent Bureau in Washington. The company has a patent pending on a new device.
It's all legal, isn't it?
Yes. He simply got the information from them, drew up an exact copy, and submitted them to me.
He sold you an invention that your company already owned.
Yes, sir. And I'm out $3,000.
You know where Wallace might be now?
We've checked the boarding house where he was staying. He left there last night. No forwarding address, nothing.
We've got an all-out points bulletin on him. Do everything we can.
Well, thank you, Captain. Sergeant Friday. You have my card. If there's anything I can do to help, please call.
All right, Mr. Sawyer. Goodbye.
So long.
What we're looking for, Joe?
Well, let's see.
What's that, Romero?
On that phony ad the post office detail reported this morning. Check the name Barney Grant through the crime index. That's the name of the guy used.
Yeah?
This is the package on Gentleman Wallace.
That's right. His alias list goes for 3 pages. Read him again.
Charles French, Walter Grant, Charles Grant, Barney Grant.
That's right. Gentleman Wallace, Barney Grant, same guy.
We got out a local broadcast, an APB, and a radiogram on Charles Gentleman Wallace. For a full month, there wasn't a sign of him. Then we received a communication from the Denver, Colorado Police Department. Wallace had cashed worthless checks in that city in the amount of $2,500, and then he'd skipped town. But before he left Denver, he managed another deal. He sold 30 cartons of electric razors, which 1, did not belong to him, 2, had been stolen from another con man and resold, and 3, the razors didn't work in the first place. The mechanisms had been taken out and replaced with lead weights. Another 60 days passed before we got the next report on Wallace from Cleveland, Ohio. By means of forged papers, 2 well-versed assistants or ropers, and a fast line of talk, Wallace had sold a Cleveland hardware concern a shipment of 10-penny nails, much below the market price. He collected $1,200 as partial payment for the shipment, but it was never delivered. 8 a.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I checked in for work after a weekend off and found a message in the book to report to Chief of Detectives Thad Brown.
Chief, you wanted to see you?
Come in.
Yes, sir?
Gentleman Wallace is back in town.
Where'd you get that?
Guy by the name of Patterson. So.
All right, thanks.
Egan, have Patterson brought to the interrogation room.
Is that Mouse Patterson, Skipper?
Yeah, a small-time grifter. He was running with Wallace as late as a month ago back in Pittsburgh.
When was Patterson picked up?
Last night at a big hotel out in Hollywood. He was working a fast deal.
You think he came to town with Wallace?
I know he did. One of Conlon's informants spotted Wallace and Patterson last night. We nabbed Patterson. Wallace slipped away. We figured they'd been operating in and out of the city for about 2 weeks.
Any idea what his angle is this time?
I think so. Take a look at this.
Obituary notices clipped from a newspaper.
How do these tie in?
The con artist takes a dead man's name from the obituary list, finds out a little bit about him, and writes him a letter.
He writes the dead man a letter.
Here's a sample we had reported to us. Read it.
William Radford, 233 South Brookway, Hollywood. Dear Bill, I heard you were sick, and I didn't want to bother you at this time, but believe me, I'm desperate. I don't mean to hound you about the $400 you borrowed from me, but we are having sickness in our family, and I do need the cash. Wait a minute.
Wallace writes a letter like this to a man knowing he's dead, and the family opens it and reads it.
And they figure it's some unpaid debt that they didn't know about, which the deceased owed.
That's right. And the con man collects.
Yeah.
The letter's been showing up right in the middle of funeral arrangements. The family's bereaved, grief-stricken, caught off guard. They don't suspect anybody could be that ruthless, so they pay off what they think is a legitimate debt.
That sets a new low, doesn't it?
Excuse me. Ron speaking. All right, thanks. I got Patterson in the interrogation room. You two question him, find out everything you can.
Right, Chief.
When you're through talking to Patterson, you can start checking on these names.
What's this?
It's a list of all the names that appeared in the obituary column in today's paper.
It's a long list.
Don and Myberg are checking half. You and Romero take the rest.
Right.
Get to those families before Wallace does.
We went down the hall to the interrogation room and questioned Patterson for an hour and a half. He denied that he even knew Wallace. He refused to tell us anything. We had Patterson returned to his cell in the county jail, and Ben and I started out to check with the relatives of the deceased who appeared in the daily obituary list. Adams, Connolly, Craig, Denberg, Donzetti, Edmonds, Fowler. None of them had received letters claiming payment of secret debts owed by the deceased. Well, there are more pleasant jobs than bothering families with an investigation in the middle of their sorrow. It wasn't easy, but it was necessary. The eighth name on the obituary list was Foreman, Carl J. He was survived by his wife, Jean. She lived at 5821 Santiago Street out in the valley.
We're sorry to intrude at a time like this, Miss Foreman. We know how you must feel, but it's an important matter.
That's all right, Sergeant. Carl was sick for so long. Probably better this way. What did you want to know?
Since your husband passed away, have you received any letters asking for payments on a debt that he might have owed to somebody?
It's funny you should ask. Yes, I have. I got it yesterday.
Yesterday, huh? Do you know the man who wrote the letter?
No, I didn't. I took it for granted that it was someone Carl knew in the Army. Someone he'd borrowed from.
How much money was it he said your husband owed him?
$400. There's a letter over the mantel. I'll get it for you.
Fine.
Here it is.
Thank you. Signs his name Howard Michaels. Has this man contacted you since?
Why, yes, he has. He called me last night and said that he just heard about Carl. He apologized for writing the letter. Said he had some medical bills of his own to pay. I went to the bank this morning and got the money for him. Is there anything wrong?
And he's supposed to come here and get the money?
He already has about 2 hours ago. He seemed to be a very good friend of Carl's.
Ben, you got that mug shot on?
Yeah. Yeah, here it is.
I don't understand, Sergeant.
Is, this the man who picked up the money this morning?
Yes, that's Mr. Michaels. Don't you think he was Carl's friend?
I don't think so, Miss Foreman.
But no one would do that. Who could be that low?
You're looking at his picture, Miss Foreman. His name's Wallace.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to an actual police case. Here, step by step, are the reasons why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers from coast to coast.
Step 1. The name Fatima has always stood for the best in cigarette quality. Step 2. Long cigarette smokers discover Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Step 3. Long cigarette smokers find Fatima extra mild. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
And that's why more and more smokers every day agree
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Yes, the name Fatima on that golden yellow package is your insurance of an extra mild smoke.
So, enjoy Fatima, the best of all long cigarettes.
Over the past century, the confidence man here in the United States has earned the dubious title of aristocrat of the underworld. Among small-time thieves, cutthroats, dope peddlers, pickpockets, and similar small fry, he's looked up to and respected. The true con man does not consider himself a crook or a thief in the ordinary sense of the word. He's smooth, courteous, fast-talking, and he lives by his own code of rules. He never uses violence. He makes his living by his wits alone. Generally, he's far above average intelligence, and he's totally without a conscience. He thinks no more of fleecing a day laborer of his wages than he would of fleecing a millionaire. Because of their carefully planned operations, only a handful of confidence men are ever brought to trial. Monday, March 3rd, 6 p.m. Ben and I completed our interviews with the families of the deceased and returned to the office.
Hi, you two have any luck?
Wallace is the guy. We found out that much.
Who identified him?
Woman out in the valley, a Mrs. Foreman. Wallace posed as an old friend of her husband's, took her for $400.
How about Colin and Myberg, Captain? They get anything?
They haven't checked in yet. I'm waiting for him. How does Mrs. Foreman make a payoff to Wallace? Through the mails?
No, sir. He came out and picked up the dough in person.
Yeah, then there's no chance of tracing him through the post office. Seems like he comes up with a new ammo every day.
We checked out the rest of the families of the deceased on the list. The chief gave us no leads.
Don Myers in handwriting checked the letter Mrs. Foreman got. The writing matches with the others. It's Wallace.
Hi.
No, Conlon. Myberg with you?
Down the hall in handwriting. Checking a couple letters with Myers.
Do any good today, Harry?
Some. We found 2 families got phony letters through the mail. Same deal, Wallace.
They pay off to him yet?
Neither one. Told him to sit tight and call us if the guy should contact him again. Explain the setup.
Who are the people, Harry?
Let's see. One's an old fella. Oscar Dunn. Lives over in Highland Park. Other's a pretty wealthy family, Bel Air. Here it is. Elizabeth Secor. She's the wife. Husband's name, Burton James Secor. Investment broker. Died day before yesterday.
How much of a debt is he supposed to have owed?
The guy in the letter claims $1,200. Signed himself William Kilbright.
The letters mention anything about how the payoff's supposed to be made?
The guy wrote he'd contact him by phone first, then make arrangements to meet him. Both families will call as soon as they hear from him.
No, if he doesn't change his M.O., we're set.
Conlon, you and Myberg stick with the family in Highland Park. Make sure they understand perfectly what the setup is. If Wallach makes a contact, be there.
Okay, Cap.
Joe, you and Ben cover the family out in Bel Air.
Okay, you got the Secor's address, Harry?
Well, here's a crime report. It's got all the dope.
Good.
Yeah, I'll grab it. Bunko, fugitive, Conlon. Yes, ma'am? When? All right, thanks. We'll take care of it. Secors. Wallace just called him.
What's the pitch?
Wants to pay his respects. He's going to visit him tonight.
7:35 p.m. Monday, March 3rd. Ben and I drove out to Bel Air to the Secor place. It was an English-type mansion with a circular driveway out in front. The wake for Mr. Secor was being held in the living room. The butler showed us into the library where Mrs. Secor was waiting. She told us everything that had transpired since she first received the letter from Wallace following her husband's death. She said Wallace had promised to be at her home promptly at 9 p.m. We waited. 9 p.m. came and went. We told her that if the suspect should call, to make any concessions, to agree to anything in order to set up a meeting with him. At 10 minutes past 10, the phone in the library rang. Mrs. Secor answered it. I listened in on the extension.
I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Secor. I did want to get out to pay my last respects, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
Oh, I'm sorry you won't be able to come. I'd like to settle up that debt, the money that Burton owed you.
I do hope you understand, Mrs. Secor. It's very difficult for me to bring up such a subject at this time of your bereavement, but I do have need of the money. You see, it's my wife. She's quite ill, and, well, there are medical expenses to be met.
Oh, I understand. When would you like to come for the money?
Well, would tomorrow be all right?
My husband's funeral is tomorrow.
Oh, I see. Well, where will that be?
At the cathedral on Sunset Boulevard. A requiem mass at St. Mary's at 9 o'clock.
Well, since I don't want to bother you personally anymore, I wonder if it would be possible for you to leave the cash with the head usher there at the church.
Well, yes, all right. I think that would be the best way.
All right, then. Good night, and thank you.
Yes, good night.
I'm sorry. I know that's not easy for you.
That's all right, Sergeant. It's strange, isn't it?
What's that?
One man burns out his whole life making money. The next man spends his time trying to steal it. What does it all mean?
I don't know. We got 2,600 men down in the county jail. We all think they've got the right answer. Tuesday, March 4th, 9 a.m. In St. Mary's Cathedral on Sunset Boulevard, the final rites, a Requiem High Mass, was being celebrated for Burton James Secor. Ben and I were stationed at the rear of the church. Conlon and Myberg, together with 2 other men from Bunko Detail, covered the side exits. An extra detail of men were placed at strategic points around the cathedral. The head usher stood a few feet from the main entrance. With him, he carried a plain manila envelope filled with pieces of newspaper cut to resemble the size of currency, along with a single dollar bill. He had instructions to hand over the envelope without question to the person who asked for it.
15 minutes past 9, Joe.
Yeah. You see that head usher all right?
Yeah, I got him spotted.
All right. Pretty good sized crowd here. Secor must have had lots of friends, huh?
Yeah. Nice choir. Just wondering, Joe.
What's that?
Suppose he doesn't show up?
Well, that's possible. He might have gotten suspicious.
Could be.
What time you got now?
It's 9:20. Joe, look. Uniformed messenger just came in the door.
Yeah. He's looking around. He's going up to the usher, talking to him.
That's it. Usher gave him the envelope. Messenger's leaving.
I know. Let's hold it. Give him a lead. All right, let's go. Now, let's go, Ben. Don't lose him.
He's getting into that cab.
Come on. Slide over.
You got the cab number?
Yeah, let's move. 10:30 a.m. Ben and I trailed the cab to a bus depot in downtown Los Angeles. We followed the messenger in and watched him check the manila envelope in a key locker. We waited. At 11:45 a.m., another uniformed messenger entered the bus depot, picked up the envelope, and left. We followed him to the Union Railroad station, where he left the envelope at the traveler's aid desk. At 3 p.m., the envelope was still there, unclaimed.
No sign, Joe. What do you think?
It's a pretty fancy switch he's got worked out.
Yeah.
What time's the next train leave?
3:25. Coast Limited for San Francisco.
It's 3:21 now. Wait a minute. See that porter over at the desk there?
I'm talking to that girl there. I don't know.
That's it. She's giving him the envelope. Come on.
He's heading up the ramp.
Yeah, let's hustle.
You turn up the left?
Yeah, passenger platform, Coast Limited.
Not much time.
Come on, run. Yep. Come on, Ben.
Where'd the porter get on?
Next car. Come on, run. Let's jump. This way. Through here.
That the same porter?
Yeah. He's knocking at the door to that compartment, handing in the envelope.
That's it.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's locked.
Knock.
Yes? What is it?
Conductor.
Just a minute. What is this?
All right, Ben.
Now, look, Sergeant, there's no need for any unpleasantness. Certainly we can sit down and talk this thing over like intelligent human beings.
Grab the luggage, will you, Ben? All right, let's go, Wallace.
Look, will you wait a minute, please? I'm sure we can come to some agreement. I have plenty of money. Look, right here alone in this envelope, plenty of... There's only $1 here. The rest is newspaper.
Yeah.
I've been taken.
So have a lot of people. Let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 23rd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Long cigarette smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Long cigarette smokers find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima, best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Charles Gentleman Wallace was tried and convicted on 4 counts of grand theft and sentenced to the state penitentiary for the term prescribed by law, with holds being placed on him by 4 other states. You have just heard Dragnet, authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Dragnet wishes to thank the editors of True Detective magazine for their considerate appraisal of this program. For those of you who may be interested, the behind-the-scenes story of Dragnet appears in the March issue of True Detective.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Tomorrow, hear the Ronald Colmans in the charming series Halls of Ivy on NBC.
Are you
be at g3pl.net now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, a bank robbery at 1522 Santa Fe Avenue. Suspects escaped in a Buick touring car. License unknown. That's all. Rose and Pleasant.
One of the most vital things to public safety is the perfect performance of police cars, fire engines, and other equipment of this type. Much of this performance depends on the gasoline used. Such equipment cannot use a gasoline unless it is absolutely dependable. It must have qualities of quick starting. It must have surging power. There is a gasoline that you can absolutely depend on. That gasoline is Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl. It has proved its case in the fact that throughout the great Southwest, where Rio Grande products are sold, more police cars, fire engines, motorcycles, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered with Rio Grande cracked with tetraethyl than all other brands combined. You can buy this same fine gasoline at any Rio Grande station. And now we hear from Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. How many times have you resented the man on the beat who told you to move along because you were parking in front of a fire plug? How many times have you personally taken a belligerent attitude against the police officer who, doing his duty, drove up beside you and gave you a ticket because you sped through a safety zone or drove pell-mell through busy traffic as if you were going to a third alarm fire and the burning house was your own? Tonight, I bring you a story which I hope will have a beneficial effect upon you and make you conscious, as a citizen of Los Angeles, of how these men in blue and khaki, whether they be pounding a beat, riding in a traffic radio car, or cruising throughout the city on their motorcycles, are constantly protecting your life and your property, even unto death. Tonight's story should teach you two great fundamental truths. First, that the men under my command are fearless and courageous, alert to do their duty and unselfish in placing their lives on the altar of duty. Secondly, that your police department has made and means to keep this city clean of eastern gangsters and vicious criminal types. Written into this story is the grim death of a traffic officer who fell mortally wounded because he was part of this great law enforcement body dedicated to a 24-hour-a-day warfare against crime. Likewise, this story discloses the heroism of a motorcycle officer too faithful to his trust of protecting the public to flinch even when his body was riddled with enough bullets to frighten the average criminal to death. Listen intently. Let this thrilling story impress you that it is your job as a citizen to cooperate with your police department in order that its routine work can be made easier and that it can concentrate upon the great forces of evil. Professor Lindsley will go on with the story.
It is the middle of August, 1925. 4 men are seated in a stuffy day coach as the Chicago Limited clanks across the yard and slowly rattles over the siding onto Alameda Street.
Yeah, fellas, it won't be long now. Let's kill the rest of this bottle before we pull into the depot.
Hey, what's the matter, Birdie? You better lay off of that stuff. That ain't a scoop.
You're telling me? You know, this is the last bottle of good Chicago bootleg left in the outfit. And if we get into L.A. on this charge, though, we'll all have to drink that 75-cent a pint poison they peddle out there.
Oh, yeah? Let me tell you something. Anytime this baby drinks bum liquor with all them juicy banks in Los Angeles waiting to be bumped, you're crazy.
You tell them, man.
Now, listen, you guys. Don't get it too ambitious. Remember, we're here to get to the door to spring at 3 Springs at the Peak. And the sooner we do it, the quicker Peach is going to be out in the open air again.
Yeah, but why did we pick on Los Angeles? This ain't any town in the United States with banks in it.
You're telling me that, Rudy? But I'm going to tell you something. We ain't in any no good standing back in the shy, see? After that holdup at the Lenox Hotel. And this suburb ain't nothing but overgrown village with a bunch of moving the picture cops. It's going to be a pipe.
Yeah? So you think the L.A. cops is easy, huh?
Sure they're easy. They ain't never bucked up against any real guys like us from the East. It's going to be like taking a candy from a kid.
The Chicago boys work fast. In 2 days, they have staked out the job they intend to pull, and they have also acquired some lady friends. The next night finds them entertaining their companions in a chop suey parlor.
Well, how you doing, babe?
I think I'm going to live. Here, call two man silver. We want some more mustard.
Sure thing. Bertie Hyman never refused a good-looking dame nothing. Hey! Hey! Come on there, Johnny.
Oh, yo, what's your matter? Maybe so. You liking something, maybe so?
Yeah, another order of mushrooms for the lady. And bring another bottle of ginger ale, will you?
Yeah, and fill up this again with cracked ice. Hey, haven't you got any music in this stuff?
Oh, yeah, you like the music? You, Chavi, we get the very fine, number one in first class
Oh, playing piano. You put in a nickel, music here coming out.
I say, big boy, why don't you take us someplace where they have an orchestra? We want to dance, don't we, Betty?
Sure, take us where we can dance, will you, handsome?
No, not tonight. We're a little short on dough.
Oh, yeah. Just a bunch of cheapskates, huh?
No, we ain't no cheapskates. Tomorrow night we'll show you how cheap we are. Say, we're going to pull a job.
Pipe it down, buddy. Pipe it down. You see the dame, I don't know like our speed. It ain't no reason for us to go into a confession, huh?
Ah, don't get that way. We was just kidding.
Yeah, wait till I stick it just in the piano. Well, there you are. There's your music and everything. Come on, baby, let's dance.
Say, I sure must be stuck on you, handsome, to get up and try to dance to that racket. Come on, let's go.
Okay, you're a good little sport, Betty, and tomorrow night I'm going to paint the town red.
Hey, how about you dancing with me, too, kid?
Sure. Hey, what's all this bull about the money you guys are going to have tomorrow? I suppose that's the line you give all of us, huh?
Say, babe, after tomorrow, we're going to be on Easy Street.
Yeah? Well, where's all this money coming from? A rich uncle and me?
Who cares? Are you a policeman?
Say, do I look dumb like a Los Angeles cop?
Come on, you better dance when you can. We can't stay here all night. We got an important date tomorrow with our strangers.
It is 11 o'clock on the morning of August 22nd, 1925. The Hellman Bank on Santa Fe Avenue is humming with mid-morning activity.
How many ones did you say, Mrs. Sawyer?
10, please, and the rest in 5.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why, what's the matter? Oh!
Keep your hands up. You clerks, if you want to live, you keep away from those alarm buttons.
You can't get away with this, my man. Why the idea in broad daylight?
Whiskers, I'll plug you as an example. All right, now don't start a shooting till you have to, Rudy. Now, come on. All you guys are behind the counter. You get into the safe. Now, come on and step out or I'll burn you down. Now, Bertie, you get those customers down on the floor. And you pick up with the dough.
Okay.
Down on the floor, all of them.
Me too.
Yes, you too. Hey, you there in the brown suit, don't you try to pull nothing. Flat on the floor, all of you. All right, Ed. You keep your guns on the rest of them, huh?
Oh, don't shoot. Don't point that gun at me. I'm going to faint.
All right. You do anything but shut your mouth. Hey, Bertie, you got the dough?
Yeah, I got everything of a suit. Now we're leaving. Everybody stay put till we get out of the door or we'll blast you. Come on, guys.
All right. All right, the pilot. I'm going to take the wheel. What'd I tell you? Just like you're taking a candy from a kid.
The bank robbers pile into a large black touring car waiting for them outside, motor running. The driver presses the accelerator to the floor and the powerful car leaps out into the stream of traffic on Santa Fe Avenue. A second later, one of the officials of the bank commandeers another car and follows in mad pursuit. Several blocks away at Santa Fe and 8, Officer Oscar Bayer, seated on his motorcycle, passes the time of day with a friend.
What are you doing down in this end of town, Oscar? Nothing ever happens down here, and the traffic's too dense for speeding.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Mac, but orders are orders. I sure wish something would happen to break the monotony, though.
Will you get your wrist, lad? Look at that madman weaving through the traffic.
He's as good as got a ticket right now.
Well, you better hurry. That bird's moving.
I'll get him at a traffic signal.
And there's another one. Go get him, Oscar.
Just watch me.
The police motorcycle flashes ahead of the pursuer's car. And weaving in and out of the dense traffic, Oscar Bayer streaks down Santa Fe Avenue after the fleeing bandits. The black outlaw 7 feet on 2 wheels. Bayer 50 yards behind him. As the officer unzippers his automatic and shoots the robber's tires, 2 gun barrels are thrust suddenly through the rear window of the black car, and something hard and hot hits Bayer on the chest. The speeding motor swerves dangerously. Bayer straightens it, whips out his service revolver. The bandits return the fire. Bayer zigzags in an attempt to throw off the bandits' aim. On down 7th Street, the gun battle wages at 50 miles an hour. Soaring past intersections, Bayer shouts to traffic policemen who hastily commandeer passing cars and join in the chase. Bayer empties his gun, and jamming it under his left arm, he reloads it with his right hand while he steers to the left. The bandit car is momentarily halted by construction work at Mateo Street. The man who runs out from the street to warn them around the barriers receives a bullet through his hat. At San Pedro Street, a thick stream of traffic going in the opposite direction draws the bandits up short from the stoplight. Traffic officer Wiley E. Smith, attracted by Bear's screaming siren, turns around as the bandit's car comes to a screeching stop. Before Bear can shout a warning to him, a shotgun spits death from the bandit's car. Smith sways, drops to the ground, then painfully climbs to his knees, trips out his gun, and starts firing at the bandits as Bear joins him, his revolver spitting fire into the black touring car. Motorists, waiting at the stoplight, hastily scramble to the bottom of their car. Bear, blind with pain, sickened from the bullets, his body has stopped, and the dying Smith are joined by 4 other officers who come up on the commandeered car. As Bear steps from the cover of a parked car for a moment, one of the gunmen jumping from the black automobile aims at him. The guns of 3 of the policemen snuff out the light. 2 more bandits jump from the car and streak for a nearby parking station. The officers cut off the escape of the fourth robber and order him to surrender.
Drop that gun, mister. You're all washed up. That's plenty, you know. Oh! You got him in the arm, will you? Yeah, let's get the cuffs on him.
Hey, you haven't got him yet. Get ready.
Nothing like a gun butt to quiet him. Oh, let's put the cuffs on her.
Yeah. Here comes Stevenson. The last thing I saw of him is after those other 2 guys. How'd you make out, Stevenson?
They got away. I hung on to them until I ran out of ammunition. Say, there, you're hit. Yeah. Well, I'm still on my feet, and something tells me I'm going to stay there till we get this bird to the station. Here comes the ambulance now. There, you better get in, too. No, sir. I'm going to the hospital under my own power.
$19,000 is found in a bullet-riddled satchel in the bandit's car as a private automobile carries Officer Smith to the hospital, and the ambulance rushes the wounded bandit to medical help. Inspector Finlinson, attempting to get coherent statements of the case from the excited officers, meets Oscar Bear in the hospital corridor.
Oh, here you are, Bear. I've been looking every place for you. Oh, I've been right here, Inspector. I'm waiting for word about Wiley. Have you heard anything? He's pretty bad, Oscar. Shot through the lung. He's losing blood fast. Oh, poor Wiley. The dirty rat shooting him down in cold blood. How's the guy we brought in? Never mind him. I want to know how you are. Oh, I'm okay. I just got a few little scratches. You should have reported to the doctor before this. Oh, I'm all right, Inspector, honestly. Well, I want the doctor's assurance of that. Yeah, but it's silly, sir. It doesn't look silly from the size of that blood stain on your side. Where? Oh, that. I hadn't noticed that before. All right, that settles it. You're seeing the doctor with me right now. Come on. He's in here. Here's Bear, Doctor. He seems to think he's a human target. Look him over, will you?
Certainly. All right, young man. Right over here. Slip your uniform off.
Yes, sir. Oh! Just a scratch, Bear. Here. Let me, Bear. Here. Let me help you, boy. Oh. Come on. Easy. There we are.
Now, let's get a look at you. Well, young fellow, you must have been born under a lucky star.
What do you mean?
One bullet headed for your heart was stopped by your bag. Look at this. And another, if it could have killed you, is embedded in your notebook here. See that?
Yeah, that was close. You know, I remember now, feeling that hit me. It sort of knocked the wind out of me for a moment.
Now, let me see. 1, 2, 3 flesh wounds. I'll get a dressing on them.
Are they serious, Doctor?
No, but it's certainly a miracle that they only taint the flesh. Any one of them would have killed him if they'd have been an inch nearer the center of his body.
Well, there you are, Doctor. They can't get rid of me. Only the good die young. Doctor, while you're bandaging Bear, I want to talk to this wounded man. That is, if he's well enough to talk.
Yes, I think it'll be all right, Inspector. He's in the next room, right through that door.
Thanks. And, Doctor, see that Bear here does what you tell him. If you don't make him go to bed, he'll be out riding his beat this afternoon.
Well, don't worry. I'll see that doesn't happen.
Well, young fellow, how are you?
What's it to you? Who are you anyhow?
Who do you suppose?
Dick.
Well, yes, that is a police officer.
Yeah? Well, what do you want?
What's your name?
Smith. Johnny Smith.
Rather unusual name, isn't it?
Oh, don't make a smart attack, Cop. What do you want?
Well, I want to find out who your partners were in your little deal this morning.
I don't know.
You don't know, huh?
That's what I say. I'm only met him in the Pershing Square yesterday. I don't know what he's now.
Very, very interesting.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's to the fact. They make a date to meet me this morning near the bank. I don't know that he was going to make him stick up until shit happened.
You ought to be a little more careful about the companions you take. They may get you into trouble sometime.
Oh, yeah. You're the wise guy, aren't you, huh?
Remains to be seen. But I can tell you this, John Smith. Our fingerprints man will be over here in a half hour, and it won't be long until we find out just how wise a guy you are.
Fingerprinting of the dead bandit and his wounded companion identify them as Rudolph Planta and Anthony Caspar, respectively. Both had served time in the Illinois State Penitentiary at Joliet for bank robbery. And Rudolph Planta had also served 4 other sentences. The warden of Joliet Prison furnishes complete criminal records of both men. And in addition, sends the Los Angeles Police Department fingerprints and photographs of Ed Planta, brother of the dead bandit. A checkup of the acquaintances of the gang brings the 2 short-time lady friends of the men into the investigation.
We understand you girls were acquainted with Ed and Rudolph Planta and Tony Casper.
Who? We never heard of them.
Well, they may have given you different names. Here are the pictures. You recognize them? You can speak freely. All we want is an identification. We haven't got anything on you.
You're damn right you haven't.
Well, do they look like anyone you ever saw before?
Sure, we was out with them one night. You little fool. They treated us all right. Sure they did. But I'm not going to get into any jam on account of them.
Well, go on.
Well, we was out with them. They said they was from Chicago, and they was going to pull a big job the next day.
Was that the day the Hellman Bank was robbed?
Yeah, I guess it was. Say, that's right, Ella. Remember one of them made a crack about having a date with his banker the next morning?
I don't know anything about it. I'm through with you. Spilling your guts to a copper.
You got us all wrong, sister. All we want is a corroborative identification.
Well, I don't care what you want. You're a copper, and you ain't going to get nothing out of me.
Faced with his record from Joliet and the further identification of his girlfriend, Caspar admits his participation in the robbery, but refuses to give any information regarding the 2 missing bandits. Pictures and fingerprints of Ed Planta are printed by the thousands and sent to every police station and sheriff's office in the United States. More than 2 months passed. And then one November afternoon at a busy corner of the Loop in Chicago, Patrolman Frank Griffin, off-duty and in plain clothes, recognizes a man answering the description of Ed Planta talking to 2 other men. As Griffin approaches the group, the 2 men flee. But Planta reaches for a gun in his hip pocket. Griffin seizes Planta, pinning his arms to his body.
Don't be a sap, Planta. Look at that crowd. Don't start anything.
Well, what's the big idea?
Quiet. Listen. They want to talk to you down at headquarters. If you come along quietly, I won't handcuff you.
Yeah, but
If you raise hell or try to get away, this crowd may be tougher on you than I'll be.
Well, okay.
Come along, then.
Now, tell me, Griffin, what the big idea is.
Nothing much. Only the captain wants to talk to you.
What about?
A bank robbery in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles? I've never been in Los Angeles.
Well, you can explain all that to the captain. I'm through with you when I get you down to headquarters.
Hey, how come you're in plain clothes, Griffin? You was in harness a couple of days ago.
Yeah, well, I got promoted.
Yeah?
Sure.
Carrying your get on the inside now, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
There's your pal Shields on the corner. He's still in the harness.
Yeah, but Joe'll get a break, too, one of these days.
Hello, Frank. Who's your pal?
Joe, this fellow's wanted for murder. There's a gun in his pocket. Get it.
Okay.
No, you don't. Give me the bracelet, Joe.
What the...
Now, Ed, I'm still a harness bull, but I happen to be off duty right now and without a gun.
Nice job, Frank. I got the SOS you flashed with your eyes.
Boy, was I nervous. I thought I'd never run into anybody.
Well, I'll be a platoon here. I could have got away all the time.
Oscar Bayer, now promoted to the detective force, accompanies Captain James Bean to Chicago. And the 2 officers bring Edward Planta back to Los Angeles to face trial on charges of first-degree murder and robbery. In December 1925, Caspar, now sufficiently recovered from his wounds, and Planta go on trial before a jury of 12 women, the first all-female jury in the history of California. For 83 hours, the ladies of the jury argue the case, 11 standing for hanging and the 12th set upon for acquittal. Finally, at a few minutes before 12 on New Year's Eve, they compromise on life in prison. With New Year's bells ringing and whistles screeching, the jury returns its verdict. The attorney for the defense leaps to his feet.
Your Honor, this is a miscarriage of justice. I will appeal this decision.
I wish you would. I believe that a second trial would result in these men getting what they actually deserve. They should be sentenced to hang.
Well, in that case, will the court permit me a moment to speak to my client?
Yes, certainly.
Your Honor, upon further consideration, I and my clients are prepared to accept the verdict of the jury and the sentence of the court.
And shortly afterwards, Ed Pranta and Tony Caspar are en route to Folsom Prison. The fourth bandit was never apprehended, but police vigilance has not relaxed in the search for him. Oscar Bayer, in reward for his bravery, received a citation from Chief Davis, a promotion to the Detective Bureau, and a share of a $2,300 reward given by the Hellman Bank and the California Bankers Association. This brave officer, who had escaped death many times before he foiled the bank robbers, who had battled with German U-boats in the English Channel during the war, was a member of the Pursuit Squadron 478 of the Army Reserve Force, having learned to pilot an airplane following the war. He sold the first ship he owned, an old Jenny, to a boy in Alhambra, who killed himself crashing into high-tension wires. Bayer's second ship ran out of gas over the downtown police station and crashed at Vermont and 3rd. Bayer escaped with a few scratches. Unafraid, Bayer buys a monocoupe, and one bright, sunshiny day in 1929, he takes off from Rogers Airport, accompanied by Officer Plessinger, for a short hop to Clover Field in Santa Monica. A few minutes later, the glistening red ship drops onto Clover Field in a perfect three-point landing, and Bayer is greeted by a friend whom he has been teaching to fly.
Hello, Johnson.
Hello, Oscar. Well, day for flying, huh?
Yeah. You know my pal, Plessinger?
Oh, hello.
Well, what about it, Johnson? You want to take another lesson?
Sure. You know, Plessinger, this guy can teach me more about handling a stick in 5 minutes than any of these other birds can in a day.
Yeah, Oscar knows his stuff, all right. Come on, you guys. This flattery's going to my head. Come on, let's go, Johnson.
Okay.
So long, Puss. Be back in a little while.
Okay, Oscar. So long.
Little mechanical red bird skims across the green of the aerodrome, sees the top of the grass, and falls toward the heavens. Circling effortlessly, it is soon 1,000 feet in the air. Below lies the panorama of Southern California, a glimmering jewel in the noonday sun. The mountains to the east, the desert beyond shimmering in the east. Below, the matchless blue of Santa Monica Bay, half circled of a frothing white scallop at the beach. And toward the west, the mysterious peaks of the Channel Islands. A day to dream. A day to soar. A shout goes up from the field. The monocoupe falters in its flight, turns over, drops into a spin, hurtles earthward. Down, down, down.
Oscar Bayer 2 days later. 116 motorcycle policemen from all over Los Angeles County accompanied the procession. Aeroplanes flew overhead. We fired 3 volleys above the grave, and the planes swooped low, dropping wreaths of flowers on the last we saw of Oscar Bayer. An officer and a gentleman, a fearless enemy, a faithful friend, truly one of the finest.
Thank you, Chief Davis. modern motor cars are built to give you almost perfect performance. But you can't expect them to deliver it with inferior gasoline. To get the very best out of your car, why not try a tank full of Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl? This is the gasoline that delivers millions of miles of dependable service to police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment here in the great Southwest. If you want the truth about your car, Rio Grande Cracked will tell you whether you need repairs or a change in gasoline. Next time you need oil, why not try Sinclair Opaline? This splendid oil is extra refined, giving longer life. Also, it is sold only in tamper-proof extra major cans. It sells for only 25 cents. For a better oil at the price of cheap bulk oil, insist on Sinclair Opaline.
Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 30 regarding a holdup. 3 suspects now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
This episode of Calling All Cars was obtained from the official police records by Madeline Kelly and was adapted for radio and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to unlock the full potential of your data management? Look no further. Introducing G3PL.com, your ultimate destination for mastering Microsoft Access. Microsoft Access is a powerful tool that lets you organize, analyze, and report on your data with ease. And with G3PL.com, empowering you with the knowledge you need to succeed in the digital age. Email db@g3pl.net now.
Presenting Joel McRae as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Tonight's transcribed case, Dead or Alive.
At exactly 9:13 a.m. on Wednesday, April 16th, 1947, the French freighter Grand Camp, carrying a highly explosive cargo of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, blew up in the harbor at Texas City, Texas. It was the first in a chain of explosions as chemical plants, tin smelters, and oil refineries disappeared in blasts and flame. Shortly after 1 a.m. the next morning, the major chain reaction was set off, the explosions rocking the city of Galveston 10 miles across the bay. where excited crowds gathered in the streets watching the raging, flame-pierced sky.
Extra. Texas City death toll 300. Hundreds more missing. Scores of bodies unidentified. Paper, mister.
Yeah, give me one. Here.
Read about it. Unidentified dead toll still mounting.
Where are the names, Vance? Where's the list of the dead?
Well, they only got a few of them identified.
Well, is Ralph's name there?
Wait a minute. No, he's probably all right. A working square like him would be.
But he worked at one of the refineries they're burning.
Stop blubbering. You want to attract attention to me?
No, Vance, no, but he is my brother. I gotta worry about him, too, don't I?
Yeah. Come on, over here, into this doorway. Look at that blaze over there across the bay. What a spot to clean up. Money, jewelry must be laying around the streets. Just wait.
Vance, you're crazy. There'll be police there. Rangers, you're in enough trouble now.
Yeah, Lily, you're right. But I'm getting out of it now, for good. And that place over there is going to do it. Maybe your brother Ralph is one of the dead they haven't identified. You gotta go there, baby. If he is, you'll have to identify him.
Oh.
If he is there, in with the ones they don't know. There's nothing you can do to help him. But you can help me.
Vance, what do you mean?
Well, if you find him there, baby, you can identify the body and say it's mine.
Vance.
You want me in the clear, don't you, baby? They won't be chasing after me if they think I'm dead, don't you see?
But my own brother. What are you asking me to do?
I'm asking you to do as you're told. If you want to walk out on me, go ahead. But if you don't, you're going to want me to keep on running for the rest of my life? Or let them get me and send me to Huntsville for 10 to 20?
Oh, I don't want anything to happen to you, Vance. You know that.
Well, then show me, baby. Show me. You can't help Ralph if he's over there, but you can help me, don't you see? I'll get out of here tonight, and I'll let you know when to meet me. Maybe at that resort place we passed near Lake Blue Water. We'll be free, baby. You and me. Free from there on.
But how? What'll we do for money?
That'll be taken care of, too. There's a safe in Landstone. I've been itching to get at it for a long time. One last box job, baby, and enough to see us through. Now, go ahead right now. And remember, if you find your brother, he ain't Ralph Brenner, he's me, Vance Young. And come back, pack up, and stay put till you hear from me. From then on, it's gravy. Nobody ever arrests a dead man. By Friday morning, April 18th, more than 200 bodies, many still unidentified, were laid out in the Texas City High School gymnasium. Texas Rangers, including Ranger Jace Pearson, were on hand to help distraught relatives make identification.
I can't believe it.
You're sure your husband isn't in any of the other places where bodies are being found?
No, Ranger.
He may be all right. Lots of men have been so busy helping others, he may be one of those.
Oh, if only he isn't here.
Let's hope he isn't. The embalmers are still working on more bodies over at McGar's garage. It's the only place handy. Keep your hopes up, but don't hope too much for a while.
I'll be all right.
Might as well start looking through this next row now. They're pretty bad cases. Recognize anything on this one?
No.
This?
No.
Come along.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, ma'am. Are you sure?
That ring on his finger. I gave it to him a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. It isn't easy, but try and get a grip.
I'm all right, Ranger.
You better give me the name for the tag.
His name is... Vance. My husband, Vance Young.
Vance Young. The name burned in my mind like a branding iron. There was no time to ask her, and yet I had to ask. It was part of my job. I waited until we got out into the street. There's some information I have to get from you, Mrs. Young, about your husband.
All right.
Did he have a criminal record?
Yes.
Did you know we were looking for him? For a string of safecrackers?
How does that matter now? He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Young. You'll find some men at the desks in that building across the way. They'll help you with funeral arrangements.
All right. Thank you very much.
Vance Young.
Jace! Hey, Jace!
Huh? Oh, hello, Kurtz.
Captain Stinson wants us.
Where is he?
The mobile unit?
Let's go.
I'll be glad when this assignment is over. I hope we never see another one like it.
Yeah, I've helped with 5 identifications today. You stand there with somebody and see their life fall apart because of a freak accident.
Woman who just left you, she find somebody?
Yeah, her husband. Kurtz, it was Vance Young.
Vance Young? The knob knocker?
Yeah. Looks like the explosion ended his case for our files.
Don't you think we better check the body for prints and marks?
He got it too badly. She identified him by a ring.
Unidentified bodies give a knob knocker like Young a big chance to disappear.
I thought of that, too. Except for one thing. That woman's grief was real. She wasn't faking it. A week passed. A week of horror and nightmares, till the fires in Texas City were controlled and stopped, and men with tight lips and grim courage started to rebuild the ruins. Most of us Rangers went back to regular duty in our regular areas. Then one day, while Bud Kurtz and I had just finished a routine job and were driving back to headquarters, a call came through via shortwave.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Unit 10, proceed immediately to Landstone, Texas, Arthur County. Safe of mercantile store burglarized there at 4 a.m. today. Crime reported by owner when store opened at 9:30 a.m. this date.
Any lead on responsible subject?
Subject unidentified, but known to be one man working alone, according to information given by watchman. Watchman was overpowered, being treated Landstone Emergency Hospital.
Units 10 and 6 proceeding to Landstone. We'll keep KTXA informed. Unit 10, 10-4.
Assignment authority, Captain Stinson. KTXA Austin.
Landstone, about 40 miles, Jace.
Yeah.
Knob-knocking job, huh?
Yeah. At least, though, there's one safe specialist we can eliminate right from scratch on this one.
Who?
Vance Young.
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot about him. Dead men don't rob safes, do they?
We reached the Landstone Mercantile Store at 11:15, and Sheriff Joe Pastroni showed us through.
These back rooms are used for storage. He came in through the back, went through that door over there to the general office. That's where the safe is.
How'd he get into the building?
Forced the watchman to let him in. Watchman patrols this whole area, door shaker. Has keys to get into all the stores if he sees anything that looks funny.
And then he must have met the safecracker outside.
Yeah, I guess so. Watchman was pretty dazed this morning. Well, the doc is patching him up at the hospital. Deputy will drive him back here as soon as his head's fixed. Now, as you can see, been over everything for fingerprints.
You find any?
Sure, hundreds. They probably all belong to employees of the store.
The best bet is to check the prints on the safe first.
Already did that. Only 2 sets. Owner of the store and the bookkeeper.
Well, that won't tell us anything, Jace, unless one of them robbed the store.
It isn't likely. Better have a look at the safe now, Sheriff.
Sure thing. Last office back here.
What make is the safe, Sheriff?
It's Will's Atlas, new model.
It's a tough box, Jace. Steel and wrought iron plates and more alarm wires than a marionette show.
Yeah, but a good safecracker could divert the alarm circuit without tripping it. And the box is a cinch because he's got the wire holes to start working on.
Here we are.
You figured it, Jace. Backplate blown clean out.
Yeah, didn't even have to drill. Small nitro charges in the wire holes, and it was as good as having the combination.
Here's where he jumped the alarm circuit. Neat hookup, all right.
You take the pictures of all this, Sheriff?
Yeah, I can pick up a set at my office if you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Winky.
Howdy, Sheriff. Rangers.
I've been waiting for you. This is a watchman. How's your head?
Well, aspirin ain't gonna help it any, I'll tell you that. You gonna get the fella?
We'll be able to answer that better when the fingerprints are checked.
Fingerprints? He ain't gonna find any he left. He was wearing gloves.
I figured, Jace.
Yeah. Tell me, Winky, would you recognize the man if you saw him again? Could you pick out his picture?
Yeah. If I had his picture took with a sack over his head, I could. That ain't likely.
You mean his face was covered?
Had a sack over his head, like I told you. Holes for the eyes. He ain't gonna catch him by no fingerprints or pictures. Maybe you ain't gonna catch him at all.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Winky. Sheriff, would you mind going down to your office for prints of the pictures of the scene here? I'd like them sent on to my headquarters for an MO check.
Sure. Take care of it right away.
What kind of check is an MO check, Ranger?
It means modus operandi, Winky. All criminals have definite methods and habits. They're repeated on each job they do. Forms a pattern.
Well, there's sure a pattern here, all right, Jace. Method of entry, where that circuit was jumped, sack mask, nitro charge, and the wire holes.
Yeah, and it fits 3 men. 3 safecrackers we've followed before.
Yeah, there's Bert Larkin. He's still doing time in Folsom for a job he pulled on the coast.
Yeah. And the other 2 are Jack Fontaine and Vance Young.
Yeah, but Young is dead. That leaves us Fontaine.
You mean you know who did it? Without nothing to tell you?
There's plenty to tell us. The modus operandi can be almost as good as a fingerprint or a signature.
I'll be winged. Maybe that fellow's going to pay off for slugging me after all. And for hurting my arm when he grabbed me in the alley there.
How'd he grab you? Show me. Go ahead, show me.
On you? Well, let's see. He whipped my arm up behind me like this. Then he jabbed a thumb up behind my ear like this. Sure hurts, don't it?
Sure does. Well, you can let go now.
Judo. Still fits Fontaine, Jace.
Yeah. Or Vance Young. He used it, too, on other jobs. When did he slug you?
After he made me open up the back door and let him in.
You mean he sneaked up on you before you could draw your gun?
Sneaked nothing. That's why I didn't get onto him at first. Heard him come walking through the alley toward me like he's taking a shortcut.
You heard him?
Yeah, it was dark, so I didn't see the mask until I lit a match. He asked for a light, see? Then he grabbed me. And he got me inside here and beat on me and kicked me.
Chase, that doesn't sound like Fontaine.
It wasn't Fontaine. He always sneaked a watchman from behind, and they never heard him. He always wore sneakers.
Well, then who?
Vance Young. That match trick is Vance Young's.
But Young is dead.
Maybe yes, maybe no. But I know one thing. I'm going to find out.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. And now, we continue with tonight's case, Dead or Alive, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
I headed for Texas City and Galveston. Kurtz and I had no way to move until we knew for certain whether Vance Young was dead or alive. As we drove, I put through a request for headquarters to dig up some information. We were still on the road when KTXA came up with the answers.
KTXA to Unit 10. KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Have information you requested. Woman who identified body of Vance Young in Texas City gave name as Lillian Young, residing at 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
Deceased was wearing ring used in identification. Has subject Lillian Young claimed ring?
No claim has been filed yet. Ring still being held at property claims in Texas City.
Unit 10 also requested check on place where body identified as Vance Young was originally found.
Body was among those recovered from debris of Amalgamated Refinery Plant 7.
Unit 10 believes identification may have been falsified. Possibility Vance Young still alive. Units 10 and 6 continuing investigation. May be tied in with robbery in Landstone, Texas.
Proceed and keep KTXA informed. Authority, Captain Stinson.
Unit 10, 10-4.
KTXA, Austin.
You get that address, Kurtz?
Yeah, 410 Harbor Lane, Galveston.
If we're right, she may have cleared out by now, but we've got to try it.
What do you want me to do?
I'll drop you at Texas City. Get that ring and check every living person who worked at Amalgamated. See if any of them remember that ring and the man who wore it.
Right.
I better call KTXA again and have that marriage record traced. Find out when and where that woman married Young. What her maiden name was, everything we can get.
We'll be in Texas City in a couple of minutes. I can start the check from there and bring the information to you. Where'll we meet?
The Harbor Lane address in Galveston. I found the rooming house Lillian and Vance Young had lived in, but I was too late. Lillian Young had checked out the day before. The landlord showed me the room.
They lived here 5-6 months, all told.
You get to know the husband very well?
I tell you the truth, Ranger, I hardly ever saw him. Only time he ever left the place was at night. His wife said his eyes got hurt in the war or something. The sunlight bothered him.
When did you see him last? When they moved out?
No, he wasn't with her then. Last I saw him was, he went out about a week ago. Night of the big blast over at Texas City. Cracked the wall plaster here.
Are you sure you didn't see him after that?
Oh, I'm positive. I don't think he ever did come back. Didn't even hear no talking from the room. Just her. Crying an awful lot.
I see. She decided to leave kind of sudden?
Oh, like a jackrabbit hearing a hound dog. Left for work yesterday morning, came steaming back about an hour later. Give me the keys, pack up, and left.
Came back from work. You know where she worked?
Yeah, I do. She was a waitress. The Bayshore Diner.
Bayshore Diner. Thanks.
So she up and quit on me just like that yesterday morning, right smack in the middle of the breakfast rush, too, because the postman come in and gave her a special delivered letter.
Who was it from?
Who was it from? With 20 orders of ham and in the fire, I got time to read a mail? All I know is she leaves me the serving, the dishes, and the cleaning and everything.
Stop beefing, Chuck. That little old gal had trouble.
Yeah, you should talk. All you got to do is drive one cab. You don't have the serving and the dishes and the cleaning and everything.
You find yourself a little old chaplain to hear your troubles and give me some coffee. Come on.
Okay. Maybe you can tell a ranger more about Lil than I can. Hanging around her, making eyes at her all day. You took her out when she left here.
Is that right, driver? Did she leave here with you?
Well, she hired my cab, if that's what you mean.
Where'd you take her?
Well, I took her home. Waited while she packed some things, then rushed her to the bus depot. She said somebody in her family was sick and she had to go help them right away. I guess that's what the letter was about. I was sitting here having my breakfast like I always do, and I
understand. But what about the bus depot? You know what bus she caught?
The northbound toward San Antone. Cut it mighty fine, too. Got there just about a minute before the bus pulled out. Would have made it a lot easier if she didn't make me come dashing back about a mile after we left here.
Back here to the diner?
No, back to the laundry down the street. Guess she had some stuff in there. Although she didn't bring a bundle out with her. And then on top of that, she says she can't pay me. Not that I'd mind, except for the 10 extra blocks back to the laundry. I could have put the flag back up if she told me beforehand.
You say the laundry's right down the street?
Yeah, about half a block.
Thanks. I'll walk down.
Hey, Jace!
Hi, Kurtz. Fellow at the rooming house told me you came down here.
Yeah. Find out anything on that ring?
Plenty. A couple of men who worked at Amalgamated recognized it. Belonged to a plant man named Ralph Brenner.
Then it wasn't Young's.
No. I got that rundown on Young's wife. Her maiden name was Lillian Brenner. The guy she identified was her brother, not her husband.
And that's why she was broken up. I knew that part wasn't an act. Come on.
Where are we going?
We're going into the laundry business.
Yeah, she was real upset because the things wasn't ready, but you know how it was, Ranger. We was almost 10 days behind because of Texas City. They was even using our delivery trucks for emergency over there. Some of our men left the job to help out.
Yeah, sure, but what did she leave here? Waitress uniforms?
Oh, lands, no. Diner up there has a regular uniform service. All she ever left here was men's shirts.
Probably Vance's shirts, Jace.
Yeah.
Real good shirts, too, Ranger. The kind you don't have to starch at all. And real fancy colors, too. Dude wouldn't want to be found dead in some of them.
Did she say she'd be back to pick them up?
Oh, no. She asked me to send them to her, COD. Said she needed the money she had on her for traveling. Shirts like that, you'd think her and a man was living off the top of the hog, but...
Sure, but did she give you an address?
Oh, yeah, I got it right here in this book. Right here. She wrote it down herself.
General delivery, Lake Bluewater.
The shirts are ready now. I'm going to mail them out tonight when I leave.
We'll save you the trouble. Wrap them up, and we'll deliver them for you. Kurtz and I headed for Lake Bluewater, towing our horses in a trailer, ready to follow Vance Young no matter which way he moved. It was dark as we drove into the town. The clock on the courthouse was just striking 9.
Not many people on the streets, Jace. Looks like everything's closed up for the night except for the movie and the drugstore. Better find a place and turn in.
Yeah, I think we ought to drive out of town and camp someplace off the lakeshore. Walk the horses out for a while.
I thought we were going to plant that laundry bundle at the post office in the morning, watch for a pickup.
We are.
Well, why not pasture the horses at the edge of town, find accommodations right here?
If we stay in town overnight, it may start some talk. Talk drifts. We don't want to tip our hands.
I guess you're right.
Well, let's get out to the lake and find a campsite.
Funny thing about Young's wife remembering his shirts. Guess it's force of habit for a woman.
Strong thing, Habit. His safe-cracking habits told us he was still alive. And now maybe her habits are going to make him wish he was dead again. We took the road for the lake, past the summer cottages skirting the shore on one side of it. Then as we rounded a curve and passed a house and a group of resort cabins, I spotted something.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
I saw something. Wait till I back up. Headlights picked it up as we came around this curve. There. Look at those.
All I see is the back of a few cabins, some wash on a line.
Look at those two shirts on the end of the line.
Look like a couple of rainbows, even in this light. Hey.
That's the kind of color scheme Vance Young goes in for. Shirts we have in the laundry bundle are just like those.
Lights on in a few of the cabins.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the car here while we have a look at those shirts. Horse trailer will make too much of a racket if we drive in.
Yeah, no chance of being taken for tourists with that on the back. Better cut the motor and douse the headlights.
Yeah. What was the laundry mark on those shirts we've got?
410 mark. That was the number of their house in Galveston.
Come on. Let's see if we can find it on that line. Close the car doors easy.
Right.
Take one of them down so we can get a better look at it.
What's the matter?
Clothespin stuck. There, I got it now.
Hold it low to the ground. I'll cut my hand over the flashlight.
Good. There it is. 410. These belong to our boy, all right.
Quite a few cabins, Jace.
He's in one of them. That's all we have to know. Come on. Start with this end cabin and go right on down the line.
We better be ready for anything.
Here's the first stop.
Dark, Jace.
Yeah, you have to feel your way around.
Doesn't seem to be anybody living here.
This one's empty. Well, let's move
All
on.
right, you.
What? Hey, put that flash out before I fire.
No. Oh, Rangers. I'll put it out.
That's better. Who are you?
Name's Ed Bullock. I own these cabins. Just walking back from the boat dock with a couple of guests. Saw you sneaking in the dark. You looking for a place to stay?
No. We're looking for a couple named Young.
Oh, well, that's funny. It was Mr. Young who spotted your shadows. Hey, Mr. Young.
Was that Young just with you?
Yeah. Him and his wife was right behind me when I flashed light in here.
They spotted us, Jace.
Yeah. Come on.
Hey, my boat. Somebody started my boat.
Is that the only boat you got down there?
Only one with a motor. There's a canoe.
We're not going to reach them, Jace.
They'll head across the lake. How far is it, Bullock?
A mile and a half.
Kurtz, grab your horse from the trailer. You can beat him around to the far side if you ride hard. When you get there, flash your light. That'll keep him from trying the shore over there.
Right. What about you?
I'm taking the canoe. And hurry.
We'll get him.
Ranger, I better go back to the office. My wife...
You can faint later, Mr. Bullock. Right now, I need you. I'm going out in the canoe. Flash your light from this shore. They'll think I'm here and they won't dare land on either side. But make sure you don't turn the light on me in this canoe. All right, Bullock. Turn your light on as soon as I get out in the open water. I paddled the canoe toward the center of the lake. Kurtz beat the Youngs around to the opposite shore, and I could still hear their motor when I saw the beam of Kurt's light. The Youngs saw it, too. The beam wasn't strong enough to reach them. I heard the boat in a turn, and the motor came back toward me for a moment. Then it went dead on the dark water.
What'd you stop the motor for, Vance?
Shut up. They're waiting for us on each shore. But their lights don't reach us.
Thanks, we gotta get out of
Will
here.
you shut up and let me think? There's a little wind. The boat will drift to the far end of the lake.
But that's so slow.
Well, what do you want me to do? I can't swim like you can.
Why can't you use the oars?
Because the oar lock squeaks, stupid. They'd hear him. Yeah, there's only two of them. They can't cover the whole shore.
Gee, Vance, it's so dark. And Hey, I hear something.
What?
Something in the water.
You're crazy. Can't you see their lights on the shore?
Well, Vance, I do hear something. I see it. It's a canoe.
What? Don't move, Young. I'm coming into your boat. What, you? I'll drain you with the sword.
Look out!
Help! Help! Let go of me. Let go!
Hey, have you got him? He can't swim.
where he's going. It won't matter. Grab onto the canoe and kick for shore. I got a nice dry shirt waiting for him.
Convicted of robbing a safe in the mercantile store, Vance Young, on the basis of his previous record, was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville.
This is Joel McCrae. Many of our listeners, particularly in Texas, recall these cases we've been dramatizing, and some listeners have sent in questions about the Rangers. Yes, it's true. There are only 50 Texas Rangers. And to show you how busy these Rangers are, from 1946 to 1948, the Rangers handled nearly 17,000 cases. With Texas as big as it is, that means they cover about 4 times greater area per man than any other police officer in the world. Next week, we'll have another authentic story I believe you'll enjoy very much. Like the others, it's based on their official files, adding further glory to the Rangers. Hope you'll be listening. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Your Saturday hour of fun begins in 4 weeks. You will hear Judy Canova and this young man.
Hello, everybody. This is Dennis Day. On October 7th, I'll be starting a new season on the air. There'll be fun for all, lots of music and laughs. So join us for our opening show, October 7th, over your favorite NBC station.
Yes, beginning October 7th, hear Dennis Day, then Judy Canova in an hour of fun on NBC. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Tales of Texas Rangers. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Now let's travel across the globe to exotic locations with A Man Called X, the globe-trotting adventures of secret agent Ken Thurston as he navigates international espionage, solving mysteries and thwarting villains.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. You're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with 2 great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serve in more American homes than any other make. And now Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the man called X.
Pirates? Did you say pirates, Chief? That's what I said, Ken. Pirates.
You don't mean those jokers with trick hats, patches over one eye, and knives in their mouths. That's from Technicolor. This is 1948.
Zellschmidt, the modern pirate is a little different. Uses two-way radio, machine guns, and diesel engines. And he looks like any other ship's passenger.
You mean these pirates are for real? Mr. Thurston, you told me we were going on a little cruise.
We are, Pagon. A cruise down the China coast. Now, this gang of pirates have taken more than $2 million in gold from China coast steamers in the last 6 months. The Chinese Maritime Bureau expects to hear from them again soon. And they've asked for you, Ken.
But they didn't ask for Zellschmidt. So I'll get my money back on my yachting suit. No pirate is going to make me walk the plank. I resign, please.
That's too bad, Pagon. My Mandarin dialect will do up north, but farther south in Hong Kong, I could use your knowledge of Cantonese.
Hong Kong? Well, why didn't you say we were going to Hong Kong? I withdraw my resignation.
The black marketeer's heaven.
Who's afraid of pirates? Excuse me now, please.
Okay, Chief. Now, look, Ken, I know Pagon's a hard man to keep a secret from. But no one, not even the captain of the ship, the Manchu Queen, which you're boarding in Tsingtao, will know there's 1,000 pounds of gold aboard her. At the present price of gold, that's over $1 million. Yes, and it belongs to the China Food Mission for the purchase of grain. With China's ruinous inflation, gold or foreign currency is all that can be used in business. What do you say, Ken? Well, if I don't go and the gold isn't delivered, it means a couple of million people won't live out the winter. That's what it would mean, Ken. Starvation. That's a strange thing about gold, Chief. You ever notice that where gold is dear, life is cheap? Well, I'll tell Miss Brooks to make your reservations for Tsingtao. Pagon, the ship's ready to sail.
What a place, this Tsingtao. I make my first good profit in a year, a nice little deal, and what happens?
Don't tell me Pagon Zellschmidt didn't get his money.
Oh, no, I got paid in Chinese money. $12 million to one American buck. I need 4 boats to take my profit with me. How are you doing, Mr. Thurston?
The leader of this piracy outfit, the one we're looking for, would very likely book passage through to Hong Kong first class. There are only 3 such bookings to Hong Kong.
And one of them is really first class. Oh, what a cookie.
Miss Bei Bao, you saw her?
Like a ripe peach. Bei Bao. Ah, that means precious one.
Never mind the precious one. What about the other 2 first-class passengers?
Well, there's an American James Bliss and another Chinese, a man David Mao. Hey, look at those people coming aboard in steerage. That bunch wearing brown nightgowns and those baskets covering their heads.
They're a religious order. Taoist priests, I think.
That's right. Wear those baskets over their heads to shut out the evil of the world. I'm Captain Durfee. You're Thurston?
Yes, I am. Glad to know you.
My owners asked me to look out for you.
Those holy men. Poor devils. Look half-starved.
They've been on a pilgrimage, praying for the end of China's inflation. Anything I can do for you, Mr. Thurston?
Well, just get us to Hong Kong safely.
Oh, you've been reading the newspapers. Stop worrying. We've no gold aboard, and even if we did have, these beggars no better than to try anything on Captain Durfee's ship.
Very reassuring, Captain Durfee. Tell me, though, how can a modern ship be pirated in this 20th century?
The pirates come aboard as passengers, the leader in first class, his gang spread out in second, third, and steerage. With 20th century weapons, they overcome the crew, seize the gold, and make off in diesel-powered junks.
Not much chance of beating an organization like that.
Oh, I've found a 20th century weapon that takes care of them.
Machine guns?
No, the high-pressure fire hose.
Fire hose?
That's right, fire hose. A 100-pound, 3-inch stream of water crushing their bodies and washing them over the side is deadlier than bullets. And, best of all, 10 fathoms of shark-infested water provides swift justice.
Justice.
Oh, you're casting off. I'll see you at dinner. Mr. Thurston and Mr. Zelchman will be with you all the way to Hong Kong.
Hi. You are interested in business in Hong Kong, Mr. Zellschmidt?
Oh, sure, Miss Precious. Maybe you know someone who wants to buy some imported Chinese money?
Miss Bay Bao, we're just touring out of San Francisco on American passports. Last Wednesday, due back in New York in November.
That is almost a thumbnail dossier.
Why not? Since we're all strangers, heading for one destination, to save a lot of time if all of us told who we are, where we're going, and why, straight out.
My story is hardly worth telling. I am an entertainer, a singer. I cannot live on my salary, the horrible inflation. I must find work in Hong Kong or I cannot live.
And you, Mr. Mao?
I am a businessman, a rug exporter in Tsingtao. To watch the misery of my people starving under the inflation is much more than I can stand. I sold out my business and I am retiring to Hong Kong. Running away, I suppose.
Oh, what's your story, Mr. Bliss?
Is this part of the fare? I thought I paid for my passage in gold.
Oh, come, Mr. Bliss. That kind of attitude only focuses greater curiosity on you.
I'm sure we're all wondering how you got your arm in that cast, if nothing else.
Okay, you want my biography? Bliss, sucker, ex-flying tiger pilot, age 28. Now on the beach, broke, with a busted wing. My business is war, and I'm on my way to Hong Kong to sell my services.
To whom, Mr. Bliss?
The side that bids the most and the hardest money.
Well, now that everyone knows one another, how about a drink?
No, just a second, Captain Durfee. Let's hear about you.
Me? Well, I'm just the ship's captain.
Yeah, but I've heard this is your last voyage, that you're retiring.
This is true. China's inflation has me on the run, too. Like Miss Bay Bao, I can't live on my salary. Moving to Hong Kong to look for a job ashore.
And I always thought you could get rich with inflation.
Now, you can, Pagon. Depends which side you're on.
Oh, by the way, not that I expect any trouble, but if you have any valuables, it'd be wise to put them in my vault. Boy, bar boy, the drinks are on me, folks.
That Bliss fellow or that Precious one, even the captain, all broke running from inflation.
All but David Mao. Right now, I'd say he was almost like the candidate for the piracy leader.
But he is rich. Why should he want to get mixed up with piracy?
Just because he's the only one who's gotten rich out of inflation. Selling rugs for American dollars and paying off the rug makers in paper.
A good, safe business and strictly legal. Why should he run off to be a pirate? It doesn't make sense.
A man running away from hard money and gold could only be running to harder money and more gold. Come on. Let's have a talk with Mr. Mao.
He was in his cabin a little while ago. I saw him.
Come inside. Close the door. Well, look at this. A picture of Miss Bay Bao.
To my precious one, David, from Precious One. A dreampoos like that should even be able to handle my inflation.
Interesting. Mr. Mao and the Precious One pretending to be strangers.
The door.
Behind that closet curtain, quick. Good evening, Mr. Bliss.
Thurston.
What are you doing in Mao's cabin?
It's sneaky.
I had a proposition to make to Mao.
And you figured a little inside information wouldn't hurt.
Information never hurt any proposition.
You wouldn't mean piracy of a gold cargo by any chance?
Guess you and I are working on the same side of the street, Thurston. I figured Mao for being headman, too. But it's your property now, Thurston. You got here first. If you can use a pilot with a broken wing, call Bliss.
Just a minute, Bliss. You know that every ounce of gold taken off this ship means the lives of hundreds of Chinese people.
Lay off the Boy Scout routine, Thurston. The cheapest thing in China is people. I learned that risking my own neck for $250 a month.
$250 and a reason, Bliss. You fought for the right side, remember?
Okay, sucker.
Any sign of Mao yet, Pagon? Been out of his cabin for almost an hour.
Let's get some sleep, Mr. Thurston. Anyone can see nothing's going to happen tonight.
This is it. They're breaking loose in steerage. Someone gave the signal from the top deck. Stay here, Pagon. I'm going to the bridge.
To the stations. To the stations. Passengers remain in cabins.
Where to start, Captain?
These so-called holy men in steerage, sly devils. They had guns stashed away in a lifeboat.
I heard the shooting. I ran.
Attempted piracy, Miss Baybow. Nothing to worry about. I think we can handle it.
Captain Durfee, D-deck under control. Steerage passengers disarmed.
Nice work, Captain.
Chief Swanson and D-deck. Bring those pirates up on A-deck, starboard side.
A-deck, starboard side. Yes, sir.
We are out of danger now?
Everything under control now, Miss Baybow.
I thought there was no gold aboard, Captain.
That is what you told us.
My owners told me nothing of a gold shipment.
Who gave the signal to stop the uprising, Captain Durfee?
Come over to the radio shack and see.
Let me out! Let me out! I demand you open this door!
David! No, it's impossible!
David Mao.
Caught him breaking up the radio room.
I demand an explanation.
David, what happened?
I came up to deposit my valuables as the captain suggested. He seized me and threw me in here.
I caught him destroying the radio.
You lie.
We
I
checked
came
the valuable story, found nothing in the stateroom.
You lie! Untie my hands at once.
The radio room is wrecked, all right?
It couldn't have been Mr. Mao. I will vouch for him.
You'll all have a chance to do some vouching in the Admiralty Court at Hong Kong. You're flying there under my custody. Mr. Mao is going to the brig tonight.
Flying?
That's right. Mate, take this man to the brig.
No! Let me go! Let me go!
This is disgraceful, Captain.
Now, look,
I am
Mr.
sure
Thurston.
that...
Coming on the deck below. The pirates from steerage.
You poor devils. Are you taking those pilgrims in custody to Hong Kong, too, Captain?
Mr. Swanson, pressure on the fire hose.
Captain! You can't wash those men overboard.
I'm captain of the ship, Thurston. I know how to deal with these scum.
The hose, Mr. Thurston! The hose is pushing them overboard!
In just a moment, we continue with A Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. If you're a homemaker, you know that whenever there's a 2 or 3 day holiday, like this Labor Day weekend, you need extra room in your refrigerator for things that you have to buy ahead of time. That's when you really can be grateful for Frigidaire's new design that gives you up to 50% more food storage space in the same kitchen space. Yes, even in a small kitchen, you can have more room to store foods than ever before. In any size kitchen, you can have more refrigerator room for your money. All the new Frigidaire refrigerators bring you this extra storage space along with a meter miser, simplest cold maker ever built, quick cube trays for instant ice service, glass-topped hydrator for fruits and vegetables, and many other important advantages. Frigidaire Deluxe refrigerators give you such extra features as a full-width super freezer chest that holds up to 50 pounds of frozen foods and a unique sliding basket drawer for eggs and small packages. Remember how Frigidaire refrigerators give you more room, make housekeeping easier in countless ways. And always remember, ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. An attempt to seize $1 million worth of gold at sea belonging to a famine relief organization was blocked by the ship's captain. David Mao, a passenger, has been charged with destroying the ship's radio as part of a piracy attempt and is now in the brig. It is the next morning. The ship is in dock at Shanghai, and we pick up Ken, Pagon, Miss Bei Bao, Bliss, and Captain Durfee on their way to the ship's brig to take David Mao ashore with them.
It is ridiculous and cruel. I am sure Mr. Mao can explain everything at the Admiralty Court in Hong Kong.
That's why we're flying to Hong Kong this morning, Miss Beibao, to get explanations. Here we are, to the right.
The door to the brig's open. He's gone. Mao's escaped.
What's that?
No, he couldn't.
The guard, cold as a herring.
Well, Miss Beibao.
Slugging the guard and escaping kind of ties in with your catching him in the radio room last night, doesn't it, Captain?
Where could he have gone?
Whoever helped him would know.
Are you insinuating?
Captain, do you mind if I meet you at the airport later?
I have a car waiting for all of us.
Mr. Zellschmidt and I'll go up in a cab.
Suit yourself. Only don't hold up the flight.
See you all later.
Where could that Mao fellow be? We've only been in port 2 hours.
David Mao is dead, Pagon. The Shanghai police picked up his body an hour ago.
Pan American Airlines, flight number 7, leaving Shanghai for Kobe, Osaka, Yokohama.
I'm sorry, Thurston, but as dispatcher of this field, I have to tell you that the old two-engine bomber's capacity is 2,000 pounds and won't take even 100 pounds of overloading.
I thought I made it clear that Mr. Mao's body must be on the plane.
But, Mr. Thurston, that body with the box weighs 150 pounds.
And the shipment of gold weighs 1,000 pounds. That's 1,150. That's 850 pounds to go.
Look, Mr. Thurston, you, your partner, Bliss, Captain Durfee, Miss Beibao, and the pilot are a good 900 pounds. So that puts you 50 pounds over the 2,000. Thurston, if you've got to risk overloading, leave the dead man here and take a live guard with him.
Mao's body goes with us. I'll get rid of 50 pounds by stripping the passengers of luggage.
Don't you understand? It's your life you're risking, Thurston. That plane is 10 years old, and the floor under you is the door of the old bomb hatch.
Put the gold and Mao's body aboard before you take the plane out of the hangar.
Okay. The box with the body and the gold will be locked up in the cargo compartment aft. Better get your passengers lined up.
Flying that thing, Mr. Thurston? I'd rather walk.
If it crashes, Pagon, you'll go to a glorious death. You can tell your grandchildren you were buried with $1 million in gold. Now, go get the container of food and bring it aboard.
Who'll want to eat in that crate?
Did you know we were searched for firearms, Mr. Thurston?
Yes, Miss Beibao, and I'm sorry, we're overloaded. You'll have to leave that overnight bag here.
All right, if I must. Has there been word of David Mao?
Not yet, Miss Beibao.
What do you mean, telling them I can't take my logbook aboard the plane?
Sorry, Captain. We're overloaded. Every ounce counts.
It's bad enough that my owners didn't tell me there was a gold shipment aboard, but the least you could have done, Thurston, was to tell me you were in charge of it.
Suppose we discuss it after the Admiralty Court hearing, Captain.
Dispatcher back there took my pistol.
Weighs too much. Let's get in.
This old bomber was a flying coffin in 1940.
Here's the food container.
Thanks, Pagon. I'll take that bag of silver coins. Fasten to your right leg.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, a few pounds. All my profit. Why, that fellow Bliss's cast weighs more than my silver. 5 or 6 pounds, I bet.
More, Pagon. The cast on Bliss's arm must weigh 12 pounds altogether.
12 pounds?
Yeah, he's got a pistol in that cast.
A pistol? Then why don't
Get
you...
inside, quick. Ready for takeoff.
David Mao had nothing to run away from, Mr. Thurston.
Maybe he was running to something, Miss Beibao.
I'm getting hungry. Have a sandwich, Thurston? Whole container full of them back aft.
No, thanks. Pagon, you look hungry. Go back with the captain.
Who, me? Oh, sure. I'll take a sandwich, Captain.
Okay, Zellsmith.
I didn't like that takeoff, Thurston. This old crate's overloaded.
That was a close shave over those trees.
That guy Mao did us all a favor by running out. Another 150 pounds, we never cleared those trees.
Have a sandwich, Mr. Thurston?
No, thanks, Pagon. Not hungry.
You You'd better get hungry, Mr. X, and lay your gun on that tray.
The food container. He had a gun in it. And I brought it aboard.
There you are, Captain. My gun.
Say, what is this?
Take Thurston's gun from the tray, Baybow.
Yes, Captain Durfee. And you, Mr. Bliss, get down on the floor quickly.
You know what to do, Baybow. You stand guard over these men. I'll take care of the pilot and handle the plane.
I assume, Captain Durfee, that with Miss Baybow's help and $1 million worth of gold in the cargo compartment, we'll not be going to Hong Kong.
We're going to Bing Tsing. Cargo stop just 10 minutes from here. But I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Now, Mr. Thurston, what's your signal to the pilot?
3 knocks.
Bliss, pull the pilot away from the door. And no funny stuff. Now, down on the floor, all of you.
Please, Miss Baybow, your gun pointed at someone else, huh?
If you have any trouble, Baybow, just call me.
I am sure there won't be enough time for Mr. X to make much trouble, Captain.
Bing Tsing. That's an abandoned American airfield.
Durfee's going to pick up the gold from the last 3 piracies.
You are clever, Mr. X.
None of that loot has ever appeared on the world gold market. This is his last chance to get it out of China. The piracy attempt last night was a fake. Purposely miscarried for Durfee to get rid of some of his partners. Durfee's only problem now is weight. He needs space for another 1,000 pounds of gold.
Not a hard problem to solve, Mr. X.
Not if the Bombay doors we're lying on still work.
They work. How much do you weigh?
Oh, not me. I'm anemic. Light as a feather.
As soon as we open the bomb hatch doors and drop you, Mr. Zellschmidt, Bliss, and the pilot, and get rid of that box of cargo in the rear compartment, we'll have room for another 1,000 pounds of gold.
Your arithmetic is poor. The 4 of us and the box of cargo back aft weigh only 850 pounds. Durfee needs another 150 pounds to get that gold out of Ping Sing.
What are you driving
How
at?
much do you weigh, Baybow, precious one?
Durfee and I are partners.
Up here, you're just 130 pounds of human life, precious one. The cheapest commodity in China. Your weight in gold means $145,000. Do you think you're worth that to Durfee?
I have reasons to trust Captain Durfee.
I know. That is why you let him use David Mao to cover up the slaughter of 22 other partners in steerage last night with a fire hose.
Stop talking around.
Durfee told you he put Mao in the brig and let him escape to join you later.
And he did let David escape. I am joining him.
I'm afraid you are a precious one, but not in this world. David Mao's dead. Durfee killed him.
You lie. You cannot provoke me with your lies.
Look in the cargo compartment, in the big box. You'll see Mao's body.
Liar! You take me for a fool.
David Mao was the fool. He loved you. He knew nothing of you and Durfee or the gold.
You are trying to provoke me to open the cargo compartment so that you may get off these Bombay doors.
I'm telling you the truth. Go and see for yourself. You can lock the cargo doors behind you. We're still stuck here.
I will look. Do not move.
She locked it.
Break open this cast on my arm, Thurston. A pistol.
No. Not yet, Bliss.
When she comes out, I'll nail her.
Durfee would hear the shot and dump us. Wait.
Captain! You killed David! You killed him! Captain, open the door!
Quick. Back to the cargo compartment. Drag the pilot. Give me a hand.
I've got him.
Maverick, open the door!
We're safe in here?
Quiet, Pega. The bomb hatch doors. Durfee's opening them. He's got her out. Now, he's closing the bomb hatch doors. Now he's putting the plane on the automatic pilot.
Yeah, I could feel it take over.
Now break open that cast of yours, Bliss. Get that pistol out.
Listen.
Shh. It's Durfee. He's coming in here after the gold. Let him have it, Bliss.
I'm ready.
All that gold. And no partners left.
Yeah. $1 million here. Another $1 million waiting at Ping Sing.
You've got the gun, Bliss, and you're a pilot. This is what you came aboard the Manchu Queen looking for.
Please, Mr. Thurston, don't invite him to knock us off.
This is the big chance you've been waiting for, Bliss.
Please, Mr. Thurston, let him make up his own mind.
What are you waiting for, Bliss? It's just 2 human beings standing between you and $2 million in gold.
Shut up, Thurston.
Remember? Only a sucker thinks human life can't be measured in terms of gold, Bliss.
I said shut up. Here. Take my gun and let me get up to the controls before we're all killed.
He didn't accept your invitation to kill us.
There's hope for this sorry world, Pagan. Hope even for China. As long as there are men like Bliss who can pass up the big payoff they've dreamed of. So that millions of humans may have a chance to live.
Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall will return in just a moment. Frigidaire's Man Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer, who invites you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric appliances. Refrigerators, ranges, water heaters, home freezers, the new automatic washer, dryer, ironer, and many other Frigidaire refrigerating and air conditioning products for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories.
Mr. Niles, does Frigidaire make home laundry equipment as well as refrigerators?
Lady, you should see the new Frigidaire automatic washer with live water action that washes clothes cleaner, rinses them brighter than ever before. When you have a Frigidaire automatic washer installed in your home, you'll say goodbye forever to wash day work and worry. And now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, Dangerous Island, a tiny spot in the Indian Ocean where an atomic scientist is trapped with a killer. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagan Zellschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the Man Called X. Good night.
Frigidaire's Man Called X is directed by D. Engelbach, with music composed and conducted by Johnny Green. Tonight's story was written by George Corey and Ruby Sully. So until next week, same time, same station, this is Wendell Niles speaking for Frigidaire, made only by General Motors. All characters and incidents used on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons or incidents is purely coincidental. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of A Man Called X. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Now we will visit Agent K7, a riveting program centered around the daring exploits of a top-secret spy as he battles against espionage, crime, and international intrigue, showcasing his resourcefulness and cunning as he strives to maintain global security.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, again about to introduce tonight's Columbia program, Suspense. The story is The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe, and the adaptation by John Dixon Carr. Our guest is the distinguished American actor, Mr. Henry Hull, who plays the part of a prisoner of the Spanish Inquisition. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery, suspicion, and dangerous adventure. To hold you in a precarious situation and withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The Pit and the Pendulum and Mr. Hull's performance, we again hope to keep you in suspense. And now, the pit and the pendulum. I was sick unto death with that long agony. And when at length they unbound me and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. Yet, for a while, I saw, but without terrible an exaggeration, I saw the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies on the walls of the room. I saw the flames of the 7 tall candles which burned on the table. I saw the lips of the black-hooded judges, and these lips appeared to me white as paper, white as horror. I saw them writhe with a deadly locution. I saw them fashion the syllables of my name.
Jean Delbray, Captain Jean Delbray.
Good fathers, gentlemen.
We hear you, my son.
I am very weak and infirm. I've been confined for many months in a dungeon. I've been tormented by nightmares.
Conscience, one trusts. Pray silence, Fra Antonio.
Even now, I have no knowledge of where I am or to whom I may be speaking.
You are speaking to me, my son. I am Fra Pedro de Espela, prior of the Dominicans of Segovia and Grand Inquisitor of all Spain.
Is this the court of the Inquisition?
It is.
Oh, then God help me.
He will help you, my son, if you trust him.
But I am a French officer.
That is true. A soldier and creature of the arch-fiend Napoleon Bonaparte.
But a French officer nonetheless. A prisoner of war. By what right do you try me in this court?
Let the clerk read the charges against this prisoner. Pray silence while the clerk reads the charges.
The charges against the prisoner are as follows. Imprimis, that he is one Jean d'Albret, a captain of artillery in the army of Bonaparte, so-called Emperor of the French.
This means nothing, as the prisoner says. It is no crime. Proceed.
Item, that on the 4th day of September in the year of our Lord 1808, that said Jean d'Albret did wed, espouse, and marry the most noble lady, the Doña Beatriz Valdez, niece of and ward of the illustrious...
One moment.
Your Excellency spoke.
Antonio, was any cheat employed to trap this girl into marriage against her will?
No, we have no actual evidence of any cheat.
Was the girl of age?
I believe so.
Then wherefore is the prisoner here? This marriage was a deplorable thing, if you like. Bonaparte himself is almost at the gates of Madrid. His general, Lasalle, menaces our city of Toledo itself. But lawful marriage, however regrettable, is no sin or crime.
There are other matters in the indictment, I think.
Then continue, but give us nothing that is not material.
Item, that on the 12th of October, 1808, the Sir Jean d'Albret, being in command of a 5-gun battery of light artillery, did direct the fire of his guns against the Holy Church of St. Martha the Innocent.
What?
And thereby of his wicked malice destroyed that church utterly.
Captain d'Albret, is this charge true?
It is, yes.
You admit it?
Good father, hear what I have to say. The church blew up, I think.
Would you boast of your sin, young man?
It blew up because it was stored with kegs of gunpowder for your army. I had every right to fire on it.
And that is all the defense you have to make?
I tell you, I had every right to fire on it by military law.
Is military law above God's law?
I don't know. I did my duty, that's all. Long live the Emperor!
Captain d'Albret, mark what I say. No man, however great his heresy, is ever condemned to be burnt in the fire.
Fire?
The fire. If he first recant and acknowledge the error of his ways. But for you, Jean d'Albret, there can be no mercy, no pity, no atonement. The only sentence of this court can be death. Death.
Yes.
The secular or government arm to which we must release you has devised 2 ways of punishment in cases such as yours. You hear the tolling of the bell?
I hear them.
It is the procession of the condemned. going to the auto da fe.
Soon the yellow light of the flames will stream through the windows and flicker on floor and ceiling.
Nunc et in hora mortis intuit manibus Domine. Most of those condemned out of mercy will be strangled before they are burned. It cannot be so with you, Jean d'Albret. You must die in one of two ways. Either with the direst of physical agony.
A slow fire of green wood. Iced bandages about the head and the heart, so that the fire does not approach too quickly.
Or else, Jean d'Albret, you must die in a certain other way.
I'm done with this. Pass your sentence and let me go.
The law does not permit me to tell you now what this other way is. The sentence of this court, therefore.
I had swooned. Yet still, I would not say that all of consciousness was lost. In the deepest slumber, no. In delirium, no. In a swoon, no. In death, no. Even in the grave, all is not lost. There are shadows of memory which tell us indistinctly of tall figures that lifted me and bore me in silence down, still down, until a hideous dizziness oppressed me at that descent into the earth. Then, as consciousness swam back to my wits, darkness, a stone floor, and darkness. Oh, Beatrice. Beatrice, my wife, Beatrice.
Did you call me, Jean?
Beatrice, was that you who spoke?
Yes, Jean.
You were here in the dungeons of the Inquisition.
I am not really speaking to you, my poor Jean. I am only in your imagination.
Am I mad, then?
No. But your brain is fevered. You only think you hear me.
No, I do. I hear you clearly. As clearly as I once heard you.
In the little church near the Ebro where we were married.
Yes. I destroyed that church, Beatrice. I had to. It was my commanding officer's order.
I know, Jean. Be comforted. There are those who care.
You won't leave me.
As long as I am in your heart, I shall be here.
I was strong once. Now I am weak. Once I was reckless. Now I'm afraid. What am I, Beatrice? What are they going to do to me?
I cannot tell. Remember, my voice comes only from your own brain. Are you fettered?
Fettered? No.
They've not chained you to the wall.
No. They've taken away my uniform. They've given me sandals and a robe of what feels like coarse serge, but I'm still free. Free.
Take courage, Jean.
Free. And in the grasp of the Inquisition. Beatrice.
Yes, Jean.
It's completely dark. There's hardly any air. I dread to get up. I dread to stretch out my hand. Suppose they've buried me alive.
Courage. Can you stand up?
I think so, yes.
Then walk. Walk as far as you can. Measure the limit of the cell. If this is not a tomb...
You're right, Beatrice, as always. I'll try.
Are you on your feet?
Yes, now pray. Pray for a poor devil who always meant well. 1 pace, 2 paces, 3, 4.
You are very weak, Jean. Rest a moment.
Where are you now, Beatrice? In the flesh, I mean.
You know that, Jean. In the old house by the olive grove, scorned of my people.
Yes, I know it.
Each morning I climb to the hilltop and watch.
Go on.
Sometimes I think I hear gun wheels
Yes.
rumble in the hills.
Yes.
And long-moving columns with the red dust rising about
Go on!
First come the heavy cavalry in plume-crested helmets.
Yes.
On their flanks, wheeling like hawks, light hussars in blue and scarlet. And behind them, in a glitter of bayonets as vast as light points on the sea, rank upon rank, the long gray coats and the tall bearskin caps.
The old guard and the grand army.
It is only a vision, my dear one. They do not come.
Will they? Will they ever come, Beatrice?
I cannot tell.
Then I must face what has been prepared for me.
Walk again, Jean. Try. Keep your hand in front of you.
This rope, it impedes me, and the floor is treacherous with slime. But I'll try. 4 paces. 5, 6, 7.
It can't be a tomb.
8, 9.
Look out!
I'm all right. I fell to my knees. The rope tripped me. My hand is in front of me. It's lower than my face, but I feel nothing.
Nothing, Jean.
It's a pit. A circular pit. And I fell on the very edge of it.
Oh. They would have made you walk into it.
Yes. Oh, there's a loose fragment of rock just inside the edge. Now, if I can dislodge it like this.
Water.
There's something down there.
Rats, it may be.
Rats, yes, but something else. I heard it move.
So did I. What is in the pit, Jean?
I don't know.
But you're saved.
Saved, Beatrice. Saved from the Inquisition. My torture has been merely postponed. A deep sleep fell upon me. Sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, I know not. But when I opened my eyes once again, I could see. Yes, see. My prison was large and lofty. Its walls formed of massive iron plates, bolted or joined together. A wild, sulphurous luster, I could not trace its origin, lit up the dungeon, and the circular pit, and the crudely daubed skeleton figures painted in evil colors on the iron walls. Skeleton figures, demon figures, gargoyle figures. Their colors a little blurred, as from the effects of the damp.
It must approach you slowly and force itself into your mind.
It must stalk you like a tiger.
It must bring you face to face at last with the king of terrors.
When I regained consciousness, I lay on my back and at full length on a low framework of wood. To this framework, I was securely bound by a long fastening resembling a surgical bandage. Bound? But why? Why? The bandage passed round and round my body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm. With much exertion, I could supply myself with food from an earthen dish on the floor beside me. It was meat, highly seasoned, but there was no water. Beatrice! Beatrice, where are you?
Here, Jean, as always.
Your voice sounds stronger.
Does it, Jean?
And I can see you now. I can see you as clearly as I saw you months ago.
How I wish it were true.
Your bonnet and the parasol you carried in summer, and the high-waisted blue dress.
You are weaker, my dear, and more fevered.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, Jean.
They must have been here while I slept. They've bound me. Why? Stop those voices! Stop them!
Mine too, Jean. I am not here either, you know. Don't drive me away.
Beatrice, look.
Where?
At the ceiling of this room, 30, 40 feet up, what do you see?
I see painted on the ceiling a figure of Father Time.
Anything else?
But Father Time carries no sign.
No.
He carries instead what looks like a gigantic pendulum from an ancient clock.
About one thing, I swear I'm in my right senses. I saw that pendulum move.
A painting cannot move.
Yet I swear the pendulum did move. It swung a little back and forth, just like a real pendulum.
Try not to trouble your brain.
That pendulum is real. Beatrice, take care.
Take care of what? You're not looking at the pendulum now.
Take care of the rats from the pit.
I see them.
They're swarming out in dozens. You can see their eyes glitter. One of them ran across the hem of your dress.
Did it, Sean?
What did they want?
They caught the scent of the meat in the dish beside you.
But they'll not get it. Go away, you vermin!
Move your hand above the plate, Jean. Move.
Beatrice, where are you going? I can hardly hear you.
You are sending me away, Jean.
I sending you away?
My poor loved one. You can't bear to see the rats running about my feet.
Beatrice! 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 Yes, it's true. In a cell swarming with vermin. There are others I had rather see here. I'd rather see...
You call me Captain Dalbray. Then in spirit, I am here.
Who are you?
Don't you recognize me?
No, I do not.
I am that second Inquisitor, Fra Antonio, whom you thought unfair at your trial. But we were not unfair. We administer the law. That is all.
Go. I command you, go.
Not until I have first told you what you already guessed.
Which is?
There are two forms of death for such as you. One, death with its direst physical torture. The other, death with its direst mental torture.
And I have been condemned to the second?
Your guess is good. Listen. Do you hear anything?
Yes, I do. I hear something.
Turn your eyes upwards. Look at the ceiling.
The pendulum.
Aye, the pendulum.
It's descended.
Only a foot or so as yet. As you notice, it is not really a pendulum. Its underside is a crescent, formed of razor-sharp steel.
You mean?
A ponderous weight, Captain Dalbray. Its movement is slow now, but soon it will take on momentum. It will swing wider and wider, 30 feet perhaps. Presently, as it swings, you will hear it hiss. And with each broad movement, it will creep a trifle lower.
The steel is directly above me.
Yes, above the region of your heart. Lie still and look up at it.
How long before?
You need have no immediate fear. It will not be too soon.
But how soon?
Who can tell?
In the name of pity, give me some answer.
Hours, perhaps days.
It's beginning to swing wider. I can't take my eyes from it.
Its glitter fascinates you, eh? See how it shines in that wild light.
And this is your utmost refinement in cruelty.
The law, Captain Dalbray, is never cruel. And now, still in spirit, I leave you to your meditations. It will not be too soon. Minutes, hours, days.
Down, steadily down it crept. Days passed. It might have been many days before it swept so closely as to fan me with its morbid breath. Minutes, hours, days. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. The right, to the left, far and wide. The shriek of a damned spirit. To my heart, with the stealthy pace of a tiger. Down. Certainly, relentlessly down. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad and struggled to force myself up against that swinging, glittering death. Of no avail. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down the sharp steel flashed past within 3 inches of my chest. Beatrice!
John?
Beatrice, Beatrice, where are you?
I heard you calling, John. I am here.
It is a strange thing, Beatrice. I'm quite calm.
You are resigned, then?
No, that is the strange thing. Even now, I am not resigned.
Is there a way out?
How can there be? 10, 12 more vibrations, and will fray the surge of my robe. Only lightly as a razor in a delicate hand. There will be many sweeps before it bites deep. No, I can't escape it.
You kept me away from you, Jean. You locked me out of your thoughts. If I am here only in your thoughts, why should I fear the rats?
The rats!
You open your eyes and your eyes blaze. What is it?
The rats! Do they still swarm here?
Across the floor and over the meat platter. They have taken nearly all your food.
Yes, of course, they're ravenous, and they have sharp teeth.
Well...
The meat is oily and spiced. If I take what remains of it, scatter, you vermin! And rub that meat on the bandages that hold me here.
Try it, John, try.
It may be too late. If I leave my body a fraction of an inch up.
Try it, I tell you, try.
Ah, but look, they scatter as soon as I do try.
But they are watching you. I can see their eyes glitter. They're creeping back.
Can I stand the rats crawling across me? Can the flesh bear it?
One of them has leaped on the wooden framework. Another follows. They're gnawing at the bandage.
7, 8 more sweeps of the pendulum.
But the bandage give way.
A little.
Lie still, Jean, lie still.
10, 12, a dozen rats now. Is death, I wonder, worse than this disgust?
A dozen sharp knives could do no better. The bandage is loosened to ribbons. Now, if you move sideways, carefully, and drop to the floor.
Beatrice, I can't move. My arms and my legs are numb. There is no power.
The steel has sprayed your robe. A minute more will be too late. Try.
Then, with all the strength that is in me, and all the hate that I bear my enemies... Free! A second free!
Jean. The pendulum stops. They are drawing it back up through the roof.
Each move I make is watched. You never doubted.
Yet with all they could do to you, they have failed twice.
They will not fail. No more dallying with the king of terrors.
What else can they do?
I can't say. See how the rats gnaw in silence at that bandage. To what food, I wonder?
But you escaped the pit.
I escaped it once. Listen.
What do you hear?
A groaning. It's a grinding as of metal.
It was only the cog wheels of the pendulum.
I think not, Beatrice.
Why not?
It seemed to come from behind those iron-plated walls. It seems to shake the dungeon as a mill wheel might shake it.
Stand up, my poor Jean. Get up off your knees.
I can't, Beatrice. I can't endure anymore.
The paintings on the walls of this dungeon, the skeletons and imps and devils, they seem different.
They are different. The colors sharpen and grow bright. The demon's eyes glare. The skeleton hands outstretch. Don't you catch even yet the odor of heated iron?
Heated iron?
Beatrice, my darling, I have been much humbled. But I won't have you see me in tears. I order you to go.
John, in the name of heaven.
Beatrice.
You're sending me away.
Yes,
John.
in the name of heaven. Go. A suffocating heat pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled in the painted eyes that glared at me. I could draw no breath of air into my lungs. Against the loom of that fiery destruction, the thought of the pit and its coolness come like a soothing balm. I staggered to the edge of the pit. I looked into it. The enkindled walls and roof lighted it to its depths. Yet for one wild moment, even then, I refused to believe the horror of what I saw beneath me.
Does the pit please you, Captain Dalbray?
Not the pit! Merciful God, anything but that!
And how shall you avoid it? Look.
This dungeon has changed its shape.
That is true. The walls are closing in.
It was formerly a square, and now it is flattening slowly toward the center to force me into the pit. Of course.
It'll force you along with me.
Again, apparently you must be told, Captain Galbraith, that you are speaking only to your own sick fancy. I am not here at all. Farewell.
And now closer and closer grew the red burning walls, forcing me into the pit with a swiftness that left me no time for thought. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me relentlessly onward. At length, from my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold. I screamed once. I tottered on the edge of the pit. Rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I was about to fall fainting into the abyss. It was that of General LaSalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. Vive la France!
And so closes Poe's celebrated story, The Pit and the Pendulum, starring Henry Hull. We invite you to another adventure of suspense next Tuesday at the same hour. Until then, this is the Man in Black saying good night.
William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, and John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on
Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Are you email db@g3pl.net now.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Recently, a great European nation ordered several $1 million worth of bombing planes to strengthen its air defenses. The planes were constructed, tested, and then shipped in the holds of 2 great passenger liners. However, foreign agents working against the nation which ordered the bombers heard of the shipment. Hardly had the first of the 2 great liners reached its home port when fire broke out in its hold. Such is the background of the story which John Holbrook introduces now.
Thank you, K7. The spies who operated during the World War sought information. The spies and secret agents of today are expected to do more than that. They're often under direct orders to carry on undeclared war by burning, bombing, wrecking, and even murdering. Our story opens as 2 such ruthless foreign agents talk in low tones in the deserted lounge of a great continental hotel.
Do you have your bombs ready? It is nearly 6 o'clock. The ship will dock within an hour.
The bombs are ready, Colvik. We will pick them up on our way to the pier.
Good.
You are sure we will not be stopped going aboard?
I have prepared for that, my friend. These passes. They will allow us aboard to greet friends. Once on the ship, we will conceal ourselves in an empty stateroom. The crew is always anxious to get ashore. We will have no trouble there.
The men working in the hold will stay aboard?
Yes, but they will not see us. It will not be necessary for us to go into the hold where the planes are. We will set the fire bombs forward. 2 midships and 2 in the stern. The fire will get underway so fast the entire ship will be destroyed before anything can be done. It will be easy, my friend. We've laid our plans very, very well.
What about the second liner?
It will dock while the first one burns. We will strike so quickly the police will never suspect. The entire shipment of bombing planes and both ships will lie on the bottom of the harbor before this time tomorrow. Now, come. It is time to start.
Colvik.
What's the matter?
Look in that chair behind us. There's a woman there. I saw her head as I stood up.
Wait. Yes, you're right.
She must have heard us.
If she did. We are fortunate, my friend.
She sleeps?
Yes. It is most fortunate for her.
You are sure?
Yes. Come. It's time to go.
The girl in the chair was Patricia Norwood, Special Agent Z's assistant, and she was not asleep. However, Pat wasn't sure the 2 plotters had left. She forced herself to keep her eyes closed while she counted slowly to 200. Then she sprang to the telephone.
Hello. Give me suite 301. Hurry. Oh, he isn't in? Are you sure? No message. I'll leave a note for him. Thank you. I've got to find Z. Those men are on their way to the ship now. Boy, bring me some paper.
Yes, mademoiselle. You will find some at this desk.
Oh, thank you. Wait, I'll write a message. This note is very important. See that it's given to the man in suite 301, just as soon as he returns to the hotel.
Yes, mademoiselle.
This is for you.
Thank you. I will see that the gentleman receives the message.
Tell him it's necessary for him to come at once.
Pat arrived at the waterfront a few minutes later. She found the great liner already docked and the passengers coming ashore. She took up her position near the gangplank and scanned the faces of those who passed her while she waited for Z. As it grew darker, great lights were turned on. An hour passed. Then Z arrived.
Z, over here.
I came as soon as I got your message, Pat. Are you sure this is the ship?
Positive, Z. I sat behind him in the lounge.
Yes?
This ship carries bombing planes. They're going to destroy it by placing 6 bombs aboard.
Have you seen the captain?
No, I waited for you. I knew they couldn't do anything while there was so much activity.
Well, then, come on, Pat. We haven't a minute to lose.
But
This is exactly the kind of activity a spy would take advantage of. Everyone, even the crew, is interested in getting ashore for the evening, where they could move around the ship without being questioned. Oh, Stewart.
Yes, monsieur.
Is the captain aboard?
He has just gone ashore to make his report, monsieur.
Z. Z, did you hear that?
There are men working in the hold, mademoiselle.
Fire! Z, those are bombs.
You're right, Pat. You're right.
Z, look, there's fire breaking out in the hold. Oh, Z, it's my fault.
Well, Pat, go ashore and wait for me.
But
I've got to find whoever's in charge and get the planes out of the hold before the fire reaches them.
Z, wait.
Yes?
The second ship is coming in. We've got to protect it. It also has planes aboard.
No, wait for me. We'll go to the other ship later.
Disappeared below decks, and with the crew worked desperately to remove the cargo, particularly the bombing planes, from the blazing ship. In the meantime, the second great liner docked at a nearby pier. Pat knew that it too was in danger. When, after an hour, Z failed to meet her, she hurried to the second ship alone.
See, Andre, you can see the flames. It will go to the bottom.
The smoke is drifting this way.
There's no danger to us. We will remain near.
Where is the captain's cabin?
What?
Quickly, where is your captain?
He has gone below, mademoiselle. He went through the companionway behind you only a moment ago.
Thank you. He must have gone this way.
As Pat made her way down the companionway, 2 dark figures followed her.
The girl. She's out of sight?
Yes. I have seen her before, Colby.
You were too far behind her to tell. You placed the bombs in the stern?
Yes.
Good. Here's a service closet. We're about midships. Put 2 in here. Be fast. Set the mechanism.
All ready. Close the door.
Good. Now we will go forward. When we have placed the last 2 bombs, our work is finished. Come, follow me.
The 2 spies made their way forward and placed their last 2 bombs. Then they retraced their steps. As they started for the deck, Kolvig saw Pat approaching.
Our work is finished, Huckner. We will leave the country tonight. They will never know.
What's the matter?
Someone is coming. Quick, see if the door's unlocked.
Yes.
Step inside. Quickly, close the door. I recognized her, Huckner. It was the girl we saw at the hotel.
She followed us. Do you think she heard?
I don't know. Keep quiet. I don't think she saw us come in here. Have your gun ready. If she comes...
The handle is turning.
I'll take care of her. Step in, mademoiselle.
What?
Put your gun on the table. You're a smart girl to do as I tell you. Otherwise, I would have killed you.
What are you 2 doing on this ship?
That, mademoiselle, is none of your business. Take up a gun, Hoffner. You, mademoiselle, close the door behind you.
Very well. It's locked. And there's the key out the porthole.
Kolvig, she locked the door and threw the key into the water.
You fool, you know what you've done.
I've locked all 3 of us in here. And we'll stay here until somebody finds us.
You've trapped us. This ship will blow up within 15
Quiet,
minutes.
Hoffner. You talk too much.
But we've got to get out. We'll die.
How many bombs have you placed on this ship?
You may find out later, mademoiselle. Stand aside. I'm going to shoot the lock off that door.
Try it again.
Perhaps it won't work. Those doors are heavy.
Shoot again. We've got to get out.
Try it now.
It won't open. Wait, I'll use our gun.
The door is steel. It won't work.
It's got to.
You've trapped us, mademoiselle. We will die together.
The bombs are already set?
6 of them. They will explode in 5 minutes.
I don't want to die.
Perhaps you won't.
Who's there?
Pat, are you in there?
Z, listen to me. There are 6 bombs on this ship.
Yes?
We're trapped in here. The lock is probably jammed. They tried to shoot it off. Get the bombs first. We'll stay here.
Where are they placed?
Tell him, Colby. You'd better if you want to live.
You will, mademoiselle. 2 are in the sea deck service closet in the stern.
Yes, go on. 2 are in stateroom 317 forward, sea deck, and 2 are midships in the linen closet.
Go get them, Z.
There are 6 members of the crew with me. They'll get them. Now I'm coming in. Stand aside. We're going to crash the door.
One great liner was completely destroyed, but the second was saved. The arsonist, Andrei Kolvig, and his assistant were convicted as spies, and since the laws of the country in which they were convicted are strict, they were tried secretly and faced the firing squad. Such is often the fate of those who work against peace. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Subscribe for more
Cigarette
videos.
Program from Hollywood, starring Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and Wonderful Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, there is an inside story to everything. And in the tobacco trade, the inside story is simply this. Without exception, tobacco experts invariably select the more golden leaf when buying for quality. And we can reveal this trade secret to you because this fact in itself proves beyond a dispute that Raleighs are definitely superior. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other cigarette. In a glance, you'll see the tobacco in Raleigh are golden in color. the expert's own standard in judging choicer, more expensive tobaccos. And to give you more emphatic proof of Raleigh's superiority, 31 of these finer tobaccos go into Raleigh's exclusive blend. A masterful combination of 31 delicate seasonings, rolled into one supreme flavor. No wonder we can reveal the facts. Conclusive proof that Raleigh's are unsurpassed in quality, in richness, smoothness, mildness. Raleigh's give you valuable coupons, too, redeemable for over 70 luxury premiums, including war stamps. So, ladies and gentlemen, look into the inside story, and you'll find it pays in many ways to smoke Raleigh's. Raleigh cigarettes. There's a great day coming mañana. And now we bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's newest young comedian, the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Truman?
Hello, Red. Say, Red, I certainly enjoyed that weekend out at your house.
You did?
I slept very well, too.
Well, you should have. We have very comfortable floors, you know.
Well, Red, by the way, why didn't you let me sleep in the guest room?
Well, I couldn't. The sponsor's staying with me.
Oh, now I know why you had your house fixed up the way you did. Trying to make an impression, huh?
Yeah. But do you think I overdid it when I ran around dressed like Sir Walter Raleigh?
No, Red, but I don't think you should have told him that your grandmother was Queen Elizabeth.
Well, she thinks she is.
I had a queen named Elizabeth once.
You did, Ozzy?
Yeah, she was queen of the Onion Festival at Ventura.
Oh. Queen of the Onion Festival. Did you get a silver cup?
Yeah, she got a silver cup. They mailed it to her.
Say, Red, what did the sponsor ask you when he took you over in the corner?
Well, he wanted to know if I'd saved my coupons. He needed 300 more for a waffle iron.
Well, what happened when you first met the sponsor?
Well, nothing. He just sat there looking at me, singing, I got plenty of nothing. Hiya, Harriet.
Hello, Red. Say, that was some weekend party at your house.
Yeah.
I never laughed so much and starved so much in my life.
Didn't you get anything neat? There was plenty in the icebox, you know.
Yeah, I know, but you can't buy dynamite anymore. There was some midnight snack you served, Red.
Yeah, well, I had to do that for the sponsor's benefit.
I know, but after all, what a sandwich. An ashtray between 2 slices of white burley.
Oh, Red, it's all right to be nice to Mr. Raleigh, but,
Yeah.
well, you shouldn't let him boss you.
No?
No, you should speak up, assert yourself, be domineering.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever try being domineering on your knees?
I'll tell you one thing, Red. I don't think you should have beat him at tennis.
No? Well, I beat him fair and square. Besides, his chain was pretty long, you know.
Yeah, I guess it was at that.
Of course, he didn't have any strings in his racket.
I was in a racket once.
You were in a racket, Ozzy?
Yeah, I used to catch gophers and then sell them to rabbits for silver fox.
You know, Red, I think the sponsor was disappointed. After all, you told him you had a swimming pool.
Well, I have got a swimming pool.
Oh, don't be silly. That's a bird bath.
Yeah? No wonder I got these bumps on my head.
The sponsor's from Louisville, Kentucky, isn't he, Red?
Yeah. Didn't you hear me run around talking with a southern accent? I kept saying, "Well, shut my mouth, Will, shut my mouth."
Yeah, I know, and there for a while I thought he was going to do it. Say, what do you think of our California weather, Red?
Well, when he got off the train, the Chamber of Commerce handed him a little pamphlet to read.
Well, which is he going to believe, the pamphlet or his eyes?
I don't know. A tidal wave swept it out of his hand before he could do it. No kidding, the salmon are running in my front yard. You know, at first when he got off the train, he said he was embarrassed.
Why?
Well, everybody kept running behind him to see if he had a coupon on his back. Well, anyway, I know the sponsor likes me. We'll probably be on this program for years and years.
Oh, that reminds me, Red. Just before he left, the sponsor gave me this note to give to you.
Oh, good. Let me have it. It's probably a long-term contract. I'll read it.
Well?
Which bus goes to Lockheed?
about little Bo Peep. The poor little kid, she lost her Jeep. Don't stop us if you've heard this before. We'd like to hear it ourselves once more.
Private Jackson had a girl he fondly called Bo Peep. Now Jackson didn't have a car, so he drove by in a Jeep. And they took a ride and the time flew by, and Bo Peep was in heaven. Until Jackson cried, Bo Peep, this Jeep's gotta be in camp by 11.
So little Bo Peep has lost her Jeep and don't know where to find it. Her soldier boy drove it back to camp,
But he left Bo Peep behind it.
It didn't have doors, the seats were hard, but Bo Peep never minded. It didn't ride like a Cadillac,
And she wondered who designed it.
roller coasters nearly killed her.
Aeroplanes, they never thrilled her.
But with Jackson at the wheel, she got that Jeep appeal. Now little Bo Peep wants to find her Jeep and find her soldier chappie. If he comes chug-chuggy in his old Blitz buggy,
Bo Peep will be happy.
Nelson and Harriet Hilliard singing Little Bo Peep has lost her Jeep, and very good, too, Harriet.
Did you really like it, Red?
Yeah, and I say so with feeling in my voice.
I wish you'd say so with a check in your hands.
Yeah. Well, wonderful, Smith. How are you tonight, kid?
Very fine, Mr. Skelton. I'm working in the war plant now, and things is getting brighter for me.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I'm working on the day shift now.
Yeah. What do you do?
Well, I run the transportation bus for Douglas and Northrop.
Say, you know, with those factories going full blast, your company should put on those big double-deck buses.
We did once, but we lost too many passengers.
What do you mean?
Well, the bridge on 21st Street ain't as high as we thought it was.
You know, I suppose you have to be pretty careful around those airplane factories.
Yes, sir. Just yesterday, I got too close to a propeller.
You got too close to a propeller?
Yeah, but it's all right. I never listened with that air much anyway.
Well, it's good to see you and others doing their part, wonderful.
Yes, sir. Mr. Skelton, why don't we do a show for people who are doing their part?
Well, say, it's a good idea. But first, let's light up a Raleigh cigarette, huh?
Well, speaking of Raleighs, a funny thing happened.
What?
I bought a package of Raleighs and smoked one, and had only 4 left.
Wait a minute. Wonderful. If you smoked one, you should have had 19 left. You don't know your arithmetic.
You don't know my friends on Central Avenue.
Well, getting to the people that do their part, first let's look in on the slogan, a slip of the lip may sink a ship. And we visit a bar where wartime workers sometimes stop in.
Service, service.
All right. What do you want?
Give me another drink and point out the nearest jukebox.
Come on now, what do you want?
Now, wait a minute. Let's not get nosy, Will.
That seems to be the trouble, Joe.
Well, this guy's had too much already, and he still wants me to serve him.
Yeah.
I think you've had enough, old man.
That's a lie. I can tell when I've had too much to drink.
How?
You see these 2 corks in my ears? Well, when they pop out, I stick them right back in his phone.
Well, I think you've had enough.
You think I've had enough. You think I've had enough. You sound like my wife.
Is that what she says?
Yeah, she always says that just before she passes out.
Did I hear you say you were a war worker?
Yeah, that's right. I'm the best little war worker you ever saw, too, brother.
Look, Joe, give him another drink. This may be our chance to find out something, see? How do you feel, fella?
Oh, boy, have I got a head on me, boy. Inside my head, I got a little man who keeps pounding with a hammer. 5 o'clock. Thank goodness he's a union man. You know, I just got back from Iceland.
Oh, Iceland, huh?
Yep.
I bet it was cold up there.
Yeah, I'll say it was. It was so cold. It was so cold that my water spaniel cubed up on me.
Say, maybe you could tell me something.
What's that?
Do you know where the Pacific Fleet is?
I certainly do.
Yeah? Where is it?
In the water.
Oh, wise guy, huh? Well, here, have another drink.
Yeah, have another drink.
Oh, I can't drink anymore. Just pour it over me.
Now, look, you say you're a war worker.
Yeah.
Where do you go from here, huh?
I can't tell you. It's a secret. But, boy, am I going to have fun riding in that kangaroo's pocket.
Tell me, when are you going to Australia?
With the next troop ship.
Well, when's the boat sailing?
Better give me another drink.
No, you better stop drinking or you won't be able to drive your car.
What car? I don't drive a car. I got a green elephant parked outside.
Well, I don't see any green elephant parked outside.
No? Oh, well, he's probably in some place getting stinko.
Now, about that troop ship sailing, do you think you could remember if you had another drink?
Yeah, I'm getting at the talkie stage now.
Okay, here you are.
Just throw it in my face, bub. I'll drink it slowly.
Now then, when is that boat sailing?
Yeah, let's see. I can't remember, but here. Call this number and make out like you're me, and they'll tell you.
Well, that's fine. Thanks a lot.
Oh, think nothing of it, Bob.
Hello? Bellevue Hospital Psychopathic Ward.
You know, I get more free drinks this way. Then we have Clem, the fellow from Vincennes, who's trying to get a job in an airplane factory. Well, here I am. Oh, we sail through the air with the greatest of ease. Do, 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 do. Oh, he sails through. He sails through. Must have hit an air pocket. I wonder where that airport is. Better get off this runway and find out. Sounds like some of those boys from Shepherd Field, Texas.
Hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy June.
What you doing here, Clem?
Well, I'm on my way to try to get a job in the airplane factory.
Oh, what do you know about airplanes?
I know enough to duck when they fly over. Hey, if I get a job, maybe I could see you tonight,
You've been seeing me for 5 years. When you going to ask me to get married?
Never. Supposing you got married and your husband wouldn't let me see you no more. Well, here's the factory.
Hello there. What can I do for you?
Well, I want to get a job in the airplane factory.
I see. Well, what'd you do before you came here?
I helped my father. He puts up shade trees.
What did you do?
I sat under them.
Now, wait just a minute. What are you, an idiot? What are you, an idiot?
Yeah, and don't forget, we're organized, too.
Now, look, son, if you want a job in this airplane factory, you'll have to fill out this. Blank.
It ain't written that way, I'll show you that. Fill out the blank,
Oh, Clem, stop being so dumb.
I'm not really dumb, Daisy June.
Then why did you have to take a postgraduate course to read your diploma?
Come on, answer the questions. Were you born in this country?
Nope, Santa Anita.
Santa Anita's in this country.
You ain't been out there lately, have you, Bob?
Let me see here. I think I got a job for you. By the way, have you ever jumped in a parachute?
Oh, sure. I jumped out of a balloon at the county fair once. I jumped out and pulled the string.
Yeah, what happened when you pulled the string?
My pajama pants beat me to the ground.
Well, sir, I think I'll make you a parachute jumper. Come on, let's get in the ship and up we'll go, huh?
Okay.
Okay.
I've never been in one of these before.
Well, here we are, 30,000 feet in the air.
30,000 feet climbs pretty fast, don't it?
Yes, sure it does.
I guess that horn kind of clears the way.
Well, all right, we're ready for your parachute jump now.
Okay.
Here, put this chute on.
Okay. No. You don't get me to wear no bustle.
Oh, this isn't a bustle, it's a parachute.
Oh, it is?
Now, come on, strap it on.
Okay.
There, you got it on.
Yep.
Now, you got anything to say before you jump?
Yep. If anything happens to me, you can have my rabbits.
Oh, thanks. How many rabbits have you got?
I don't know. What time is it?
Well, all right. You're all set for the parachute jump. Now, when you jump, you count 10 and you pull this top ripcord, see?
Yep, pull the
If
cord.
that doesn't work, you pull the emergency ripcord.
Pull the emergency.
And then as you come down, there'll be a fellow about 5 miles down the road with a motorcycle to pick you up and bring you back.
Okay, well, here I go. Good luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it don't work. I better pull that emergency cord. It don't work neither. Well, now, how do you like that? Be just about my luck, the guy with a motorcycle won't be there either.
Oz Nelson and the orchestra playing Moonlight Cocktail. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who now smoke Raleigh cigarettes have an answer to one of your country's problems right at your fingertips. I'm referring, of course, to the valuable Raleigh coupons now redeemable for United States war stamps. It's a special opportunity you Raleigh smokers have to help secure freedom, the most priceless premium of all.
Say, Truman, how about the people who haven't tried Raleighs? Haven't you something to tell them?
Yes, sir, I have. Simply this. If you haven't yet smoked Raleighs, promise yourselves to make your next pack Raleigh cigarettes. You'll profit in pleasure from Raleigh's richness, smoothness, mildness, the golden goodness of the exclusive Raleigh blend. And you'll profit from those valuable Raleigh coupons, redeemable for over 70 luxury premiums, including United States war stamps. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree that it pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. A pack with a coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
Raleighs.
Raleighs.
R-A-L-E-I-G-H. Raleighs.
Getting back to people doing their part in the war, we have a lady and her little boy. Like many other women, she's knitting for defense. So today we find Junior and his mother on the way to the Red Cross Center to deliver some sweaters. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Hurry up, Junior. We don't want to miss that bus.
Yeah, one, Mommy, one.
Stop running, Junior. You'll fall down and get dirty. See? I told you you'd fall.
See? You didn't have to twit me to win an argument.
Oh, Junior, you ripped your sun suit.
Oh, boy, I tell you, I guess. I get plenty of sun now, won't I, Mommy?
Well, Well, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Oh, look at all those girls getting on the bus.
Yeah.
I'll bet they're in defense work.
If they're Hollywood girls, they've been in defense work for years.
All right, Junior, come on, get on the bus.
Okay. Hey, where's the driver, Mommy? Oh, well, I would drive.
Junior, get away from there. You can't drive.
Sure I can drive. You just show me a pedestrian. I'll knock him down and run over my
Stop that, Junior. This is one day you're going to mind me. Take that.
Oh, you hit me. You broke my window.
You really connected our time, didn't you? Uh-oh, I'll be good. Here come a policeman.
Oh, Junior, that's only the bus driver. Here, give him our fares.
Okay.
Fares, please.
Give me fare, mister.
Well, little man, how are you today?
Oh, pretty good, considering I got hydrophobia.
Junior, don't talk like that. Besides, you haven't got hydrophobia. We just hope you have.
Hey, Mr. Driver, what was you doing in that bar across the street?
I was just calling home to ask about my victory gardens.
What did you plant? 4 roses?
Oh, driver, how's business with all the factories going full blast?
Oh, swell, I had quite a load coming down.
You got quite a load going back, too.
Now, look, son, you'd better sit down.
Okay, I will sit down if you let me ring up some fares, huh?
Well, all right, just pull that rope with the handle on it,
Okay.
but only once.
Okay.
I don't know why I told you that. You look like the type of kid that'll ring up more than one fare.
He knows me pretty well, don't he? Here, look, Mummy, I had Jimmy Fiddler.
Now, why did you do that? Now I've got to pay for all those fares. You shouldn't have done it. I have a wife and 3 bartenders to support.
Junior, stop bothering the man and sit down.
Okay, I will stand up and look out the window.
And don't stand on the seats. If the bus stops quick, you might fall and tear the leather.
Yeah. Hey, Mommy, what you making? What you making, Mommy?
Oh, Junior, everybody's doing his part for the soldiers and sailors,
Yeah,
so I'm
right.
knitting a sweater.
Yeah, let me see. Hey, what's it for, a battleship?
Oh, don't you think some soldier would like it?
Yeah, he would like it. He'd like it better, though, if I had a girl in it.
Well, here's where we get out. Come on.
Okay, I will push the button.
Stop pushing the button. I heard it.
Okay. Well, goodbye, mister. No hard feelings, huh?
No.
Okay, here's something to remember me by.
Junior! Now, here. Come here. Hold my hand.
Okay, let's wait till the light changes, Marie.
Why, Junior, I'm surprised saying such a sensible thing. That's not like you.
Yeah, surprised me, too. Hey, Mummy, there's an open manhole. I will run across it.
Junior, don't. You might fall in.
No, I won't. What? Hey, it was nice that guy stick his head out just in time.
All right, come on now. Come on, we've got to get to Red Cross headquarters.
Okay.
Here it is now.
Okay.
How do you do? What have you there? Bundles for the boys in service?
Yes, I have.
Fine. I'll throw them down the chute.
Hey, put me down!
You're a little boy, aren't you? I
Yeah.
didn't notice your long pants.
Them ain't long pants. That's me winter underwear going south for the summer.
Have you got something for the Red Cross, madam?
Yeah?
Yes, here's a sweater I knitted.
Yeah, Mummy's been knitting sweaters for the soldiers.
Well, it's a little big, isn't it? What size is it?
What size regiment you got?
Well, thanks very much for the sweaters. I'm sure the cavalry will be glad to get them.
Yeah.
Come on, Junior, there's our bus. We've got to get home.
No, I want to stay here and be a Red Cross worker.
No, you come with me.
Now, you let me stay or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I would tell everybody that you used to be a glass eye polisher in a monkey stuffing parlor.
Come on, Junior. Come on. Here's the bus. We've got to get home.
Okay. Give me the money, Mommy. Give me the money. I will pay the... Well, look who's driving. Me old pal Carefree.
Now, Junior, don't you bother that driver anymore.
Okay.
Now, you be good.
Okay, I will be good. If you give me a nickel, I'll be good.
No, I won't give you a nickel.
What will you give me? That's a dumb question.
Now, you sit up there by yourself in that front seat.
Okay, I'll sit down. Well, here I is, all alone. And me little palms are just itching for some blood shafts. Well, what do you know? There's that rope with a handle on it. I wonder if he'd get mad if I ring up another fare. If I do, I get a whipping. I do this.
Good enough for one day. Somebody's got to make you mine.
Hey, Mummy, send out them reinforcements, but quick.
Come here, you.
Get away from me.
Get away from that horn.
No taper.
Stop bringing up those fares.
You can't catch me.
Union, stop it!
Oh, boy, I ain't hot tonight.
Where did he go? Where is he?
Yoo-hoo! That's where I am.
I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore.
Well, where to, folks? But I warn you, I got no driver's license.
Ozzy and the band are playing Anything Goes. So here goes for a message of particular interest to all pipe smokers.
Pipe smokers, from the first puff to the very last, Sir Walter Raleigh is richer, more flavor-packed. That's because Sir Walter Raleigh is made from selected burleys, carefully cured and aged, and blended into a masterful mixture that's richer, smoother. And Sir Walter Raleigh's particular crimp cut assures cool, biteless smoking. It has an extra pleasing, fragrant aroma, too. Yes, gentlemen, start smoking Sir Walter Raleigh, and you'll finish each pipeful with the proof that it's the quality pipe tobacco of America. Tonight, try Sir Walter Raleigh.
Red Skelton with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley, will all be back at the same time next Tuesday. Until then...
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studio. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Are you ready? Email db at g3pl.net now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is door. D-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
It's a fine name for a grown man. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Well, last week we dropped $3,500, so tonight we start fresh with $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a bachelor and a spinster. And here they are, Mr. Maurice Hohenstein and Miss Irene Tom. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if one of you says the secret word at any time, he wins $100 in cash. The common word, something you see every day. Bachelor and a spinster, eh? Miss Tom? How do you Tom?
Tom.
The H is silent, huh?
That's right.
Like in herring, What kind of work do you do, Miss Tom?
I handle the retirement records and special pension files for General Petroleum Corporation.
And Mr. Havenstein?
That's right.
Is that right?
The name is Howenstein. H-A-U.
Howenstein, huh? Isn't there a cow that has that kind of a name?
Close to it.
What kind of work do you do, Mr. Havenstein?
Well, I am office manager for the Owens, Illinois Glass Company.
Mm-hmm. Why aren't you married, Mr. Havenstein?
Well, I think I'm pretty old now.
I don't know. Look at Barkley. Look at Mayor O'Dwyer. Look at Hedy Lamarr. I tell you look at O'Dwyer and I'll look at Hedy Lamarr. How old are you, Maurice?
44 now.
Well, that's a wonderful age for marriage, isn't it, Irene?
Oh, I think it is.
Just about right, huh? Just right, too, I'd say now. Maurice, how tall are you?
About 5'8".
And how tall is your ideal man, Irene?
Oh, about 5'7" or 5'8".
I'll bet if Maurice was a midget, your ideal man would be about 3'6". Has dodging women ever led you into any peculiar experience, Maurice?
Well, only one that I can think of.
Well, that's the one we want. Well, let's have this yarn, Maurice.
I don't know how fitting it is, but here in Los Angeles, I took a young lady up to the apartment of a boyfriend of mine, and no one was home.
Well, so far you're okay, huh?
I couldn't get in, but I knew how to get in because he'd always lose his key, so we would push the garbage can aside and enter.
You had the garbage can in the living room?
When you were out in the hall, you could enter through the garbage entrance to get in to unlock the front door.
Well, that's the wealthiest garbage you'll ever encounter. You just said door, and that's our secret word tonight, so you just won $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. You remember what we were talking about when the bell rang?
After I'd gotten inside, I had to go around to unlock the front door. I didn't know that the boyfriend had moved out about 3 weeks before.
Well, whose garbage was it?
When I got inside, there was a man and his wife in bed. I was pretty dumbfounded, and then I suddenly noticed he was getting out of bed in no uncertain terms. And of course, the front...
What do you mean in no uncertain terms?
I could see blood in his eye or something. He was after me. The front door was right handy there, but I didn't go out the front door. I went back out this garbage hole.
Well, that's certainly a very romantic interlude in your life. Now, as a confined bachelor, Maurice, who cooks your meals and rinses the gravy out of your neckties?
Almost anyone that's around.
Irene, are you a pretty good cook?
Well, I think I am.
What kind of a dish do you like to whip up? Anything in particular?
Well, I like fried chicken, but then, of course, I do have a recipe that I'm rather proud of that I like to serve to my friends called Rinkum Ditty.
Rinkum Ditty, did you say? Maurice, do you like Rinkum Ditty? You've never heard of Rinkum Ditty? Maurice, you've certainly led a sheltered and cloistered life. Irene, you're not trying to poison Maurice.
No.
What is Rinkum Ditty?
Well, it's really a Welsh rarebit.
Maurice, you obviously need a good woman to look after you. If Irene proposed to you right now, what would your answer be? Would it be no?
Yes.
Well, you've changed your mind, eh, Irene? Here he is, struggling but still alive, huh? Well, congratulations to you two. I know you'll be very happy. And remember, Maurice, the secret word tonight is rinkum-ditty. Well, I must say you make a charming and attractive couple, and apparently you have a great deal in common. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for a chance at $1,000. You bet your life.
The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America have certain standards which they do their utmost to live up to. You might call this set of standards their creed. It means a lot to them and to you as a car owner. This creed states that every DeSoto Plymouth dealer wants to and intends to treat you fairly and squarely, whether you come in for a new car, a used car, or just a simple repair job. It's the honest desire of everyone in the office and in the shop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers to serve you to the best of his or her ability. Isn't this the kind of attention you want? Well then, wherever you drive, visit the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now let's see if the next bachelor and the next spinster will be the ones who get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the cities and states as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 50,000 in population. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
$10.
$10? Okay. Now, in what state is the city of Providence?
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island is right.
And they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
All right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to try?
10 more.
In what state is the city of Jacksonville?
Florida.
Florida is right.
They're climbing. They have $40 now.
Okay, here's your third question. How much of the 40 will you bet?
$20.
In what state is the city of Patterson? New Jersey is correct.
They're really on their way. They have $60.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 60 will you bet?
$30.
$30. In what state is the city of Sioux City?
Iowa.
Iowa is right.
And they wind up with $90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Stick around now. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still door.
I know that, George.
Well, perhaps the next couple will say it, too. We have a butler, Groucho, and a housewife selected from the studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Mrs. Irene Colt and Mr. Urbano Galandanis. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. A housewife and a butler, huh? Mrs. Butler, you're the housewife?
No, I'm Mrs. Gold.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm just a homemaker.
You do
Housewife.
Nothing.
Nothing. What do you mean, nothing?
And Mr. Galandinas, is that right?
That's right, sir.
You must be the butler, huh? Where are you from?
From the Philippines, sir.
Philippines, huh? Well, what do you do as a butler? Just what do you do?
See that the house runs smoothly.
House runs smoothly? You work in a trailer? What was the best job you had as a butler, Mr. Galandinas?
I work for a millionaire.
Oh, a millionaire, huh? What was their name?
Oh, I would rather not say. That would embarrass him.
Well, could you give me their phone number? Huh? No, they might be looking for a gardener. I know I'm looking for a gardener. He stole my last bag of fertilizer.
Long distance, sir.
Tell me about their house. How many rooms?
Oh, there are 17 rooms in the house.
70 rooms?
17
rooms, huh? And how many servants?
14 servants.
14 servants, huh? What were their jobs?
Oh, butler, second butler, chambermaid, upstairs maid, downstairs maid, cook, chef cook, second cook.
What does the second cook do? Just succotash?
He cooks all the food.
Now, Mr. Galandinas, in your job with a big household, what's the first thing you do in the morning?
Get up from bed, sir.
No, let's say you're up now. I mean, what's the way?
Well,
what's the first thing you do? Huh?
First thing to do is to see that the breakfast is served. The maids carry the trays to the ladies, and I, the butler, carry the food to the gentlemen, to the boss.
You got the wrong job, haven't you? Can't you ever switch with the maids? Huh?
Never, sir.
Now, Irene, can you have breakfast in bed if you want it?
I could if I went out and cooked it and took it back to bed.
You wouldn't have to do that, Irene. At night, all you got to do is fill your hot water bag with coffee. And in the morning, you can fry your eggs on the electric blanket. What else do you do on your job, Urbano? Do you help the master with his clothes?
Well, when he has no valet, sir, then I takes care of that.
Let's say this fellow's a pauper who can't afford a valet. Now, what about the lady of the house? Who helps her with her dressing?
Oh, upstairs maid, sir.
How do you know, you rascal? Do you have an upstairs maid, Irene?
I don't even have an upstairs.
I had an upstairs maid once, but she gave me a lot of trouble. She wouldn't stay upstairs. Well, Mr. Gallandinus, if taxes get any higher, my advice to you is to stop being a butler and become a tax collector. Now, you're going to work together as a team for a chance at $1,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a crack at the DeSoto Plymouth Big Question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $90.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous women athletes as your category. All right, now you have $20. How much are you going to try?
$10.
With what sport do you associate Babe Dietrichson?
Golf.
Well, golf is right, yeah.
And they're on their way with $30.
All right, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you try?
20.
$20. What sport is Mildred Burke famous in? B-U-R-K-E.
Mildred Burke.
Mildred Burke famous in.
I'm sorry, it's wrestling. She's the world's champion wrestler.
Mildred Burke?
Mildred Burke. We had her on this program. She threw me twice in 3 minutes.
They now have $10.
Well, now you have $10, and here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to bet?
Shoot the works.
Shoot the works?
$5.
$5, all right. How much you gonna bet, huh? You want to compromise and make it $8?
Okay.
$8? Here's your third question. With what sport is Louise Brough associated? B-R-O-U-G-H.
Tennis.
Tennis is correct.
On the way again, I believe they have $18.
All right. Oh, what a mathematical genius that Fenneman is, huh? You've got $18. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 18 are you going to throw?
Send it on. 15.
How much? Okay. With what sport is Shirley Mae France associated?
Swimming.
Swimming is correct.
And they wind up with $33.
You wind up with $33. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in just a minute, our last couple will be out here, and then we'll all get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, who's leading?
The Bachelor and the Spinster are leading with $90. And the secret word is still door. Perhaps the next couple will say it. We invited some tourist experts to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Josette Frontin from the French consulate and Mr. Al Kostler, who drives a sightseeing bus. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Josette Frontin, is that right? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Not very correctly. It is Frontin.
Is Frontin?
Yes.
Oh. You're from the French consulate?
Yes, I am.
Parlez-vous français? You speak French, huh?
Yes, I speak French.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
You are welcome.
I think this girl's a phony, huh? She hasn't said one word of French. Ah, Mademoiselle Eau de Cologne. That means I'll pay for the perfume later. Let's see you knock off some French.
Oh, bien sûr que je parle français. J'arrive juste de France et c'est juste un petit peu pour vous entendre.
I knew you were French. Yeah. I know lots of French phrases. Ile de France, that means I'm sick of my friends. Chateaubriand, that means my hat's on fire. Where are you from, Josette?
I am from Dinah in Brittany.
You're from Dinah?
Yes.
What time did you have that, huh? I'm from Hungary, if that anything like...
No. That's not the
Where is
one.
Dinah?
It is in Brittany by the seaside.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Who are you, Mr. Kozler?
I'm a sightseeing bus driver.
Oh. You speak English?
Yes, sir.
What dialect do you speak, Al? I'll call you Al. Huh?
I'm from Colorado, Grand Junction.
Mm-hmm. You speak French?
No, sir.
Too bad. It would have been much easier if you spoke French, then we could all three of us converse in the language of diplomacy. I hope you don't mind if we speak English.
Oh, I think it would be very much better.
Oui, oui, patty foie gras. Huh? What do you work for, Mr. Kozler?
The Tanner Gray Line Motor Tours.
And what are the Tanner lines? Huh?
Well, we operate over all of Southern California, Nevada, and
who do you operate?
Arizona.
Huh?
Sightseeing buses.
You operate on sightseeing buses?
Yes.
What do you use, a hatchet or? Now, what questions do your touring passengers ask most frequently, Al? Please stop at the next filling station.
Mostly,
I want to phone my sister. What do they ask mostly, huh?
Mostly to how they can get into a movie studio and see movie stars.
What are some of the movie stars' homes that you point out, Al?
We pass Loretta Young's home, and Joanne Crawford, Eddie Cantor, Jack Benny's, and...
Don't you go past my house?
We pass within about a half a block of you.
Well, if I knew when you were coming, I could walk up and meet the bus. Huh? Well, let's get back to you, Frenchie. What do you do at the French consulate? Are you an ambassador?
No, I'm not an ambassador. I work with the French commercial attaché.
Attaché? What is that? Is that when you stick somebody with a sword?
Oh, no, that is touché.
Touché.
Yes.
Is two attachés one touché? Say, I'm picking up quite a lot of the language. Well, just what? Huh?
That means attached.
Attached, yeah. And tell me, Josette, are you attached to the attaché?
Oh, no, the attaché is attached to the French consulate.
Well, I hope they'll be very happy together. Well, are you attached to anybody, Josette?
No, I'm single.
Ooh la la! That's French, bus driver. But I think you understand what I mean. Huh? Well, how is an attractive French pastry like you is still in the bakery? Surely 50 million Frenchmen can't be wrong.
Well, there are not so many French men in United States.
Well, would you have to marry a Frenchman? Couldn't you marry one of the home guard? Huh?
Well, I think I could be interested in some American man, especially if he had some of the Frenchman qualities.
I see. Well... Mon chéri, what do you have in mind?
Yeah, so I would like him to be kind, thoughtful, gallant, courteous, debonair, and also what you call a good sport.
Well, what I call a good sport may not be the same as what you call it. How do you feel about American husbands, Al?
I think they're kind and gentle and big-hearted, handsome and well-heeled.
Well, Al, are you that kind of a husband?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Don't you know what kind of a husband you are?
I'm not married.
Touché, Al. That's French, meaning I make the jokes around here. What do you find most interesting about the United States, Josette?
Oh, I think that is the fact that every people, Germans, Spaniards, English, French, just seems to be happy to live together and just like if they were a big family. They are all American.
Well, you're very observant, Josette. Perhaps someday the whole world will see it that way, too. As secretary for the commercial attaché, just what are your duties?
My job covers a lot of territory.
You mean your boss chases you around the office? Well, what do you mean, Miss Frontin?
I mean, I have to answer the phones and the letters, sometimes some funny ones. And also, I receive the people wishing to go for a trip over to France.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd like to go to France, and I'm planning on going there next summer. What kind of a trip would you suggest for me?
Well, in what are you specially interested?
The same thing any other red-blooded American. The Eiffel Tower. Well, I've learned a lot about France tonight and also about bus drivers. Now, let's see if you two will win the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. Beat our other two couples, and that's all you have to do. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is slinking around off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster are still leading with $90.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars of current movies as your category. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much will you try?
Better just take $5.
$5. Who plays Samson and Samson and Delilah? No? That's a pretty easy question, now. You should have guessed it. Well, it's Victor Mature. Now you have $15. Well, all right. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight, so that's the big prize. Now, how much of the 15 will you try?
Make it 10, then.
Make it 10. All right. Who is the male star of Sands of Iwo Jima?
Johnny Garr and John Wayne.
John Wayne is right.
Well, they're on their way now. They have $25.
All right, now you got $25. Here's your third question. How much of the 25 will you try?
10.
Who plays the title role in Thelma Jordan? Take a guess.
I don't know.
No.
I'm sorry. It's Barbara Stanwyck. All right, now you have $15. How much are you going to bet now?
You better say 15.
You want to shoot the works?
Yeah.
Okay, 15. Who stars in The Western Montana?
Earl Flynn.
Earl Flynn is correct.
And they wind up with $30. And that means the Bachelor and the Spinster get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. This year, the one thing all of us could count on as far as weather went was that it would be unpredictable. And of course, this is all the more reason to have our cars operating in tip-top shape. Many people have discovered this year that it pays to go to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's an emergency or a routine checkup. For there you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. In fact, that's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's everyday way of doing business. Now, they're able to accomplish this because they have highly skilled mechanics in their shop. And these experts work with special factory-designed and approved tools. From the records they keep on your car, they're able to tell you, for example, when your engine is ready for a tune-up or new lubrication. They'll tell you when your tires should be rotated to add thousands of miles to their life. For the best from your car, stop in where you get the best service at an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. And here is the bachelor and the spinster, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you. So think carefully, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. Recently, in a big shakeup of personnel, a new chief of naval operations was appointed to succeed Admiral Denfield, who is the present chief of naval operations. What is the answer you two have decided upon?
I'm afraid I don't know.
I'm sorry, it's Admiral Forrest Sherman. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $90 in the quiz, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week, the big question will be worth $1,500.
Before winding up tonight's proceedings, I'd like to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada for voting our show the best quiz program on the air in the annual poll conducted for Fame magazine. Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. The golden rule applies in driving, too. Drive as you would have the other fellow drive. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your Access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.